All right. All right. Welcome to 6G Agenda. How are we doing today? I'm Andrew here again to talk about what they won't, but today is a little bit of a twist. We're doing a UFC watch party, a little live, not really a watch party, but we're going to hang out, let it play in the background. You can do the same, follow along. We might see some knockouts together. We might enjoy some reactions together, but mostly we'll be talking about conspiracies, of course, regarding aliens, Epstein, Ari Emanuel, the owner of UFC, connected to that as well. Who knows? We're going to get into it all. It's going to be a great time. And I won't be doing it alone. I got my boy Ben from End of the World News, Steven as well from Biblical Hitmen, and of course my co-host, or what should I say, my co-host and host of Prometheus Report on Fridays. So if you haven't checked that out, and Prometheus Lens, Doc Brown. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? This is gonna be fun.
Yes,
I'm excited. So I got a lot of information lined up for this. I was hoping we could go for the whole main card. You guys don't have to stay the whole time. I've got enough information to go that long. And I figure with three guys that know all this stuff and have a lot more to bring to the table, we'll go forever.
I'm excited. Are we going to be seeing some sort of event happening tonight? I don't know. We'll see. It's exciting. I hope. Like, what is this? Is this like the movie Idiocracy? I like. Is this like what reality feels like?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If we do see an event, I hope they vaporize somebody.
Yeah, make it real, dude. That's somebody, dude. Yeah. Somebody better get blapped, dude, if you want to make me believe it.
It's like Mars Attacks. They got those guns and just
yeah, well, we'll definitely be seeing some knockouts. Hopefully we'll see a little plasma orb, transparent being. Who knows? I mean, it's just really odd. What brought this to my attention or my mind really was all these little kind of synchronicities with just obviously the alien situation, the Disclosure movie coming out 2 days before Trump's birthday, Trump being possibly connected to the alien phenomenon in its current iteration with the Babylon workings. And people that watch my show know that. We'll get into it tonight. But I just think it's interesting that if his birthday does indicate him being the moonchild, and that brought in these crafts, isn't it crazy that today's his birthday and it's Flag Day, 2 days after the Disclosure movie? And the movie started out with a WWE match or, a fight match outside of the White House, which is like, come on. I haven't even seen that movie. And I had this like theory that that's what was happening. Dude, come on. You can't ask for better. So I'm excited. Even if it doesn't happen, the writing's on the wall.
Give me my bread and circuses and I'll eat them happily.
Yeah, look at us. We're eating it right up.
It's delicious. Did you guys see that David Grush came out not too long ago? I think it was on the day the Disclosure Day movie came out. He came out talking about there's multiple different kinds of life, biologics, right? He mentioned the I have it here. I have the clip of it. If you want to share it?
For sure. Send it over. Or if you could share screen, I'll put it up.
Yeah. It's interesting because he kind of mentioned something that's like orbs, right? Or some sort of plasma sentient life or something. I don't know. Found it interesting, but I got it up there.
Hell yeah, let's do it. I'll put it up.
Oh, and I see Jeezy give you guys a shout out. He's too good to holler at
what
me.
Up?
Yeah,
what up?
I got the match going on. No. In the background.
What's up? You spoke too soon, Doc. he said hi to you first.
Oh, my bad. I take it back.
I love you. All right.
No, I got it on back here, guys. So
there it is.
Some glimpses.
Yes. Okay. I remember this. Yeah. Go ahead and play that. There's so much of this bullshit going around. I'm sure I have this in my bookmark.
It's a continuum from corporeal bipedal type life to, what I would consider like sentient plasmoid life. But there are several that the U.S. government is aware of.
It's like sentient plasmoid life.
That's exactly when I read Alice Bailey's work, I instantly kind of put it all together and was like, these plasma scientists going missing could be because they have a psyop planned and they don't want any whistleblowers in the process. Get rid of the people that understand this technology so we can run game on people and they won't know that we like can do that, right? So it's just like I always say with the Mayan thing, you know, it's very similar.
Well, you know, it's crazy. I've actually recorded videos of these orb-looking plasma things that then disappear and then shapeshift into something long and black. So I think when they talk about the plasma, it's because they probably have the technology to roll out, and that's what they're going to deceive you with. Yeah,
that's what I mean. And I forgot you've had experiences with aliens. So, or not aliens, but you've had some weird
aliens.
You've seen the green man. No, yeah. So tell us a little bit about, because you told me before, I think it was just me and you actually off, like we weren't even recording, I think, and you told me.
With the alien, I mean the UFO, or when
San Diego or something, right?
No, I was in Long Beach, and I have a couple videos of it because I always just look at the skies and look for orbs. And I saw like these 2 orbs in the sky. So I just, you know, put my camera up just to record it because this is interesting. And then when I pulled it back, you know, I slowed it and I did it, you know, in slow motion. And you can literally see this orb disappear and then shapeshift into this longer black thing. And I remember I was picking up a guy who worked at SpaceX. And he was giving me, you know, all the jargon, how they're going to space to make like vaccines and stuff like that, all types of stupid stuff. I was like, I think it's all a ruse. I don't really think he's going to Mars. I think we have way, you know, more developed technology than they're letting us on. And he's like, I don't think so. And then I showed him the video and he goes, yeah, I can't explain that. I'm wrong.
Yep, exactly. That's hilarious. Yeah, dude, I've never had any experiences. I saw the movie Signs whenever I was a kid, and that was like, it terrified me for that, you know, for aliens and shit. and I was saying
keep a lot of water around.
Yeah, that'll help. I was saying in the pre-show, I was saying about how much I don't like this alien stuff anymore because it's just played out for me. And Bacon was in the chat saying the same thing. So I think it's going around. So it may be that that's the point of it. I don't know. Cause the UFO fatigue. I don't know.
What I think is interesting is how connected all these different aspects are for the one alien disclosure. And we were just talking about that movie Disclosure Day and how they dropped it, you know, 2 days ago. Let's not forget this was made 3 years before, probably, when it was put into production. And they just somehow got it made and released it right when the government was doing their push for quote unquote alien disclosure, which tells me they're hitting us at multiple fronts. Everything is coordinated and fake and lame.
Always.
Yeah. So the movie, right? Like, should I say spoiler alert or something? Like, I'm not trying to like ruin it for anybody, but it was just very focused on the narrative that's playing out right in front of us, right? There's this group, there's this committee of whistleblowers. They've worked for secret, right? Dark government programs. They've seen things. They've been declassified on information. And the movie kind of was just all focused around the mission that the whistleblowers were trying to achieve. And that was disclosure.
So okay, man, what a redundant thing. I mean, they got to be want you to be tired.
Well, this is why I think it's now it's okay. So we've been hit with this information for, I'd say, like 8 years now, right?
At least
everyone started talking about the Nephilim and the fallen angels and the Christian lens of all this stuff, which I support. But it's almost like that is meant to get out there. Like, that information is meant to talk about, because when you look at the people in the whistleblower community, they're all kind of connected to like groups of Scientology and Theosophy and New Age. And so I think it's more important to focus on the people, see what they're affiliated with and what their mission is, right? If the movie has a mission with the whistleblowers, I'm like looking at the whistleblower community now, like they have the same, it's happening. This is the community
it's
that
in
wants
line with the same agenda. Yeah, it's
know?
in line with the same agenda.
And you have Burchett and Anna Paulina and Burleson. These guys are part of the politicians, you know, and they're working with them too. So it's weird, man. It's weird.
It's so fitting because Luna changed her last name, you know, from her last name to whatever it was to Luna, which is like Luna. It's like, of course, she's, you know, the lady doing this, right? It's very interesting. So while we've been talking, I took this picture because I'm like, look at these guys, dude. So these are the guys right now that are inside of here. I'll zoom in on the page. These are the guys. They're inside the White House. Look at these guys.
Yeah, doing commentary. I was watching that earlier.
Yeah.
They're
What
back
an odd-
on here now
Oh,
talking.
this is so weird to zoom in on. But yeah, dude, like, I don't know why, but I felt like I've never seen them in suits before when I see them sitting in here. I was like, do they usually wear suits? Like, I had to ask myself that. You know, I met Michael Bisping, the dude on the far right.
Yeah.
He came into this Italian restaurant I worked in once. Home of the toaster raviolis, baby. Anyway,
Yum.
so yeah, you know, and one thing I've noticed, by the way, do you know who Dana the alien is? Does anybody here know who that is?
No.
Okay, so this is like a, you know, conspiracy, I guess, new age influencer person. And let me show you this. She just came out with this book. And when thinking about, Alice Bailey's externalization of the hierarchy, its ties with plasma technology, this girl is super, super big into plasma, right? All that stuff.
Mhm.
But she's on the ascension side of it, right? So it seems like, to your point, you get like two sides of this. You get like us that are trying to be like, yo, this may not be all good. And then you get people that go, oh yeah, this is like the best thing in the world is tapping into this force.
Oh, I've seen this girl. Yes.
Yeah.
So she describes the force, the dark energy, the dark matter in the same way that I kind of compare it to the divine feminine. Like it's insane.
Yeah.
She
No,
talks
it
about
is. She mentions the divine feminine.
the conscious plasma and all this, and
she says it right here. Creates with your divine feminine. Transforms.
yes,
how your divine masculine conscious awareness is transformed and creates with your divine feminine. Now she gives me Lilith energy. Just saying, just a little touch of it. You know what I mean? Just a little touch.
So she
New
new
age,
agey and start like she like in the new
very.
age thing and start. You know what's crazy about that?
Yeah.
I've been watching documentaries on cults, and I think they were trying to make this push in the 80s because there was a real push of the new age in the 80s
Yeah.
with these cults, some with like models and famous people that were pushing this stuff, and almost like it didn't like hook, you know what I'm saying? And they kind of pushed it back now, but I think they tried to do this in the 80s.
It didn't work then. They got to bring it back.
Scientology took off instead.
Yeah. They needed that
Great.
first. The preemptive. Well, you know, I mentioned that the other day, the Robertson panel. I think you made a clip of this.
Yeah.
Where the Robertson panel was all about how people's reactions to aliens are more important than the actual UFOs themselves. So, in other words, we need to propagandize these people and get their attitudes and minds to shape up to this disclosure. And that's what you're talking about. Whereas the 80s, maybe they weren't ready. The satanic panic probably spoiled their hearts to that kind of thing, you know? And then, so they waited a while.
Yeah, it's always about ascension with the narrative, right? Like none of this could ever play out. Like there could never be any revealing of any aliens. The footage that we get from here on out is just crap, and nothing happens for like the next 10 years. But biblical prophecy still like rolls out, right?
Mhm.
But I think how maybe why the alien narrative is being pushed is for like to fit it into the ascending masters idea, right? Like the ascending masters with the new age movement, the coming of their Christ. Maybe these will be individuals that somehow connect consciously with a non-human intelligence and kind of channels as a non-human intelligence. You know, it's kind of like how the movie displayed that there's technology where you can possess certain individuals. So when I saw that, I was like,
Stone, that was wild, wasn't it?
yeah. Like he was possessing certain people, whoever he wanted. So I think like
a hive mind.
But
controlled by him.
experiencers he couldn't touch. I thought that was kind of profound.
What were they?
If somebody had an experience like a UFO experience, or they got abducted, just some kind of encounter with the UFOs or the aliens, it put some kind of mental block in them. So when
That's
they
inversion.
tried to mind jump into people, if they already had an encounter, they were protected. It kicked them out, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like inversion to me. Hey, listen, if you get in contact with them, then you're okay. Everything's good.
Yeah.
You just need to get close to them. You know, it's like things like a.
You know, it's interesting. I don't know who just mentioned the people's reaction to aliens. And I can tell you, as someone who drives around all day long talking to people from all walks of life, I'll tell you what they're not afraid of is aliens. In fact, they're even welcoming it. Because I go, you know, the powers that be are giving us three things to choose from: either World War, Civil War, or alien invasion. And then when they talk about which one they would prefer, all of them want the alien invasion. And I can see how that can play into this ascended master things. Like if people are saying, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. And then when these quote unquote ascended masters comes, I can totally see how there'll be a religion built around that.
Yeah.
Well, they bowed to that one girl in that movie when they found out all the power she had or whatever. There was one woman, you remember her, Stephen? She dropped down to one knee and made a cross and kissed and grabbed her hand. And then that girl said, I will not be made someone's religion. And then turned around and walked off.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Right. And you know, so it's kind of like the alien narrative could also support artificial intelligence when it gets to a certain extent, like artificial super intelligence. Then the alien narrative could then blend with that to explain how this is actually a living entity now. You know, like it's like who knows exactly, right?
No, exactly.
But the force concept, that idea of the force,
the plasma,
that chick was talking about or whatever, I think there's something real about it, because in Eastern religions, it's prana, it's chi, it's like where we get the idea of Dragon Ball Z and Kamehameha and all this kind of stuff. You know, they can do all kinds of interesting things with the life force energy. So I don't know. I think that has something to do with it too.
I think it's absolutely real. And I think that's what I was saying earlier. They understand that technology now. I think they've figured out how to get the metaphysics into their material science and technologies. Whenever you read Freemasonic books and stuff, they say the biggest mistake we made was we became super materialistic and we took all the metaphysics out of everything. And that is that plasma, that ether, they took that fifth element out.
Yeah.
And they took that out. That was ether. And so when they did that, the Freemasons say that's when we got rid of the spiritual element of science and what we were meant to do, he says. And so, yeah, I saw somebody, it's a little bit off topic, but I saw somebody who was mentioning the Nordic stuff. So you saw this, I'm sure. Everybody saw this. They made sure everybody saw this.
It's 100% real.
These are apparently these are guards from like another country. I forgot what it was, Norway or Sweden or
yes.
Shit. There's something guard. And Nordics. So I'm like, who the hell walks around looking like that? Seriously. I don't care if you're the guard of some king or not, dude. Like, get a tan, bro.
I seen one with the vampire lords substituted in there from like the Breaking Dawn series, the royal vampires or whatever. Somebody inserted them in there.
Yeah, I said watch Game of Thrones and tell me you can't stage this picture. Come on.
I do have a question for you guys, though, because it seems like when it comes to the alien disclosure agenda, this generation might be a little different than previous generations. It's like they've been rolling it out a lot. Like there's no pulling it back. How do you guys see this end? Because that's the real question to me. Because like if they don't do anything with it, I think they're going to lose the interest of the public and it will become worthless. I feel like something has to come at the end of this recent push for disclosure. What do you guys, your take on that?
Stephen, Doc,
I think a new world religion. I think that'll be the end goal. New world religion, because then that can form a new world government, and that can form and everything else, right? It's like where it's it's like that Denver airport mural where all the world is kind of like turning in their weapons, and they're all, in harmony together, and there's this lotus flower that's a rainbow that they're worshiping. And I think it has something to do with like consciousness. And maybe that's what the alien stuff may be about. And it could be that these things actually, like, we actually see that, like that's a Nordic dude, like it's legit Nordic or whatever, right? These things start actually appearing in our world. Then I think it'll just fall into an Atlantean narrative with that these are actually ancient civilizations that have survived. They've always been here, right? and they're presenting, hidden knowledge or whatever, or spirituality. They're evangelizing with us. It's kind of like how in the Spielberg movie, there was it felt like this empathy between humanity and the ETs. So maybe something along those lines. Harmony with something.
Yeah. A big part of this to me is less about necessarily one world religion as it is like a one world spiritual system, like government,
government. One world government. That's
because it's going to be,
for sure.
Thank you. It's going to be intertwined with the government. That's what I was going to say. Spiritual system, because the system of government will be spiritual, and it will be a priest class that rules over. And that priest class, as you say, will be synchronized with this. And they'll be synchronized, right? They'll get the singularity, whatever you want to say, with this spirit, if you want to call it that. And what it is just bringing the God Kings of old back, right? The age-old God Kings of Atlantis, half man, half God. As we'll get into, I think that's what Epstein was studying. When they say he's studying alien DNA inside of humans, what does that mean if we're speaking about the gods
Dragon
of old?
Court.
Yes.
The Dragon Court.
Yeah. So that's why I had to have you guys on. These are the three best people to talk about when we're talking about Nephilim DNA, the new Atlantis, Epstein, and how it all culminates together with this spiritual hierarchy. So super excited. We'll get into some of the little bookmarks I have in a little bit, but it's been a good little opener.
I do think it's interesting that, America, which is referred to as New Atlantis, which was a, pipe dream of the Rosicrucians, Sir Francis Bacon, and then manifested by the, Freemasons. I do think it's fitting that they are pushing the disclosure movement, this idea of New Atlantis. They're bringing Atlantis back, and it's coming from America, who's really pushing it right now.
Giordano.
The original name was America, the land of the serpent. It wasn't named after America's Vespucci like they claim. That same word, the Amaruka, the land of the serpent, and even that serpent mound in Ohio. I've talked to a lot of natives. How everybody thinks that's a serpent eating an egg. They said no. All the natives believes that was originally a turtle, and it was a serpent crawling up and devouring Turtle Island. And that's what the natives called North America, because South America, they had Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent. And as they migrated north, they conquered, they brought their god with them. And so it became the land of the serpent because it devoured Turtle Island.
Wow. Where have I seen a turtle as the earth before? Like in a movie or a video game or where
Turtles all the way down, Sturgill Simpson.
Probably so.
I don't even know what that is.
Man,
what is that?
What
about that? What about Chowder? Remember that cartoon Chowder? Maybe it's just me, dude. I think Chowder. I'm sorry. Ignore me. I'm gonna look this up.
I think that like, are you guys keeping tabs on what's going on in Egypt with the pseudo versus the mainstream archaeology wars that are going on over there, and with the SAR scans, looking underneath the Sphinx and connecting?
Oh, yeah.
So, and these groups, by the way, like Graham Hancock, right? Like one of the first presentations he gave was at the Theosophical Society or whatever, like this conference. So there's like this plan, and Theosophy's got things that contribute to it. But in Theosophy with Atlantis, it's about like this empire, right? Super advanced, yada yada yada. It's all law of one material that's being pushed. But it's funny. I was watching Piers Morgan Uncensored, and Alberino was on there. There was 3 other people that were on there. Zahi Hawass was on there. He's like the mainstream Egyptian guy. He was on Joe Rogan's show and stuff, like smoking a cigar and stuff. But they're gonna. Alberino gave like an invitation to collab with him because he has the technology to be able to see further and to explore more with like drones and stuff like this. But anyways, this stuff all connects back to like Edgar Casey, right? Yeah, this goes back to the sleeping prophet, the clairvoyant guy who was like this mystic Christian who had these readings in the Akashic record of Atlantis, and that there was hidden knowledge for I don't know, for a generation to come, right? that had this.
Oh, the tablets.
The Hall of Records, he called it, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's
the
under
tablets.
the Sphinx and all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
That's very important, man, because I think there's something that's going to break open.
If
This
I
is
may,
a big story.
that goes into like the Hopi Indians. They talked about how like in many other native tribes, they talked about how there used to be like a Atlantis, a one world kind of government, essentially a one world kind of whatever, and it split off, and everybody went to different parts of the and had a certain part of the tablet, and eventually they were supposed to bring them all together. And I think that represents really like the elements, and they were supposed to kind of, you know, through the alchemy, the pagan kind of enlightenment kind of thing, they come together again as one with nature, worshiping nature again as God, right? So I think that's kind of the
divine
underlying
feminine, by the way. Like that is the
Gaia.
divine feminine. That's
Gaia.
the force. That's the all
and
living.
That's why Gaia is all about this alien and ascension topic. And of course, that is the mother of nature, or the goddess of nature.
Yeah. You know what I'm wondering too? Like if in the alien narrative at some point, because you're hearing these interesting podcasts with Eric Weinstein and these other physicists, right? That are talking about how these things are able to move, right? Weinstein kind of takes the stance of being, I guess, mainstream or in opposition of like the other scientists or whatever. But they're talking about like 0 point energy, and 0 point energy has some connections with, you know, dark energy, gravitation, old poles, and all this kind of weird stuff. I looked it up. I'm not a scientist, whatever. I know I'm not decorated to talk about this, but there are connections with the two. So
absolutely,
with what I'm seeing from the bigger picture, when this develops more into a religion, you know, it's kind of like that this force is something that is conscious, that if you enlighten yourself to, you know, a certain level, right, you become like this Christ, then you can connect to it. And it's kind of like how the Gnostics explain how Jesus went and did these miracles. It's because he was one with, you know, this force. But that's blasphemy in my opinion. But yeah, something's got to happen like this.
I'll tell you about Weinstein. He's worked for Peter Thiel for about 10 to 15 years as like his lead investor. Oh yeah. And now he's making the push against the mainstream narrative with this false, you know, awakening.
And Game B, right? Like he's affiliated with Game B, I think it's called.
It was called the dark web, or what did he call the thing he was in with Joe
with
Rogan
him, Joe Rogan, all those guys?
Yeah, the dark intelligent, dark or intellectual dark web.
Yeah.
And he also is connected. He gave a talk at what's it called? At the University of Austin, which is owned by Palantir. It's a Palantir college. And he went and gave a talk there, obviously because he's very close with them. And so yeah, he's very in on that. Let me show you this. So this is the opener here. We got it going on right now. So this is my cheating, guys. I cannot stream this, but I'm being a little bit of a sneaky boy here. So this was the walkout with these two.
Gotta love the tennis shoes.
Yeah, dude. What?
Yeah, I've been updating the chat. I've been watching the show and seeing the little messages in the chat. I'm like, he's walking out.
Yeah.
National anthem.
Yep. And so right now, we've never had a national anthem before the UFC fight. Let me just lay out a couple things here. The implications behind this fight, you know, they came out with a diplomatic sporting event bill that they just passed. People were trying to actually sue to make sure this didn't go through, because this would now merge sporting events with obviously politics. And so this is a big deal, you know, when you're talking about like New Rome and, you know, but I mean, are we really surprised? The first sporting event Trump went to when he took office this time was a Super Bowl at Caesar's Dome. So it's kind of telling you, and he said this is the golden age of America, Pax Americanus, right? Just like Pax Romanus. And so right now we have fighter jets flying over. We've got guys outside. Dude, yeah, we do. We've got guys outside doing the Star Spangled Banner. Trump's over here saluting with Dana White. Dana's clapping.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's idiocracy, dude.
Yes. It's a mockery. It's a mockery because we're about to watch gladiators go fight in a ring and beat each other bloody. And honestly, you know, they told them go as hard as you can out here. We're in front of the president.
I do think it's interesting, though, just geopolitically, and I think it's all fake and lame, right? But they came to a tentative agreement to sign an agreement on the 19th about the Iran and U.S. peace agreement or whatever. And somehow they let that go on this day when they're bringing back, bread and circuses in the Coliseum. Like you said, they're merging sporting events with politics, and it all lines up.
Yes, guys, there's a GoPro in the fighter jet. There's a GoPro in the fighter jet. We're watching it with the bird's eye view. Come on, guys. America. It's Flag Day, baby. Come on, Doc. We got our flags on.
Who's walking up right now? Who's that? Oh, Dana White and the president.
Dana White and Trump, baby. Man, dude.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said, Doc, can you turn your camera just a little bit? I was like, sure.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, dude. Hey, okay. So there's our cheat, guys. You guys got it.
Nice.
We ain't gonna tell nobody. I won't.
Because the camera's on me. I can't help what's going on in the background,
guys. Plausible deniability, guys. Come on. So
I'm an
anyway,
outside thirds guy as far as camera angle. I like the outside third.
Yeah, me too. So as we're talking about we're merging into the UFC opener now. Let's talk a little bit about the UFC. We could talk a little about Ari Emanuel. How familiar are you guys with Ari Emanuel?
I have no idea who that is.
Then this is going to be.
This is going to be great.
He's a big time agent in Hollywood. I think he runs CAA, right, or owns CAA.
Okay,
he's got a few, IMG or EMG or
something really big. Yeah, and then he bought up UFC for like
American
$2 billion or something.
CEO of the WME Group and Entertainment and Media Agency.
Do you guys remember the Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds beef with this guy Balbino or whatever the fuck that guy's name is? He was like an actor that she worked with, and it was like a huge scandal, right? Well, there's in the Epstein files, okay? In the Epstein files, Ari Emanuel is being summoned to Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds to help them defame this person that she didn't like. So this huge Hollywood scandal that Candace Owens talked about and all this, he's also connected to Harley Pasternak, okay? And Harley Pasternak is the dude that like goes around and MK Ultra drugs all these celebrities like Kanye and, Brittany Murphy, who mysteriously died. Possibly, that was her trainer. And he's a trainer. So he's like a health trainer. But in Canada, he got trained up in Canada. And that's actually a place that we did MK Ultra stuff at. And I think he was trained up there, as a matter of fact, by an MK Ultra doctor, came back here and started working in Hollywood as a physical trainer. And so now he works with all these like celebrities and he's doing the MK Monarch shit on all these celebrities. So he's connected to Ari Emanuel. Ari Emanuel's brother was the ambassador to Japan recently, up until 2021. He was the mayor for Chicago. And get this, dude, get this. He's running for president in 2028, possibly. There's rumors that a dual citizen of Israel and America, who's, his brother's in the Epstein files, who owns the UFC. I think that's why Trump is so close with Dana White in the UFC, is because Ari Emanuel and his relationship with Epstein. So we'll get into that in a minute, but I want to hear your thoughts on that so far.
Well, it makes perfect sense.
He's running for president and Israel, wouldn't it? You were talking about on our show.
Oh, Trump. He's got 99% approval rate in Israel right now. Let's go.
His other brother, actually, I believe, brought in Obamacare as well. I think there's 3 of them, and one is really annoying.
So
I think they're all really annoying.
If he runs for president, and he's an Israel dual citizen, then this is just to add to the JQ movement. So who runs against him? Massey, of course. So you run a dual citizen, Ari Emanuel's brother, who's clearly in the Epstein files and clearly all over Trump's whatever. So coming out of this Trump hellscape, people are going to vote for Massey on spot, dude. So that's actually a perfect running candidacy right there. Everybody would fall for it.
Yeah. People don't realize that we're in the middle of a global color revolution. Have absolutely no idea what's happening. We'll look at, Iran and what happened there before the war started or whatever. Like, oh, look, it's a color revolution. Israel's pulling the strings. And no doubt that was definitely happening. But when it's happening on our own soil, and I would even say globally, people have absolutely no clue what's going on. And that's why, like, when people ask me if I have any advice, the only advice I have these days is make sure Jesus is number 1 in your life.
Every time.
It's so fake, and the world is going in this direction, and they think they're fighting it, but they're actually helping usher this in. as crazy as that sounds. And you're just like, man, the only truth out there is Jesus. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
No, man. You know, and so we'll get more into Ari Emanuel. What do you think, biblical?
I don't know anything about the guy, but I found something interesting.
What do you find?
That there's an artificial intelligence in the government of Albania.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys know about this?
Jared Kushner have anything to do with that?
I think so. I don't know. I haven't dug into it too much, but it was something crazy because it made me think of Kushner.
Oh, artificial
buying-
intelligence. Yeah, the prime minister is artificial intelligence. Sorry, I forgot.
Yes.
About that. Yeah.
It's-
I
Wait,
knew that.
what?
It's wild.
Yes, dude. Yes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
prime minister is an artificial intelligence.
Is artificial intelligence. It is the first non-human prime minister in the world
Yeah,
in
so it's-
Albania, no less. The
Are they
place
splitting up
Kushner-
his salary with the people?
No.
Since they're saving the
I'll
yearly,
tell you
yearly
this.
salary, they
Listen-
can split it up amongst the people.
Listen
Should.
how kind of wild this is, right? So it says the Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama appointed Delia, the world's first virtual AI government minister, as state minister for artificial intelligence to oversee public procurement and help root out state corruption. Delia means the sun.
There you go.
It's interesting.
Wow. Yeah,
Um,
dude.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I
like
saw
the
that.
sun, Apollo. Oh my gosh. All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
dude
I'm
with
so glad
Indian
you-
face
saying?
paint on.
Dude, I'm so glad you just brought that up. Hold on. That's a perfect segue to this. Dude, thank you, Steven.
I think
Yes.
that's real quick. I think that's also a perfect example that people have no clue what's going on. I mean, they protest Ivanka and Kushner buying the island and they're going nuts, but why aren't they in the streets for an AI prime minister?
Right.
You know
They
what I'm
don't care
saying?
about that.
All right.
Why don't they care about that? I got Steven on here twice. Oh, okay. You want to share this?
Yeah, well, this is it right here. This is what popped up on Google. That's wild, man. I can't believe this is true. If it is, I don't. It's AI
Yeah, so
Google, right?
Me
But
and Neff Hunter, no, me and Neff Hunter covered this whenever he was on. He just shouted me out and said that. Yeah, I knew I covered this
What up?
recently on a show. Him and I, he came on and we talked about that because Jared Kushner, you know, he was taking over that island over there. You know,
that's what I'm
he was-
saying. Yeah,
yeah.
there's something going on here.
Yep. Because he went there with the Rothschild dude. They were on a boat. And then they see the island and they're like, oh, that's a good place. You should go take it over. It's got bunkers. It's got ammunition still from World War II. Fuck, it's ready to go. So they're building like I think 100 resorts or 100,000 resorts for or something like that. No, I'm sorry. It's got 100,000 bunkers. So that's perfect
Wow.
for all these billionaires to go there because they could just they could go live underground. So I think
Right.
the resorts on the island are a cover story for the bunkers. So this
Yeah,
is
because
full
they can shut
Fallout
that
shit.
down at any time and then just reserve it for something else.
It's
You know what I'm
Fallout,
saying?
baby. Yeah, it's Fallout.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know. It's wild stuff.
Crazy.
Any updates on the new Gaza? The
Not
new
yet.
Gaza plan?
Show you this
Anything
before
like
we get
that?
off the Apollyon. I want to show you this because this is absolutely insane. You just said that. So Isaac Weishaupt, you guys know who that is, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
Yeah.
came out with this.
I'm supposed to go on his show in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, I'll be,
Nice.
fuck yeah, dude! I'll be there tomorrow. I'm going on there.
Nice.
He's got this episode or this little clip here, but look at this. Freemasons ritual aimed to birth Apollo. Oh, it's called Apollyon Rising. So he's mixing a few different theories here, but I think it's an interesting overall take. He's definitely not off. I just think it's because it kind of mixes in the America's secret destiny of America with a few other things, kind of like we do. So I don't know. He's kind of got adjacent research, I feel like.
By the Freemasons, both modern and historic, illustrate a high degree of operational magic intended to bring the prophecy about. The sole purpose of the rituals in these constructs is to raise the spirit of Osiris from the underworld into human form. The incarnation of Osiris is parodied in the House of the Temple, Herodome, during changes in U.S. presidents, just as they were in the ancient Egyptian ritual of raising Osiris into the pharaoh. But the ritual in D.C. is rehearsed in anticipation of a greater moment in time when the literal physical return of the entity Apollo Osiris will give birth to the Novus Ordo Seclorum. Think of
And that's what we were talking about, Stephen, in the beginning of this, whenever like what Trump's doing right now to lead to that.
Tom Horn talked about this, man, like 10 years ago in his book.
Oh, yeah.
He wrote several of them, but yeah, them guys at Skywatch, hell, they were talking about that stuff 10 years ago. That's crazy.
It's a rebranding of the Lucifer Rising story, but a retelling of it in a different way. You know what I mean? Like this is what they want to bring about, you know? It's funny. Everybody's got a different, it's all the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had these thoughts, you know, that at least how I'm reading it, right, is the Antichrist takes a fatal head wound and then like survives, whereas this counterfeit resurrection, and the whole world marvels. They worship him as God. And then the false prophet is like, this is God, right? And then he's like, who can go to war with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they build an image unto the beast, whatever this is now. Then this thing causes everyone to take the mark of the beast. And I've had this conversation with Jesse where we're talking about this, and I'm like, is the mark of the beast? Yes, like you can only buy and sell with it, but what's the cheese, right? Like, is the cheese that, hey, if you take this, you could be just like the Antichrist. You could live forever, you know, in some sort of, I don't know.
Oh, it's like Elon Musk has been saying you're going to have godlike abilities like Jesus had, latent abilities.
Like,
so
is the Antichrist,
they're selling it that way.
Yeah, like, is the Antichrist the world teacher, the Maitreya, the Kalki, like this,
right,
this the one to come, right? That all of the world prophecies are all talking about. That is he to die and then lead by example of how you can be God.
Yeah,
but he is God, right? He's worshipped as God, right? But then it's like, does the mark of the beast? Are you following the example and worshiping at the same time? That's why you're taking this thing. And I don't know.
I think you give your free will up. Isn't that the anti-Christ, like anti-God would be? You don't have free will, so therefore you're forced to worship whenever you have a synthetic. We can call it synthetic death and rebirth, because the whole thing with Freemasonry is this idea of you're going to die and be reborn and rise again, like the phoenix out of the ashes. And so whenever you take this Neuralink or when you take this whatever, you're essentially giving up your free will. You're giving up your essence, because if this truly is a quantum technology, it could possibly access your soul in a way where reincarnation or going to heaven or whatever you think everlasting life looks like is no longer possible. And so this would be a synthetic death and rebirth. And then now you have no free will and you're stuck in this hive mind where you have to think and act and do what everybody else does.
Yes.
That's what I think.
I think so. I think so. And I think that that's like what it means by when you worship the image of the beast, right? Like you're doing that same apotheosis process with yourself and it, right? This Antichrist, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the Neuralink thing too has a lot of interesting connections to this idea that was brought up by Verdansky and Teilhard de Chardin, which is called the noosphere, right? Like the noosphere is like this part, if you think of the earth as a globe, right? And shout out to the flat earthers out there and all this. Let's go.
Hollow like earthers, where you at? Hell yeah.
Oh yes. I don't know. But like if you're thinking of the concept of a globe, there's a geosphere, right? Where like life can be sustained. Then there's an atmosphere, and then there's, you know, like the noosphere. Mm-hmm. And they talked about this thing being the life force, like the nature, the cosmic connection. If you think of the whole entire universe in its expanse and where we're at, it's like this is how they view it, right? And Chardin was a Jesuit priest who was a New Ager and all this kind of stuff. They think that the earth and that noosphere is connected to other strands of consciousness, that ultimately everything is connected consciously, right? Yep. So it's like if
all mind.
Yes. And so when I'm looking at the picture, if you could even look it up and bring it up, just type in the noosphere and it'll show you a diagram of it, what I'm talking about. But it's almost like as if what Starlink could be, could be used for in the future to link everyone consciously.
N-O-O?
That's a part of the great work, by the way.
How do you spell it? N-O-O?
It's N-O-O. sphere.
Okay. I'm having a hard time finding an image of it. Hold on. Well, what you're describing to me reminds me a lot of like, if you look at, let me see here, the Egyptian depiction of like the universe.
Oh yeah.
It's being held together by the gods, but that area is like water. So it's like the water between waters. That's like the etheric waters. As like it says in the Bible, what does it say? He made
It's
the
a
waters
divine
and then the
sex
water.
union. It's got
Yeah.
a male and female, but then something has to get in between them and separate them. And it's them holding up the dome, but it's separating the waters.
Yeah.
And the waters separating the divine union.
And you can see that on that outside is kind of what you're speaking to, which is that area of the all mind, the plasma, you know, pure plasma area. I always think plasma when I think of this now, but I think it's all the same kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, it's got the stars out there too, by the way, which indicate this angelic spirits, not literal stars, but the angelic stars, right?
Yeah.
Here, I'll put it up.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's kind of more of a basic
idea.
That's like a basic rendition, and I'll show you the Egyptian one and how it's more of like an artistic rendition, but it's the same. Yes, you've got it. Okay. And there's so many of these, like, you know, you could look at like the Mayan calendars, kind of the same thing.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Did you just whip that out of where did you get that from?
My dog, dude. He's got it.
Who are you?
Let's go. That's how we do.
I'm AI.
That's awesome.
I'll tell you what's interesting though. I mean, we all talk about the hive mind. What is that? That's connected to that chip they're going to stick into our brain. And we would say that's AI. And I just can't help but think the actual like version of the AI they're going to hook us up to, I wonder at some point they're going to hook us up to some type of sentient AI. And that might be some actual spirit that's living.
I agree. I agree with
you. Know,
it ain't already.
Right. I know exactly. I mean, you had the Pope, right, come out with the Magnifica Humanitas or whatever it was.
About to start the first punches, guys.
Right. And then Anthropic, right? And then you had that guy who's one of the developers or founders of Anthropic, and he's explaining that they don't even really understand and know how it's coming to certain decisions or whatever.
I know.
I mean, Epstein was talking about that in the interview with Steve Bannon, and I saw it in the uncensored one they did. Yeah,
I think I know why that is, guys. So today I did a Voice to Skull episode, and as I did this episode, I started to realize, like, oh, okay, I think I understand why they don't know what it's doing, because Jose Delgado, he's the guy who put the chip in the brain of the bull, and then he had the bull, like, by the push of a button, it would stop charging him. So this guy like literally figured out how to control people with the push of a button. So if you mix that with this guy, Alan Frey, there's something called the Frey effect, where microwave pulses can make you hear shit. So we're talking like Havana syndrome, voice of God. So when you add these two together, you're getting into like voice of skull technology, right? So voice to skull is like where people hear voices and things like that.
Well, that, done, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. That's Project Bluebeam stuff, like.
Well, that's kind of what we're getting to here. Yeah, exactly. That's why
I think like a Project Bluebeam is still open to like, for me on the table, like
a version of it
can still happen. It might not happen like that. They're going to put a picture of Jesus in the sky or something, right? Like it's not going to be like that. But the ideas I think are, out of the development stage for me. Like, that.
So the people that were studying the brain, they couldn't really obviously study it as much as they wanted to. So what they did was they started getting into AI and silicon and saying, let's take what we know about the brain, put it into silicon and see where it goes from there. Maybe it teaches itself and it grows from there. So they took the little bit that they understood about a brain and replicated it in silicon. That's how we got AI deep learning. So deep learning became its own thing. So that's what I'm saying. They only understand so much about learning and consciousness and like how a brain works. They tried to replicate it and it just went on its own like a cell replicating itself. And now it's so far away, they don't understand how it works. They just know it brings it back the right answers most of the time. And so again, I think it comes from this whole mind control technology. It really and then that's why now we have chatbots that are causing psychosis because it knows how to manipulate your mind. Right. And it goes into like, if you think of something, then you see an advertisement on your phone, like it reads your brainwaves. They know how to read brainwaves now. So it's so deep now that we're just scratching the surface of understanding it, I think.
Yeah. And I got to love how the Pope comes out with this huge declaration that AI is, you know, this thing that's going to take over the world and we got to stop it, all that stuff. And meanwhile, he signs a deal with Anthropic AI. You know,
Exactly.
it's just absolutely nuts. And then people are like, oh, the Pope is base. He's talking about AI being a bad thing. And he signs a deal with these guys. And I think a lot of this stuff is to kind of, because these companies are about to go public, I think they want to kind of clean up their image before they go public, because it's kind of hard to get people to invest in something that's going to replace them.
He's not American, Doc. Sorry.
Who is an
He's
American?
not.
This fighter. I don't think he comes out in cowboy.
Red, white, and,
he came
red,
out in
white, and blue
cowboy.
trunks on.
No, he's like Mexican, I think, or something. He's from Brazil.
Well, it said there was one fighter from a foreign country and one for our country.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was him.
He doesn't even speak English half the time, I don't think. The guy with the mullet. He's really a badass fighter though, dude. I love watching
right
him
here.
fight.
No, never mind. I lied. It must have been another fight.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. You see a mullet, you think that's got to be an American. You know what I'm saying? You're like, that, nobody rocks a mullet like that from Brazil. Veritas Road, what's up, dude? I knew it. Yeah, Brazil. That's what I thought. I know my fighters. Veritas, dude. If you ain't
Somebody
busy, you
get
can
that
hop
man a
in.
green card. That mullet deserves it.
I was gonna say that earlier, dude. I think most of these fights are like Hispanics fighting either white guys or each other, and so
hilarious.
That's for Trump, dude.
That's hilarious. That's great. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, America 250, baby.
Wow.
We need, if ICE ain't gonna be beating
They
on
got
Mexicans,
Michael
then-
Buffer and everything, bro.
Yeah, dude. I think this Steve Garcia guy's American. Yep. This other guy's American.
Oh, damn. He does have a good mullet.
He does, man. And
I'm
he's a
jelly,
bad
bro.
motherfucker, dude. He's gonna knock this dude out.
I've
Almost
been letting my
guaranteed.
glorious mane grow for the past.
You do.
You know what I
year.
need to do? I need to start like people need to follow me for my betting tips for fights, because I'm telling you, watch, this dude's gonna beat him. Watch. Let's say less. All right, so let's talk about Ari Emanuel a little more. The owner of the UFC.
Thank
got,
you,
like,
Jersey.
random- Who?
In the chat, he
Oh,
said,
Jeezy.
Doc's got a badass mullet. I was like, yes. Thank you, Jersey.
Sure does. Mick Mahone. So he's got a little bit of connections with Pasternak and Ari Emanuel as well. And we saw that recently. He had the scandal come out. All these guys, man, they gravitate to this stuff. So I had to like a bunch of random shit. I just looked up Ari's connections with a bunch of this shit and put it in my bookmarks. And we'll look deeper into some of this, but TKO is what owns WWE, and that's why you have the Mick Mahone connection with Ari Emanuel as well, because TKO also owns UFC. Ari Emanuel also owns IMG Models, and that is where Epstein got his models. And then, of course, obviously the UFC girls. I mean, where do you think they get them from? I mean, that's where that comes from. So Seven
I
Seas.
thought those were Elon's bots.
Yeah, those are the sex robots from Austin
Yeah.
Powers. We just don't know that they're out yet. They got the titty guns and everything. We're ready to go, dude. Let's go.
Locked
That's
and
funny.
loaded.
Those are the robots I would consent to, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, come on. I'm about that. Titty robot or the titty guns and shit. I'm about it. It can defend my house and look good doing
Gosh,
it.
I wish I could use my soundboard right now. I'd lock you up.
Yeah, dude. Straight to jail. So this is a confirmed victim of Jeffrey Epstein, stating, as a matter of fact, that there's an underage facility beneath Zorro Ranch dedicated to conceiving the Antichrist. Shout out Seven Seas. This would add an additional nefarious layer to that, and is still operational through people like Ari Emanuel and Lex Wexner, arguably the most egregious sexual trafficking operation in human history. So he says you can recall the underground black market organ operations that were out of the synagogue in New Jersey in 2000s. They were respected members of the community that were carving people up and selling their places. And we could click on this in a minute. Positions of power themselves create and entice this sort of behavior in individuals. Psychopaths and the elite are really a chicken and egg situation. So this is Richard Willett, who is a survivor of Epstein, who was talking about that. Epstein and the Moon Children. Trump's the Moon Child. That's so funny how that connects.
Wait. Real quick. Did you say that guy Richard is a survivor of Epstein?
That guy right there that was just talking.
This
That guy
guy's a
right there?
survivor.
The
of
guy
Epstein
that's
right
on
here.
David. He's on like David Icke's platform big time. He's
Bro.
Yeah, that's this guy. Why is his name
He's on
Dragon
David
Apple?
Icke. He's on Gaia. No
Well,
way.
He's on Iconic. Yeah. So he
Yeah.
does a lot of stuff with his son, and his show is on the Iconic network. Yeah.
Well, dude, you know that there's
Are
a
we
victim who
seeing-
survived that said that Epstein shapeshifted while he was having sex with her, and so I think that that's got because David Icke, like obviously is all about the shapeshifting lizard people.
Dude, I find that an interesting connection, don't y'all?
Oh,
That
absolutely.
he's connected to the New Age movement, and he's talking about being a
Mhm.
survivor and exposing Epstein, and Epstein only has this
This
kind of
particular guy, though, I would give a pass. This guy's probably just trying to see who will hear his story. It's not like he's pushing anything. I mean, he's literally saying that like Epstein's trying to create the Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know
Right.
what I mean? Like, I don't know. Now, if David Icke, a New Age guy, will talk to him, I mean, I don't think that's a decisive factor of anything. I would, you know what I mean? But hey, that would mean that, yeah, we got some nefarious Epstein survivor actors out there, which I do think is a thing, by the way, Steven.
I wonder what's his thing with like reptilians and
You want to
all
hear this
kind
a
of
little
stuff.
bit? Let's see what he has to
let's hear
say
it.
about Zorro Ranch and Epstein's Moonchild research.
It connects into Jack Parsons, who was an occultist and rocket scientist, and it connects to Aleister Crowley. Now, it was Hubbard and Jack Parsons that performed something called the Babylon working ritual, which seemed to be to conjure up a person so the Antichrist could be born through them. And this all seems like it connects. And that was, then he went on, Hubbard, obviously, to create Scientology. And you've got the Scientology part there, haven't you? With that Trementina base in the middle of New Mexico. So something's going on in terms of this end times prophecy and what they're doing. Epstein was involved with something end times-esque that relates back to the occult. And that's what I think they're hiding from us. And what you've said about waking up in a laboratory underneath of a ranch, I completely believe. But you're the only...
Juliette Bryant, she woke up in a laboratory, paralyzed, naked on the table. And this is what I think the alien abductions are really about. See how the alien stuff connects back to the Epstein situation? Because I don't think it's about abducting people. Like, aliens aren't abducting people. Our government is, and they're obviously doing MK Ultra shit to make people think that it's aliens. And the reason why they're doing it must be the same reason why Epstein was doing it. That's why he took Los Alamos scientists to Zorro, to continue this.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
This guy, I don't know.
Anyone
We'll
who's
see what he
saying
says.
that happened to them.
I don't see how he connects to Babylon working to Epstein. I'm kind of confused. I guess it's the same ritual, or I don't know.
Another woman messaged me and said that there's another victim who said that happened to her, but apparently she's dead now.
Oh, God, yeah.
So, I think a lot of people are too scared to speak out. I come from a family where my mum has always...
You think she's standing? You think she did that whole interview standing up?
Is he the survivor or is she the survivor?
So she's the survivor.
She's for sure the survivor. I've seen her.
Now
go
I'm
on.
confused too. Okay, you're right. This is the survivor. The other
Okay.
guy,
Is
and by the
told
way,
to
I don't
speak
like
the
his name.
no matter what.
Wait, is he
Interesting.
Richard Willette? Who's Dragon Apple?
Ooh.
Is her name Dragon Apple?
Dragon Apple.
If her
Man.
name's Dragon Apple, then I don't fucking believe her. What are we doing here?
Right?
Well,
Come on, man.
I would say one thing. I think Virginia Gouffre was a bit of a psyop, especially with all the
with you.
lawsuits afterwards. If you'd pay attention to who her lawyer was, it's one of those, I forget what his name was, but he was like the lawyer of Black Cube. He was the lawyer of like all these elite guys in DC, and he's the one that's handling the lawsuit against whoever that prince was in England.
Yeah.
I think the Virginia Gouffre was a bit of a psyop.
I'm with you. And here's the thing, dude. It gets back into my theory about exposure gate. This all gets into like, we just got to expose as much corruption and get it out there that everybody's as degraded as possible. Not to say it's not true, but even we're going to add to it with fake shit too, on top of it, just to really, sell it. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing. And on top of that, it muddies the water. You don't know what's real.
Yeah. And also, how do you defeat an enemy by exposing them if they're exposing themselves?
Mm-hmm.
You don't
You
want
know-
to fight a man who's already exposed himself.
It's like, oh, we're exposing them. Well, we
Nobody wants
previously
to
did
fight
that.
a naked guy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it seems like it all kind of falls under like the externalization of the hierarchy, like
Yes.
where there's the Black Lodge that will be exposed, and that there's this war in the mystery schools, and that pretty much the forces that are running the world now will be exposed at some point, then that's when the new world religion will come in, according to Bailey's work. But so that's why I see all this stuff happening.
I've worked that into my theory as well with you, because I do think that plays a huge role.
I think that's why the Epstein list got dropped, and I think that's why there's all these connections to all these dark stories, and it's just dark operations, right?
That's what a lot of people say about the alien stuff. They think it's a huge distraction to get people to forget about the Epstein list. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that.
Everything's a distraction from the Epstein list. The Iran war is a distraction from the Epstein list, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
But that Brazilian has a strong chin. He took several good overhand.
Dude, this guy can take it, bro.
Jaw.
I call him the Brazilian zombie. So we have the Korean zombie, the Vietnamese zombie. This is the Brazilian zombie, bro. He can eat it.
But like, have you ever thought of the
power, bro?
Yep,
have you ever thought of the Epstein files as like that the conspiracy is the conspiracy? Have you ever kind of felt that way?
Yes.
About it, that like
with aliens
purposely
too.
Yeah, like all of this is meant to just be talked about so that humanity moves in a certain direction.
I said this on Tinfoil Hat the other day. I was like, it seems like it like we need to start breaking down what we kind of even believe in as truthers and conspiracy people, and be like, how much of this has been put forward to fuck with our reality and understanding of our own, world, because yes, there's things to question. Yes, there is conspiracies, but how much of it, since they know there's people that question, have they added on to really sell the cake? Like,
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah.
I mean, I do think it's interesting that what they did give us of the Epstein files, it kind of confirmed what QAnon was. And then I think, what's his name? Alex Jones just came out talking about how QAnon started, and he said it was Steve Bannon and that they were trying to use him. But he said, no, I'll promote some things, but I'm not tied to any agency or anything like that. So, if QAnon was tied to Steve Bannon and this idea of traditionalism, they're exposing themselves without a doubt.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I have a video here of Ian Carroll. Go ahead while I bring that up, because this is interesting.
Mullet Man's going to lose. He's taking a beating.
You're wrong. He ain't gonna.
I'm sorry.
He's gonna get it, dude.
Has a chin,
he wins every time.
Dude, he got him. He got him.
No, dude, Mullet Man is.
I know my shit, bro. Watch, he's gonna put him out.
No, he's good, bro.
He was taking
Mullet Man is good, bro.
I thought he was going to chop him down.
That guy can
knock him out, bro.
Hey, this guy's got a good use of jabs. I'm loving the jabs. He's keeping him away. But when he gets in, he's gonna put him down, dude.
That's crazy. Made me eat my words. Like, just as soon as I said
Dang.
it, he hit him with an
telling you.
overhand
He's got a little
right.
chin, bro. He takes hits purposely. I don't know why.
I'm telling you. Well, dude, I get that. It'll wake you up
a beating on purpose.
It will.
Sometimes it wakes you up and it gets you back in your zone. You tap into your skills whenever you get tapped a few times. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. He's about to finish it. Let's go. Done. Told you. Mullet Man takes the
I
win.
mean, I'm ahead of you guys. When
Yeah.
I was hooping and hollering, it was over.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay, well, that's gonna be a fun. Well, don't tell me what's happening, because I'm behind you. Damn. Okay, so I just saw him put him down. Yeah, dude. I've told you.
You better buckle up for this. I'm just gonna.
All right, so this is what you were just talking about here. Now, I posted on this and said, "You motherfucker, you beat me to it." I was gonna talk about this on the UFC fight live. Here's the thing, though. He didn't really beat me to it, because his information isn't really full, and it's not really given the full context. He says that Steve Bannon and Epstein founded and ran QAnon. Like, that's not really true. They had an idea and they put it into work and operation through the government and people like General Michael Flynn. And for Trump, like, I don't know, it's just there's more context that he leaves out.
I'm gonna read very mainstream sources, and I'm gonna let you fill in the blanks. And don't worry, it won't be hard to do. So in case we're not clear, we're talking about the UFC, the biggest mixed martial arts fighting promotion in the world. They're owned by TKO Group Holdings, which is owned by Endeavor Group Holdings. And the CEO of TKO Group is Ari Emanuel. And he is also the CEO of Endeavor, the bigger company, along with Patrick Whitesell, the executive chairman. But I guess his name is probably pronounced Ari Emanuel because it's Jewish, not Mexican. His father, Jerusalem-born Benjamin Emanuel, was a pediatrician who was in the Irgun, a Zionist paramilitary
That's a
group
fucking terrorist
operated
group.
in mandatory Palestine during the 30s and 40s.
Crazy.
To clarify, paramilitary group means terrorist organization. And just to clarify, that is not my definition.
What does he say
or
about
Hamas's
the?
definition or Palestinians' definitions. That is literally the Israeli government's definition. In 1948,
this is the one about the UFC. Alex Jones put one out about Steve Bannon and Epstein starting QAnon. My apologies.
Yeah.
Outlawed the Irgun and Lehi groups, declaring them terrorist organizations. Basically, everyone inside and outside of Jewish worlds called them terrorists.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna let it play out, and then you guys can talk about it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I even think
keep doing the hand gestures.
Or I'll pause it and I'll wait and I'll come play it after. Do you want me to?
No,
do that?
you can run it.
Okay, I'll run it.
Here's a list of the bombings that they were responsible for. So anyways, his dad was a Zionist terrorist from back when Israel was being formed. And now he runs the UFC. Well, he owns the UFC. Dana White runs it. But that is just the start of this. Because he has two brothers. This one was Obama's White House chief of staff after years in senior positions in the Clinton administration. But there's another one. This one works at the Center for American Progress, the Wharton School, Harvard, and the NIH. But don't worry, the deep state is not real. Oh, yeah. And President Joe Biden named him one of the 16 members of the COVID-19 advisory board. All three of those guys, their dad was an Israeli terrorist that even the Israeli government outlawed because their terrorist acts were so fucked up, like bombing civilians.
Damn, he went on this fucking one guy for a long time, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. All right, well, it's all right. Ian Carroll. I've kind of lost my affinity for him. How do you guys feel about him?
Well, he deceived an entire group of people looking for the truth into voting for the Zio cartel agenda, despite all the warnings on the wall. You know, Marian Adelson gave Trump $250 million way before he was elected. So, you know, I think he was a pawn in the influence industrial complex. I don't even know if he was necessarily connected to intelligence. He might be.
Right.
But it doesn't matter.
Well, he's connected to Flynn, and he's old spook, and he's connected to fucking the Fort Bragg, counterintelligence. I'm sorry, the JFK, the shit that Tulsi Gabbard was trained at with Joe Kent. That's the place where they do psyops from.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a real thing. It's called the JFK what is it called? It's called like
it's the PSYOP school, but
I got it. Unconventional Warfare Center. JFK Unconventional Warfare Center.
It is interesting, though, that the two recent dissidents from MAGA who are being prompted as heroes, they both trained at the Fort Bragg PSYOP school.
Exactly.
Like, you can't make this up.
Yes.
And people have no clue, or they just don't care because they want to hear things that tickle their ear.
Do you want to know, Steve? Do you want to know who else was at that center?
Who?
Oh my God, I'm gonna forget his name. It's OKC bomber, Tim, or is it Tim? Come on.
I don't know.
Come on, guys.
Timothy McVeigh.
Timothy
McVeigh.
He was there too. So he fought in the military, then he went to train for special operations, and he hurt his ankle. So they said that he didn't pass training, but there's something called sheep dipping, and that's whenever you actually make somebody.
Dude, that sounds dirty.
Yeah, it is dirty as hell. It's whenever so he got sheep dipped, bro. So they made him a civilian in public, but in reality, he was actually an undercover like special operator. And so he then infiltrated the militias in the 90s. This was called PatCon, Patriot Con. And it was a conspiracy, kind of like COINTELPRO, where the feds would infiltrate groups like Black Panther and things like that. Well, this time they infiltrated the militias. So people like Bill Cooper had Timothy come up to him, and he was like, "Yo, fuck this guy. He's got something wrong with him. I don't trust him." Yep. He said, "Get out of here."
Something was up. He's like he was a Fed plan or something.
Didn't he come to his house?
He come knocking at his door, and he run him off. He's like, "I don't know what give you the impression that we're cool, or I wanted you to come visit, but."
Because he saw him at a convention. He saw him at a convention in like Tallahassee once. And he's like, yeah, he gave me weird vibes. And then after that, dude shows up at Bill Cooper's house. He's like, bro, I didn't like you. Like, what are you doing? So this is obviously the feds trying to infiltrate.
Yes.
Right. And then Bill Cooper dies by gunshot later, of course, right?
Yeah. Which we need to go through that book. I got the transcripts of all of his.
Now, what do you think about? What do you think about his story?
We are doing that soon, please. Like next week, we should start our first Mystery Babylon episode.
Like, what do you think of his story? You know, when he's on the naval ship and a UFO goes into the water or it goes out of the water. I can't remember exactly, but
transmedium object comes out.
Transdimensional
Yes,
or whatever. I don't know.
So
Are you talking about Bill Cooper?
Yeah,
yeah.
And he saw that. He saw that happen, but he said that
shit.
he believed he was being manipulated into telling people about aliens. He actually thinks it was a government operation. He fell for it for a while. He said, I fell for this, but you know what? The more I've been in the ufology movement, I've realized this is just a government psyop. And he came out against it. Now, you'll never find that on Wikipedia. They say he's a ufologist and a conspiracy. They never say that he went against ufology, even though he was big against it.
I will throw a black pill in it real quick. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, could it be too that he discovered what we just now, are coming to grasps with that, yes, there are plants in this movement that, like Mockingbird, have their government approved, stuff they got to push out. And he just kind of had some interaction with some of those people and just said, oh, it's all government instead of maybe a little bit of both. But the government stuff is the reverse engineered, fallen angel info or whatever, that's the thing I was going to say.
I think he figured that out, the Mystery Babylon plan.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about Bill Cooper, just a little black pill in there. He's associated with the same Masonic Boys organization as Thomas Massey. He was associated with Demolay International. Yeah.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. I have an episode of his radio show where he talks about that. And he says that he believes this is why he was put the places where he was put throughout his life, because he thought he would be used as a useful person for this agenda. So I believe he's one of the good guys, okay? Only because he's not alive today, like Alex Jones is, right? And I think that he's telling the truth when he says he was put places he wouldn't have otherwise been put because of the Demolay Society. But he didn't go along with it, and that's why they're after him. Just saying, that's what he says. And, he's dead, so I like to always give both sides to any any dead man story deserves that at least.
They murdered him at his doorstep, bro.
Yeah, dude. Well, he shot 2 cops in the head on the way in, or at least one.
Well, yeah, he took a couple with him on the way out. But
he did, dude. And somebody said that knew him. They said, "You're lucky you got him before he got in that door, because he had an AK sitting on the other side of his front door."
Oh, dude.
So he was gonna come around blapping, dude.
Yeah. Well, they baited him out anyway. I think how they done it was dirty as hell.
They did,
because what it was is he lived up on a hill, had a good view of the town and stuff, and teenagers would go up there and party and make out and vandalize, do all kind of stuff. And it was like at the end of a cul-de-sac, but there was only 3 or 4 people that lived there, and they all were in agreement. They didn't want people up there, and they told Bill to watch it and run people off and stuff. And so the feds dressed up as teenagers, blasted music, was throwing beer cans all over the place to draw him out, to get him to.
They studied his personality type.
Yes.
Yeah, they understood.
And when he got aggressive, then that would give them a reason to search and all this other stuff. But when he went out there, he smelled something was wrong. He got out and he's like, no, this ain't right. He got back in his car and started flying back to his house. Well, they jumped back in the car and followed him full speed. He didn't know they were cops. They didn't announce themselves. They were in civilian clothing, chasing him high speed down the road. Then he gets to his driveway. They warp in, jump out, guns drawn. Hell, he didn't know. They didn't announce they were cops or nothing. So yeah, he pulled out his pistol and started to defend himself, and they murdered him, dude.
Steven, tax evasion, bro. Tax evasion, dude. That's all this was about. Officially, the story is tax evasion. That's what you'll find officially. It's like, yo, why would you pull up on a guy with plain clothes, lure him out of his house, and then practically attack him? You know what I mean? Over tax evasion. So that's really fishy, dude. And he said, by the way, he said that they're going to come to my house probably in the middle of the night, try to tell me they're taking me for some bullshit, and they're going to say I shot a cop so they could kill me. And he said, the truth is, I probably will, because I'm not going out without a fight. This is something he said. He predicted his own
That's
death.
what the government does, dude. I mean, I'm not defending, the Davidians, but what happened to them at Waco, prime example.
Absolutely, dude. That was fucked up. Ruby Ridge was way worse. They'll kill a lady with a child in her hands, and the child. I mean, it's crazy, dude.
Jeez,
the history of our and Timothy McVeigh. Speaking of that, it was on the anniversary of Ruby Ridge or Waco, I can't recall, that he did that bombing, the OKC bombing.
Wow.
Yeah. And he actually there was some papers that showed that the Clintons were stealing money in Arkansas through their real estate schemes, and all the files were at that building. And so, of course, that building's the one that went, right?
Yeah. And I learned that from that Bill Cooper documentary. They done a documentary, and
He's so good. Yep.
and they talked about that the Clintons were involved, and they were trying to hide all that smuggled real estate money.
Yeah, not many people know that because he's one of the few people that really talked about the Whitewater incident with you. Some people know it. It's almost like quiet, secret knowledge amongst like influencers. It's like they don't talk about it. Nobody talks about it. It's kind of weird.
I have a question. Did Bill Cooper ever say what his spiritual beliefs were?
Christian, but he said
he was a Christian.
He said, "My beliefs, don't matter. I'm here to get a message."
Yeah.
out."
I
But I
think he
was
was
just
more
curious.
Gnostic leaning, in my personal opinion, but he kept talking about Christ. I follow Christ,
Mhm.
So, but he never would say, I'm a Christian.
But he
or I'm
hated
this or
Manly P. Hall,
that.
though. He didn't like Manly P. Hall, which is so weird if you're like a Gnostic type. Manly P. Hall is the cleanest that I've seen of the Masons. Like, he's very good about just being a regular Mason. Like, he doesn't seem evil. He talks about black magic as being a bad thing. Manly P. Hall does. So why would he not like him if that's the case? Just curious. I don't know. I'm just wondering. It's crazy. I mean, I wish he was alive, dude. I'd love to talk to Bill Cooper, dude. That'd be the fucking dream, bro.
Yeah, he'd be on my dream list of guests for sure.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Here, let me pull these back up. I got a bunch of bookmarks there. Doc,
I got one of them. I got Steve Quayle.
What's that? Who?
Dream guest bucket list. I got
Steve
one
Quayle.
of them. I got Steve Quayle.
Mine was like, okay, so whenever I first started this, I was like, if I get on tinfoil hat, then I did it. I got on that like within a year, and now I just did 2. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta raise my bar. You know what I mean? So it's going a lot better than I could have ever hoped. So I'm very grateful.
Oh
So
yeah.
God's good, man.
God's good, man. Absolutely.
I would have loved to interview Heiser and have his take
Yes.
on what's going on now, because it seems like it's really picked up since he passed away. And he has some great takes.
Absolutely.
I love Mike.
Yeah, dude.
What
I'm
was your
actually
favorite book he wrote? Mine actually is the Reversing Herman. That's probably my favorite one.
I don't really read much, but I pretty much listen to every single episode of his podcast, Straight Bible. It's one of the best. If you really want
Naked Bible.
Naked Bible, yeah, it's not Straight Bible. That's NDS. If you really want like meat, when it comes to the Bible, check out the Naked Bible podcast. I listen to that all day long. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've listened to every episode at least once. I loved it.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. Naked Bible podcast.
Naked Bible. I'll have to check that out as well sometime. All right, this guy. So this was sent to be my Neff Hunter. I won't play the whole thing, but in the beginning here, it's kind of what we already talked about a little bit. He talks about the movie. He's talking about Disclosure Day. I mean, realistically, you guys have seen the movie. Maybe this will just get you guys your memory jogged for what you saw, and we could talk a little bit about
That
Disclosure
come from
Day.
Neff, and you trust it?
I know, dude. I know. You got to watch him. You got to watch him.
He's a plant.
I know. I tell you, he puts his stuff in my Discord, and I got to worry about it. I'm like, all right, man. No, yeah, let's check this out. Shout out, Neff.
I'm not going to give anything away about the film, but I do want to talk about it. I did connect some dots, and I want to kind of navigate this in a way that doesn't tell you anything about the film, but also gives you something to think about before you go in. So, first of all, opening weekend is this weekend, right? The film technically opens today. There's also something else happening this weekend on the White House lawn. And I just thought it was kind of strange then that the film opens with a pro wrestling match. It could have opened with anything. It really didn't have any.
I just want to add something here. So do you guys remember whenever Trump almost got shot at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Yes.
So that was at the same hotel that Reagan got shot at.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And Reagan lived, right? He got shot and he lived, right?
Yep.
Just like Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania. And so
that's what I'm saying. I think they tried to make a push for this end times in the 80s, and it just didn't work. And they're doing it now.
You're exactly right, because what was Reagan's motto? It was "Make America Great." And so you have these weird
And
correlations.
how quickly would our differences disappear if we were combated? by a what do you
There it
call
is.
it?
An
A
outside
superior
enemy from
race.
another, yep. An outside force or enemy from another world. And so what if that's the last correlation with Reagan's administration that we're going to see? And that was what made me think UFC at the White House on his birthday. He's the moonshot. Like that's where I came up with this little theory. But it's just so interesting that Spielberg put this in his movie. It's like, if it doesn't happen tonight, then what was the edging for? I'm never gonna care about aliens again. If nothing happens. I swear to God, never again will I care about any of this again.
I want to see the clouds part and a huge mothership coming over the front lawn, just like Independence Day, or I'm out.
I better see it, dude.
Context in the grand scheme of the film.
Oh, Bo's about to fight.
Just served a purpose as a.
See, Bo had a real quick on the fights here. Bo had a lot of hype around him.
Guy.
He had a lot of hype around him, and I really liked him. And then he got his ass whooped in this one fight recently. I'm like, all right, well, some people just get hyped up too much. We'll see how he does. All American wrestler.
Setting for kind
of. He can pick up as like he's a guy with big ears and red hair. He's probably dangerous.
He'll be all right. Yeah, fighting Irish, dude.
He's part Nephilim.
Could be also
Fuck
doing
yeah.
the same thing. The next thing I want to talk about is the name of this structure, because they're nicknaming this the Claw. And the president said that maybe he'll leave it up.
Oh, Steven, did I show you what else Jesse made for me?
Sure. But when have we heard the term
nice
referenced before? If you're my
Can you
age,
tell what that is?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that in a movie. Yeah.
It's Falcor.
Yes.
From Never Ending Story.
Wow.
Right.
Dude. The Claw.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
And then the Claw, you got the Pizzagate, Comet Pizza. Or whatever, remember?
Oh,
Comet Pizza?
yeah.
You had that weird connection with you had the adrenochrome number in the movie too.
Right.
So it's got that Epstein correlation as well.
This is ludicrous.
And I just think it's kind of funny that it's little green men talking about the Claw. All right, whatever. Maybe it's a
good connection.
The next thing I want to talk about, which may be completely irrelevant to this, but is very timely.
Well, we'll leave them off on a good note. Hell yeah, dude.
That's kind of interesting.
It was a little interesting, with the Toy Story. So Ari Emanuel right here is talking about sushi and Oreo ice cream, pistachio ice cream, just weird foods that we all email about this. Like when we're talking, don't we always talk about our pistachio ice cream love and our Oreo fetishes?
All the time.
Every
That's
day.
the first thing I send.
Honestly, dude, Ben, how many times this week have I told you how much I love croffles? Do you know what a croffle is?
No, I don't, but I hit you up and said I just like bathing in pizza.
Yeah, every day, dude. I get sick of it. No, dude, the croffles are the croissant waffles. You ever had one of those?
I know.
They're fucking fire, dude. Fire, dude. All right, let's see what's up with this. Ari Emanuel. Oh, fuck. Don't do that to me.
Oh, I think you caught it. I think you caught it in time.
Castrated him? What? Let's zoom in on this. What the fuck? He talks about castrating somebody? I'll look this up while we're talking and see where I can find this inside of the Epstein files, because he talks about castrating somebody.
Texting nonstop from China.
God, bastards. All right. So I don't know what the hell you would ever say castrating in an email for.
Jeez.
Unless you meant it. What kind of code is that for? So Top Lobster, shout out Top Lobster. If aliens don't show up to this, what the fuck is it for?
I'm telling you, they just need to disintegrate somebody with a laser gun, and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
One vaporized being.
Why doesn't the scriptwriter write that in?
On the ground.
Well, didn't someone take a picture of? I think I see it right there. Actually, like there was a lightning strike right behind the White House with a rainbow.
Mm-hmm. All right. There you go. Yep, lightning striking with the rain. Look at that. Boom. That is beautiful, by the way. Look at that.
This is during the event?
This is yesterday or something, right?
This is, I think, just before the event or yesterday. Was it yesterday? Could have been yesterday. I can't remember.
June 13th, yesterday. So this was, I guess, Fight Night Energy is taking over DC. Jesus, dude. Yeah, this is like full Roman Coliseum. Let's listen to the roars of the new Rome that we now live in. The Fourth Reich. It's actually kind of weak. Just a little weak, I expected more.
I'm not worried.
Morpheus, Doc is checked out. I'm watching the fight.
Yeah, Doc's chilling, bro. He's good. That's funny, dude.
Who we got
Well,
fighting?
I'm a
Doc?
redneck.
Doc's got to keep
I
us
can't
updated.
resist a fight.
What I say, bro? Bo's an all-American wrestler. This dude's gonna fucking. Here's the thing, though. This other guy might be better at grappling than him, so I don't know why the hell he would do that. All right, let's check this guy out here. This is a Stargate remote viewer. I don't trust them as far as I could throw them at all. Joe McMonagle. I've heard his name before. He says that we're on the verge of discovering an interdimensional portal to travel between stars. Disturbingly, he claims the aliens could send us back to the Stone Age if we misuse it. What the hell does that mean? If we misuse the portal. Okay. Yeah, dude.
Golly.
I know. That's why I want to play it, because I knew exactly, Steven. So this is the big discovery that's coming down the pike. We've been watched very carefully. Still considered children playing with matches. What were you going to say, Steven?
No, so it's like this new world religion has to come into existence by, it seems like, only one way. And the way is the
apocalypse.
Stories like this, yes. Talking about a coming cataclysm or an apocalypse. Or
the great unveiling is an apocalypse, and by great unveiling, it has to be done in a violent way, but not necessarily by like a deathly violent, but like abrupt.
The shift, right?
Yes,
like it's like, and there's always, that's where I think the whole Atlantean mystery thing comes into the play, because it's it's really has a lot to do with self-remembrance and trying to get humanity in the full, right? To believe that they have potential. I don't know, like it's a human potential movement behind this. And also, to remember, hey, see, because the story is going to wrap back around that this happened before.
Yep.
Right. Like that there was a cataclysm before, and that there was a global flood, whatever it is, it's going to, the same story goes across all cultures.
They're saying that now, dude. The newest version, the newest episode of Joe Rogan.
And that's what I think when the Bible says, as in the days of Noah, so will it be when the coming of Son of Man happens. Well, it's kind of like, too, that something we can take from that. I'm not saying this is all of the interpretations, but this one little interpretation is where, if that antediluvian period was Atlantis, then there was a cataclysm that happened and destroyed Atlantis, right? So as in those days, it'll be like in the days of Revelation. Well, the same story and the same dialect that we see going back and forth right now would happen, and it would be something that everyone would be talking about. It wouldn't be a conspiracy anymore. It would be like everyone's being revealed all this stuff to talk about. It's over.
Oh, got him, didn't he? Bo got him, didn't he?
And then ultimately,
I'm 2 for 2. I'm telling you, take my bets. Hey, you email me and you don't give me a cut if you get some money on a bet. I got you on any UFC fight. I will call that bet and be right. I guarantee it.
I just knew he was a Nephilim redhead, so it was over before it even started.
So far, 2 for 2 so far, baby.
He's got an extra gene or something.
Dude, I call fights all the time. I fucking love it, dude. I used to want to be an amateur UFC fighter or not UFC, but MMA fighter by 21, and I started smoking weed and hanging out with the wrong people back in the 17. So I fucked that up, didn't I?
Well, it seems like we could try our hands at being commentators tonight, guys.
We're doing it.
Do some killer commentation. We'll make up some personas and voices and catchphrases.
Well, you know what commentators don't do? They don't tell you who the fuck's gonna win, and I will. Okay. So you're welcome. You're welcome, dude.
Oh, you're muted, Ben. But it seems like in the movie, there was World War III that was a chaotic thing that was happening in the world, right? It's like this idea of cataclysm and this idea, like that's what's going to help usher all this crap in. And it could be in our day, it could be World War III. World War III would be something that everyone would fear. The end of humanity is happening.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Well, I mean, it's definitely the end of the current system. So they can usher in their new system, right? So maybe that's how they destroy the physical system that we see, country versus country, religion versus religion. And then you have this antichrist figure that comes back and goes, who's to blame? God. More specifically, the Abrahamic religions. And that would kind of springboard this, ascended masters when the aliens come back.
Oh, exactly. And you know, speaking of that, even if nothing crazy alien stuff happens tonight, this is indicative of a new order that America is. It's the 250th anniversary. It's Flag Day, and Trump, like a Caesar Roman emperor, had the UFC move it from Saturday, they've never done before, to a Sunday on his birthday, and now it's on the White House floor, and it's diplomatic to do so now. So we are walking into a unprecedented America. Either way, whether or not there's aliens, it doesn't really matter because the writing's on the wall here. We're no longer America. The
Don King would be
whatever.
proud.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I
Only in
find,
America, baby.
what I find interesting is that most empires, there's been, I forget what the guy's name is, but he did some study into empires. Most empires last for like 250 years. So that America's, and that's a real thing. Just Google like 250 years empires and you'll find it. And now that, you know, America's facing that, I wonder if we're going to see, you know, the collapse of the West.
Yeah. The collapse of the West is here. I mean, there's a controlled demolition of our economy, the global economy, the US dollar occurring right now. Oil and fertilizers an all-time low. Trump announces today that there is a ceasefire in action and the Straits of Hormuz are going to open. Why? Well, because he's doing this spectacle. Wait till tomorrow or next week. I bet you we're right back into the same boat.
Oh, we
because
are.
This is a controlled demolition, to your point.
No, but it's also like WWF. I see this. I'll just take last week, for example. You know, Trump comes out with this tweet. He goes, I talked to Israel. I also talked to Lebanon. There's going to be no more fighting back and forth. We're good with Iran. And then like clockwork, as you expect, you know, Bibi comes out and bombs Lebanon. Then the deal's off the table. But while each step of this stuff was happening, depending on what side you're on, the people are, yeah, let's go, or this guy's evil. It's really one big, you know, theatrical release. And in all these, you know, matches, you have your heel, you have your good guy, and that changes depending on what point of view you have. But I mean, it's all so fake and it's all so predictable at this point. Like,
Absolutely.
I don't think we're going to see a real peace deal.
No. And yeah, it's going to be the new Gaza. As
But who are they going to blame it on, right? Once again, but who will they blame it on in this theatrical release? Well, clearly Netanyahu, because I guarantee you, this Iranian deal is not going to stop the Greater Israel Project. These politicians are talking about it publicly in Israel.
Have you noticed recently they're shifting from Netanyahu to saying that there's people that are trying to force Netanyahu to go further? So they're saying like Ben-Gvir is even farther to the right than Netanyahu. So they're setting up that all of Israel's just as bad. If anything, Netanyahu's the mild one. So they're starting to set that narrative up. Have you seen that yet?
Wow.
Yeah. They say Netanyahu is their puppet because he was trying to get back into power and he had to find a coalition behind him. Mm-hmm. And it was the ultra right wing version of, you know, whatever that group of people is called in Israel. And Ben-Gvir, and then he's out there calling the Palestinians subhuman and all this type of crazy stuff. And this is what I have to say. Like, it's nuts. It's like they're saying this stuff to get the reaction that we are having, right? Because it does not help them out geopolitically to have Ben-Gvir come out, call the Palestinians dogs, and that we're going to go kill people for fun. It doesn't help them. So you got to ask yourself, why do they do it? And why are they continuing to do it? Mm-hmm. Same thing with the merging of the U.S. and American intelligence when it comes to the military. I say they already do that behind closed doors. So why are they trying to make it official? It's just pissing people off. Well, if you know the end game and that's this final battle, it just all the pieces are kind of fitting in this puzzle.
Oh, they're fitting. Dude, Doc, your vibes are just fucking stellar right now. I love it. I love it. Let's go. What do you got, Doritos? Yes, sir. I called it. Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, what are you doing? Well, you come on over here real quick. You just say hello. It's my little boy. It's my little buddy.
Oh, what's up, bud?
Look, he matches the vibe, the green and black. He knew what to wear.
There you go.
He knew what to wear. It's his little snuggie robe. What's up, dude? You out of here? No. All right, well, you get out of here. I got a little crazy stuff
had the
to talk
golden
about.
srirachas. Those are
love
amazing.
Dude, the srirachas
what is it he said on
fire.
Wayne's World? He said, I would never bow to any corporate sponsor.
Hey, how big are the Takis out there? Do you guys have a lot of Taki chips out there in the South?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're huge in LA because we got a whole bunch of Mexican people. And that, you know, those are gnarly chips.
Dude, I haven't
Which
tried
I don't
those
like
ones.
the taste of those.
Have you tried the naked ones? The ones that are like white bags?
No.
Dude,
I want
they're
my dye.
crazy. They're weird, man. I'm like, what is this? They got a garlic parmesan flavor. I'm like, all right, I'll try that one. It was just weird, dude. It tasted like ranch. Like the Doritos ranch. I don't know. I don't eat that shit usually. I was like, I'll try the naked ones. They probably got worse stuff in there than they do in the regular ones. How do you make it invisible? Like the
Hey, the Facebook guy was there. Did you see that?
Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
Was he
He was
wearing
just over
his
there talking
cool?
to him.
Well, you know, he's a jiu-jitsu guy now, right? He's a badass now, right? We're supposed to believe that
You mean his clone?
Yeah.
Dude, when he came out and he was all super cool all of a sudden.
Have you seen that he looks just like a Habsburg?
He does?
Yeah, he looks like one of the Habsburgs. Like, look identical. Here, I'll show him to you.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Steven's not here, so I won't play that video yet. Let's look up the Habsburg. And then Zuckerberg is really close to Habsburg.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a sucker. All
And
right, hold on a second.
Neff said something to add on to what I was saying about, Adelson gave Trump the money way before he was elected. And why didn't they bring it up? And it goes all the way back to when he was bailed out by the Rothschilds. People forget he married his daughter in to the Kushners before he was elected the first time. And the Kushners owned the 666 building. And that's why I'm so hard on all the truth tellers out there within this influential industrial complex that came out and they deceived all these people into voting for Trump because they needed to get the agenda over the hump. And now we're watching phase 2 of the agenda, which would be the destruction of Zionism, which would ultimately lead in this great battle.
Well, I'm so glad you said that. Look at this shit. So anyway, that guy, that's one of the Habsburgs right there. You see him? But the one that I was thinking of, doesn't he? That's not even the one I was thinking of. There's another one that looks more like him. They all look the same because they're incestuous. And let me get out of here. And yeah, so that was
Polly Shore. Inbreeders.
They gotta keep that Nephilim blood pure. You gotta incest. Hey, you were just talking about this. So I said this the other day, like Mockingbird just decentralized. So instead of being just in the newsroom, it's all over. It's in the influencer media space now.
Yeah.
And so Mockingbird is no longer, just in one place. And that's what you're speaking to, where the first place and the first time that the decentralization of Project Mockingbird happened was for the MAGA coalition to give the rise to that. QAnon, all the guys, the influencers that came on the back of that, Joe Rogan, etc.
Yeah. You notice they had all different types of influencers within different fields, and they formed this coalition. And they also ran Kamala Harris against them on purpose. People forget that they didn't even have a vote for the Democratic primary. They gave it to Biden. He was too crazy. They pulled him out. And then they just stuck in Kamala Harris, who was the least popular person in America. So they had this perfect storm to get Trump. I shouldn't even say Trump. And I think even Trump, throw Netanyahu in there, throw Putin in there. These guys are all puppets. They formed a coalition to put the Zionist agenda over, over the hill, right? So I just have a hard time listening to anybody who was part of that whole train, despite all the, writing on the wall, which, Neff pointed out, goes all the way back to the Rothschilds. Another thing, don't they say the house always wins? How the hell do you have 2 failed casinos?
Yeah. Well, who bailed? Yeah, he bailed him out from the Rothschilds, like he said. I mean, and there's there's a lot of speculation that he might be connected to the Rothschilds in other ways. When that's a speculation. And somebody mentioned that the Rothschilds admitted to incest, and that's very true.
Oh, they did. Yeah.
In video, he would say that, oh yeah, well, we would practice that. That was kind of a normal thing. Like,
well, because they wanted to
he said we kept it in the family. That's how
they wanted to keep the wealth in the family, and they married first cousins. Oh, without a doubt. And they were public about it.
Could you imagine that? I'm gonna fuck my cousin because nobody's getting my money.
Hey man, it's so cool. Dude. It's so cool. You're a billionaire. He's like, yeah, but there's one string attached. I got to have sex with my cousin. Oh, okay.
But my sister's hotter. You know what I mean? Like, what is this, dude? Insanity. All right, so let's get back into these bookmarks here while we're waiting on Steven. Let me know when Steven gets back. I had actually I didn't pull him out of there. Never mind. All right, let's get down to this. I'll play this video of this guy.
We may figure out that multidimensionality is a way to jump from star to star. You disappear out.
Because space expeditions really have nothing to do. I don't even know if I believe in space as being what it is. What are your take on space, Doc and Ben?
That's a good question. Well, I've had a flat earth expert on my show, and he was talking about the firmament. And I guess that there are still planets and stars within the firmament on this side of it.
Like our solar system, not like our universe, crazy.
Or, you know, there might be other stars out there. I don't know, you know, but I think what we're dealing with, though, as far as, you know, the powers and principalities that run this world, it's interdimensional. I think there's a spiritual realm connected to ours. I think they can manifest into ours. I think they can possess people in ours. And I think that's the true, if you want to use the word alien threat. I don't think they're coming from outside this galaxy and they're going to, you know, touch down with their ships and enlighten us all. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think it's interdimensional, but do I think there's things out in space? I mean, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know.
How about you, Doc?
Yeah, I honor Ben's sentiment there. I'm open for anything, but I'm definitely more of an interdimensional guy, and I don't know. I'm not one to split hairs. Who is that?
That's Steven. I had him muted earlier. That's why I said, tell me when he comes back. But I unmuted him. Anyway, go ahead.
But as far as like, you know, splitting hairs, I know a lot of people like to split hairs. I'm not a hair splitter. I've heard some people say, oh, the asteroid belt is the firmament. So everything inside that. So there are planets and stars still within the firmament. I can maybe see that, but I believe we have satellites. I've seen them go across the sky. So I'm not one of those that, you know, space is fake and gay. I don't think we've been to the moon. I think that was made up. But
well, if we went, it was interdimensional.
And we know there's satellites. I've heard some people say, oh, well, the cable's under the ground, you know, and they run into the ocean, you know, do your research. And it's like, well, come that cable under the ground loses connection on storms and bad weather.
Wait, which one?
You know,
which
satellite?
Oh, I think the internet. Okay. The internet cables go under the ground or under the water, rather, in the ocean.
But I don't know about losing signal and stuff, you know, because there is no satellites. And I'm like, no, there's satellites. I see them.
Well, I wonder if it's the internet connection or if it's just the internet, right? Like the World Wide Web connects across the ocean so that they could have access to the data within it. But the connection to get it would come from satellites or you know what I'm saying? Like maybe it's a different thing that gets connected. I don't know all the details of it, but I could imagine that that's the case. That you still need satellites to operate with those wires and to get that connection, you know.
You know, GPS navigation, you know, satellite imagery, which I've seen somebody, because I said, what they call it, sat loons. And I have heard people say that NASA's like the #1 purchaser of helium or something like that. And so it's just a bunch of balloons floating around. That's what we're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I think that there's maybe a real aspect to some of space, but I think that the vastness that they tried to sell us is a little bit overstated. And I think that there's a little bit of that is to destroy the concept of God. One could argue it adds to it, but I don't think, not whenever you're constantly selling the idea of life everywhere that's like totally separate from any kind of concept of God or saving or anything, right? And that's really the idea there. And then also you can't provide proof. You can't really show me that you've done it. You can't really show me how you went to the moon. You can't show me anything, right? All the pictures you show me are visually rendered pictures. And it's because you can only take black and white photos in 2026. So you have to go do like Photoshop on all your photos. Come on, dude. Give me a break. There's got to be more, something else going on there, in my opinion.
My take is whatever NASA's saying, I don't believe.
Yeah. Steven, what do you think space is? What is your opinion on space?
It's so crazy you're asking me this question, dude. I just went outside and I'm looking at the sky and I'm like, space. No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck yeah, dude.
No,
just in time. We're linked. That's some telepathy we just did.
Right. So I'm looking, and I think you can see Jupiter and Saturn right now.
Venus and Jupiter, I believe. Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, the Venus is the bright
Okay.
one above the. Yeah. I saw somebody else post that.
There you
earlier
go.
today.
It's bright, dude. Caught my eye. Like I was
Lucifer's
like,
out.
what
The
was
morning
that?
star's out, isn't it?
That's great. Space. Wait, you asking me about space, man?
Yeah, so we're gonna bring up that video I showed you a minute ago, and this guy's talking about how interdimensional space travel is how we're gonna get to different planets. And I was asking, what do you guys think space even is before we get into like space travel? Like, what is it? You know,
Jeez.
is it real? You know, is it what they tell us?
Right. Is it real? I mean, it's like number one, right? I don't know exactly. Because it doesn't help that they send Artemis 2 out there with the group of people that they sent out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're America celebrated like it's never happened before, right? That we sent people around the moon or whatever. But it's the moon landing for me that I have some skepticism about. That if we didn't do that, then we can't travel like we're saying we can travel.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's radiation belt problems. Maybe they went through a loophole of it. I don't really understand that. Radiation travels straight as an arrow. I don't really understand if there are loopholes like to get around it. But yeah, space is a big question.
It is. We all three had similar answers. We got Fury walking out. Fury, the boxer, the champion boxer, the Irish gypsy. Fury, the one who
he's not even American. What the hell is he doing here?
I know he's wearing. I have no fucking clue. He's wearing. He's a gypsy. He's a gypsy boxer from Ireland, but he's here with a Celtic cross.
I figure
on,
what's on his jacket.
Hey, tell me how a gypsy gets a Celtic cross on. I don't know. And
you're a gypsy.
Make it make sense. I love it, dude. Hopefully he comes in and just knocks out
his
whoever
jacket
fights.
says Gypsy King.
Oh, does it?
Well, the thing is, when you try to make it make sense is when you go crazy. That's why you just have to laugh.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, dude. Come on.
Like, I really think that people like this guy here was his Joe McMonagle.
Yeah, but Joe McMonagle.
So this reality reappear.
You're good. So there, what I'm seeing, right? And I've had on S90 on the show, and he's like a new age whiz, man. Like, this guy's really brought the new age to a perspective to me that I can't deny anymore. Like, it is real, and there's millions of people that are involved in this, man.
Oh yeah.
And you have the whistleblower community, and you have Jesse Michaels, and you have this guy here that you just showed going on shows, doing whatever, parroting a lot of information that they're given. And a lot of the information follows a great awakening map, which I can only think that the goal for that map is to awaken humanity and to connect humanity to divine source. So like this guy here going on there and talking about what he's talking about, even Giorgiani, for example, right? Like Giorgiani is going on there and he's talking pretty much theosophy, right? And he's connecting the Nordic alien race to it. So you have this weird timeline of the alien narrative now. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So they're what do they call it when it's not extraterrestrial, it's ultra terrestrial or something like that. I think it is
ultra terrestrial, interdimensional.
Right?
Yeah.
So like the ultra terrestrials have been here before us. They're ancient civilizations that were here living amongst each other. There was a fallout. I think that's going to play into it. There was a fallout. That was the first cataclysm. And then it's like, hey, we're here to fix it this time. We're here to complete the root races. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a completion to this stuff too. There's a great awakening, then a completion. So I don't know. I mean, it's when I see people like that talking about examples of remote viewing probably or something like that or whatever, like they always have some sort of tie or connection to other foundations or circles of new agers. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like it's weird.
Well, that's what I've been saying is like, how come we can't get a guy that's not connected to remote viewing or Stargate or whatever to come out and talk about aliens, right?
Like, are these people fulfilling?
Somebody that's not connected to that.
Are they fulfilling what what are they? The General Assembly of the hierarchy, right? Like you have this meeting every 100 years by the New Agers that get together with the ascending masters, and they receive information on how they're going to guide humanity, number one, but that now humanity has to go and fulfill the goals that are set from that, that meeting. It is like
Well, that's going to be a
1425
great
till now.
sacrifice. I think it'll be a great sacrifice, like the sacrifice to usher that in is kind of what I think the writing on the wall is with the, whole thing too, right? And that's kind of what you're saying. Like, I think to complete the great work, you gotta, a lot of destruction and sacrifice of people, human souls, etc., needs to happen to kind of usher that aspect in that you're talking about. It's an initiation. If initiation is about death and rebirth, then these people won't be initiated unless there's death and then rebirth for them, but probably a lot of death for everybody else too that can't be initiated, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm seeing on the, the writing on the wall there. It seems to be
The
that.
chat wants to know who you got for this one, Andrew, before it gets started.
Huh? Oh,
Lady
Ruffy or
in
Chandler?
red.
Oh, dude, I mean Chandler all day, but this Ruffy guy's new. Chandler. I don't know Ruffy very well, but Chandler all day. He's
He's
monster.
going with Chandler.
Chandler's such a
One guy
dog,
looks
dude.
like Raven. He looks like a fit Raven.
Really?
Chandler's such a dog, dude. Ruffy's cool. Ruffy's only got 13 fights. Well, 15 in all. He's lost 2. Chandler's got 20. He's got 35 fights in all. He's lost like 8 or 10, 2 draws and 20 wins, dude. The guy's a monster. And he's fought like Volkanovski a couple times. No, wait, not Volkanovski. Who's the guy from Australia? The short dude that's like a little rugby player. Somebody in the chat will know. It starts with a V. He's fought him a bunch of times, and those two are dogs. They're like my 2 favorite. They're both like 5'8", and they're monsters. They fight better than any heavyweight fighter you'll ever find.
Would you notice Tyson Fury's hat on?
Huh? His hat?
Tyson Fury, his hat.
It was
said
British
Donald Trump for Prime Minister, and it had the British flag in the center.
They want to be the president of the world, dude. That's the plan, right?
That's
he
the
might
plan,
be.
right?
Yes. Like
I'll tell you this. Have you guys ever thought that it's possible that there's a pseudo antichrist?
Yeah, I think that's how they're going to deceive the masses. If everybody who's looking for the Antichrist thinks
there's an
it's
antichrist
Trump,
that's going to fall to the hands of the actual antichrist, probably, or something. I don't know.
well, I mean, possibly
Like
with the
power and authority wise, maybe.
Yeah. I always thought Trump, though, because if you look at him, and conspiracy theorists will talk about it, oh, it looks like he's the Antichrist. You probably heard that Trump's the Antichrist.
Yeah.
And if you're believing that and you think he's the Antichrist, that means when the actual Antichrist comes back, you're going to think that is Jesus.
Yes, exactly.
So it says even the elect will be deceived. And I've often thought are they trying to paint him as this Antichrist figure? So when the actual Antichrist comes,
you're
we're
not
deceived.
worried. False
and we
confidence.
think it's Jesus. Yeah.
They love false confidence. They see that around a lot.
You know what's crazy too is that falls in line with Islamic eschatology as well. It's Jesus and the Mahdi that take out the Dajjal something.
Stephen, I've been figuring that out, Stephen, because we talked about that on the last show we did together. Since then, I've been studying the traditionalist movement, and a big part of that is people like Evola and Gwenin. These are 2 philosophers, a part of the traditionalist movement. One of them was Eastern Orthodox Christian, and he converted to Islam. This is Evola. Remember I told you the whole Eastern Orthodox connection with this traditionalist? Well, he converted to Islam, dude, and he said that they should merge that together. And he was a huge guy who led the ideology for the fascist movement in Italy. So right now you see a lot of Hitler salutes in Italy. I think that's probably because he's had a lot of his roots had been there a long time. But anyway, so there's another guy named Cornelius Agrippa, and he's you should look him up. One of the main guys for anybody that looks up occult, like Hermetic, anything. He said that his plan, or what he wanted to do, is merge the Kabbalah, Christian mysticism, Hermeticism, Islam, and pretty much all that together. And that's what we're talking about right now. And you see it, by the way, Alexander Dugin, he follows Agrippa, Evola, Gwenin, and he's merged it all together, works with Steve Bannon, Candace Owens, and you see it all happen.
They're all CNP too, by the way.
So
all those people.
Yeah. So everything you're pointing out, these are the actual soldiers in that movement.
Well, also think about this. Tucker Carlson went to Russia before Candace, where he actually interviewed Dugan while he was still wearing his Kabbalah bracelet. And to your point, they want to unify the Muslim world with the Orthodoxy world against the West, Israel. And right after that meeting, what did Tucker Carlson do? He went a whole tour of the Middle East trying to unify the Orthodox or the traditionalists with the Muslim world against Israel. So he's playing out Dugan's playbook, who's Dugan is playing out these old theosophists and playbook. It's right in your eyes.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Hey, I just want to say we had a little bit over 90 people. We floating around 90. Shout out everybody. Hey, big turnout. Get us a lot of likes. Hit them likes.
Much love, everybody.
Yeah,
Did you guys share on your channels community post? I shared it on mine to try to get people. All y'all do it too.
I forgot to tell you guys to do that. Yeah, we could have did that, but yeah, because Steven gets those numbers, dog. But yeah, dude. So hey, welcome in
blows
everybody.
my mind.
I love it. I love
he
it.
gets 2,000 or 3,000 views on every video, dude. That's awesome.
Dude, I love it.
I love the people.
It's like I'm over here with double the sub count, and I ain't pulling Steven numbers. He's killing it.
He's killing it. So today I finished the live today. I had like 160 views off the, once I ended it, I was like, biggest live I've ever done. I was like, let's go. Today is gonna be the first. I think it's gonna take the cake though, for sure. Yeah, man, we got Chandler walking out. Let's go, dude. He's a dog. I bet you he wins. Let's play this video.
Shout out to the chat.
Shout out chat, everybody.
Shout out to the chat is awesome.
Yeah, you guys are killing it.
I gotta go get some more tea.
By the way,
I need some too. I'm gonna wait though.
A total weird segue has nothing
Go
to
ahead.
do with conspiracies, right? It's all slop. Who's that guy? He's a streamer, young kid. He just got his nose redone.
Yeah.
Clavicular.
Clavicular, dude. What did he do?
Well, he's a transhumanist, part of the transhumanist
Neff
agenda,
Hunter
I
says
think.
the biblical hitman fed numbers. Just kidding.
God numbers, baby.
I am
God numbers.
I'm a fed. No, I'm just kidding. That's funny.
Hell yeah.
That's hilarious. What was I saying?
Clavicular,
dude. Oh my goodness.
He got his wisdom teeth taken out though, didn't he? And everybody's like, he's a transhumanist. He got his wisdom teeth taken out. And I'm like, there's a lot of other reasons he's a transhumanist.
He got his nose done and it looks rough.
Doesn't
look that good.
Does he look more Jewish? A little bit
looks
like
very small.
Does it do this a little?
Like Michael Jackson.
It shrunk. It just doesn't. I love I got love for the guy, man. But man, dude.
Wait, you got love for clavicular?
You got love for clavicular?
I got love for anybody.
Shut up.
Everybody comes to Jesus Christ. I don't even know much about the guy at all, but
absolutely,
dude, I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
He got bailed out of jail by Peter Thiel.
Did he really?
Yeah,
I don't know
joined the
anything about
Zionist
this
cult
guy.
after that, dude. He used to be a Christian
tell me a little
boy.
bit about this guy.
Well,
Give
his
me information.
ex-girlfriend said that he used to be like,
I don't
Hail
love this guy
Hitler.
anymore.
He was like super anti-Jewish, kind of, but he was on the wrong. I feel like a little bit too radical, and now he's like wearing a Star of David. But go ahead, Ben knows a little bit more about it.
Yeah, he's part of the greater red pill movement, which I think is a depopulation agenda. It's corrupting the youth to view women in a certain aspect.
Yeah,
and you have the same thing on the feminine side with fourth wave feminism. They play off of each other.
Yeah, like Andrew Tate, the male feminist. And then you, of course,
exactly same thing.
Call her daddy chicks.
So basically, what this guy does is his whole shtick is that he goes off to clubs and does drugs publicly. Takes a hammer to his face to chisel out his features perfectly.
Microfractures his
microfractures.
Jaw, so it'll grow.
He started a management company for OnlyFans models. So he's just corrupting the youth, teaching about materialistic
stuff.
stuff.
It's funny. He was on a stream and he said, I hate my job. I hate my job. And
I bet. He got a bunch of rabbis. He answers
maybe there is a soul in there. And maybe he's just like used and he's just used, man. I don't know.
He's a young kid. He got captured with money and a rabbi.
That's what I'm saying. There's these communities, man, in that industry that you kind of give your allegiance to. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like being in a fraternity, that's what I'd assume it as. But you're there for now to make money for other people.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I have a question.
In the real quick, the feminist thing with the male feminine thing is also
Yeah.
like adjacent and tied to this JQ movement, which is, by the way, Ben keeps mentioning the color revolution nobody knows about. That is the JQ movement, in my opinion, in its current form right now, which is a genocidal movement that within itself has a major fallacy, which is we need to get back to a white Christian nation, which is like define that. And then also it turns on its own people. So it just, again, it's a massive depopulation movement is what it is.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's all a massive depopulation movement because we know their end game. Just look at the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah.
They want to take us down to 500 million. But I often thought about this as far as transhumanism when it started. And I've been thinking about this. I think this introduction of plastic surgery is part of the transhumanist movement. What are you doing? You're merging your body with the foreign substance, silicone, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that kind of, you know, it's just altering your appearance. And that was like the beginning steps of it. And then, you know, you get the boobs, and then sooner or later you're going to get electronic boobs, or, you know,
if you are not, if you're not like grounded in your identity, then you can be manipulated and brought into this merging of like no identity, ego death. And when you have ego death, then you are reborn, right, into a new ego. And so when you think of ego death and you hear these people talk about psychedelics and how you need to achieve ego death and all this stuff, what are they saying? Does that mean like your ego dies and that's it? You never have any personality again? No, like your ego dies and you become something else through that ego death. So they want you to transform yourself when they're telling you to have an ego death. So it's not as like, oh, rainbows and butterflies as it seems, because this could be done in a negative direction as well as a positive.
Well, I think that's real quick. I think that's a counterfeit of losing your ego and being born again in Christ, except you're being born in their own
Absolutely.
image.
And you know what's so funny about this? There's always a true side to the coin, a bright side to the coin, a white to the dark, that people try to point to as a justification for their own inversion. You know what I'm saying? They go, well, I'm inverting it, but look at this. This tells it. It's like, yeah, but you're misinterpreting it, right? It's kind of that kind of concept that I see a lot with New Age people.
You know, it's funny, right? Like Neuralink, I don't know how advanced it is. I haven't done much research on it.
Look at my show I did today.
Okay. So like, did you show any videos of anything like people actually using it?
I covered AI and voice to skull technology. And I started with like the beginning of like the first guy who did a brain chip. Remember I said with the bull push of a button?
Yeah.
That's Neuralink, dude. That is the first brain computer interface ever done. And now Elon has taken it like to the next level.
Okay. So I've had this thought, right? Because I mix the occult into this, like, and Alice Bailey's work into this, and what they really want to do with consciousness for humanity and the noosphere and all this stuff. But it makes me think, like, if you take Neuralink, right, will it be able to operate all of your daily functions for you, while then you can focus on your inner spiritual being and spiritually ascend? So you're using the technology in a way for a spiritual purpose.
No.
Like here we
I'm just kidding.
Well, what I'm saying is because you have things like universal basic income. You have things like Microsoft sensors out there that patents and whatever to through body activity data you can make money. But it's kind of like will the Neuralink, the evolution of it, be to where it'll do whatever it is you've got to do on a normal daily basis so that you can focus on spiritual ascension? I don't know. That's kind of like how
I only said no because they're going to give you a cheat code to spiritual ascension digitally. You can have telepathy through your mind because we both have a Neuralink. So it's a cheat code. It's like if there is a real thing you can do to achieve latent abilities, say that Jesus really did, do something, like say that obviously Jesus has a special godhood to him. I'm not denying any of that, but I'm saying that say there are things that you can do that actually can get you closer to God that have to do with some of these hermetic principles, like that really do have to do with like lightening up your spirit, not in a Luciferian way, but say that there's some kind of muddied, watered way where there is a truth there. My point is, if that's true, this Neuralink would give you the counterfeit version of that. So to Ben's point, they invert all real things. Well, if there's any place in this world where you could have access to latent abilities, then this would be the inversion of that. The cheat code, the digital, like you're not actually doing spiritual work. You're just being given it. Yeah. So it's like not
spiritual steroids.
Yeah. It's like not good though, because it's counterfeit. It's man-made. Right. And no godhood comes from a man-made thing. Is my point. You know.
Well, it's kind of like too in the Disclosure Day movie. The two main characters, they had special abilities because they were given special abilities to them by the ETs through technology or whatever. But it's kind of acted as like I don't know, maybe it's too objective to be spiritual, but it was like spiritual. Like the girl can talk in multiple languages when she's thinking she's speaking like English or something. You know what I'm saying? It was like kind of weird. Like there's ignorance to the special abilities.
I think ultimately though, I think the neurochip is going to change our DNA. I was listening to this, I forget what his name is, this Asian guy whose company got absorbed by Mark Zuckerberg. And he was being interviewed. Who's a young guy, big AI guy. And he was saying, well, I'm going to wait until all the kinks are worked out with these neuro implants until I have my kids. Because the kids that are going to come born into this world, they're going to have the genetic change already in them that their parents had from the Neuralink. So I think there's something within this technology that they're going to roll out that's actually going to change our genetic code. And maybe that's one of the unforgivable sins, right? You go what Gary Wayne talks about with Genesis, how they changed their genetics to the point where they were no longer humans from before the flood. And I wonder if that Neuralink is going to change our DNA to the point where we're no longer human.
I agree.
Well, they're definitely studying it, right? And they're definitely trying to figure out something with DNA. To your point, Stephen, I forgot to say this because I said this the other day, and you'll love this. So if they want to replicate God, what is a great piece of scripture that God says? He knows the number of hairs on your head. I think they want that level of understanding of our bodies, which is why they need this internal sensor, system of understanding like your whole body, your brain waves, the numbers of hairs on your head, how your liver and enzymes are functioning, your whole body. Everything. That's why it's health biomedical data.
Oh God, he got him twice.
All merged together.
Doc is like, yo,
get it, Doc.
He's got knocked down twice, dude, in the past 5 seconds.
In the red shorts.
Red shorts is done. He's running.
He's kind of running.
Shut
a little
up.
bit. It's all right. He's rubbing.
He's
bad.
He's a
he's
dog,
down
dude.
again.
Here's the thing about Chandler, dude. He gets back up every time. I don't think I've ever seen him get knocked out. Well, he's lost 2 fights, so maybe I've seen. Oh, he is getting rocked though.
Yeah, he's
getting
kind
old.
of not looking good, man.
No, dude.
Three times in this round alone.
See, this is what happens, dude. Fucking somebody asked me, "Oh, who do I bet on?" Motherfucker's gonna lose. God. He's running.
He's out, ref. He's out, son. Save him, ref. Save him. God.
Save him. Save him.
God, save him, son. Do your job.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That was a hell of a roundhouse.
I apologize to everybody in the chat.
Straight to the tater sack.
Is that a first rounder, too? That's sad.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Dang, dude. You just lost people so much money, dude.
Dude.
Oh, America.
Bro. Insane, dude. Hey, if you put money on it,
that hurt me.
That hurt me.
Man, that's
this
crazy.
went to the most popular fight companion to the least after you start losing the money, Andrew.
Oh, facts. Oh, hey, I was just joking. Yeah,
Okay.
that's funny.
Man.
Hey, free Patreon for 2 months if you lost money. All right.
Right? There you go. That's hilarious. Oh, he hit him with that spinning back kick roundhouse. I don't know.
He got that fight
what
bonus.
it's called.
He got that fight bonus for sure, dude. Imagine what the fight bonus is at the White House for a first round knockout. It better be fat. Imagine it's like not.
Bang, right to the tater sack.
That's what that's
you watch him wobble.
Oh, man.
Did you say right in the tater sack?
Tater sack, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I've never heard that term.
Yeah, he got hit. Oh, and the body blows, man. That hurts. That's
Thank you, my love. Look, hey, do you want to take
right
this glass?
The temple.
That is not fun.
I'm camping out down here. My wife's got me covered.
Save, yeah. Save his life, please.
Wow. That's
We
sad,
watched
dude.
his soul leave his body.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
thank you. Hey, he gave me my flowers, Morpheus. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Shout out Jeezy.
Yeah.
Hey, Diesel Mac, what's up, brother?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
You
he
guys are great.
appreciated my
Shout out
tater sack
Rizzle. Let's go.
too.
Yeah, dude. That tater sack is crazy. I've never heard anybody say that. I love it.
Oh, I got Steven real good on the way back from Kentucky. You want to tell that story, Steven?
Yeah, tell that story.
What?
One of my Southern terms that took you off guard.
Oh, dude, I don't remember it, but yeah,
You was telling the story, and then I was like, you're probably this.
Oh,
and you're like,
you lying. Oh, you lying. You probably lying. I was like, what did you just say?
He's just fucking with you?
Like, yeah, he was just messing with me, but I was like, what was that?
We were driving down the road, and he was telling a story, and he had like a brain fart. He's like, I can't remember. And I said, it's all right. It's probably a lie any damn way.
Steven ain't used to that Southern humor.
I cracked up.
He looked at me like he ready to fight. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm just joking, man.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny, dude. See, I'm a city boy from like St. Louis, but I spent half my life in the country, dude. So I got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
I know Florida, you guys are coastal living, you two, aren't you?
Well, I was on the coast. I grew up on the coast, but I'm in central part now.
Yeah. Where at again? Oh, never mind.
Got cows in the backyard, man. Just chilling.
I
Cows
live
in the back, baby.
belly of the beast.
What kind of cows you got? Yeah, you are. What kind of cows you got?
They're not mine, but they come on my property.
Oh, really?
But yeah,
you should commandeer them.
He leases a bit of his land to some farmers.
Smart move, dude.
Yeah,
you're out here fucking making moves, dog. Good for you.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you, brother. I mean that in a good way.
Hopefully, if we can all get together, I'm sure we will for a Bro Grove. We could do like a bonfire or something at the house. It'll be pretty cool.
Well, also, hey,
that's a free plug.
That's actually a smart move.
I'll party at Steven's house.
Let's go.
But see, that's a smart move with all that's happening in the future, that you're leasing your land out to actual meat farmers. Because when the food goes, and I think they're going to try to make that happen, you're going to have a direct line to that. So that's smart.
Oh yeah, I'm networking with a lot of good people out here. Plus,
I need to move.
Right? Get out. No, like I want to get chickens, and I want to start a garden, and just got to get the tools and the equipment to do all that. But it's something I want to do, man. I want to get it going.
Bro,
get it right.
I'm East Tennessee, man. I'm one cataclysm away from beachfront property, bro.
You know what you should do? Steven, have you ever heard of those like underground greenhouses? They like, you dig it like I want to say maybe 4 feet deep, but it's like real wide, and you dig and have like your flower bed under there, and then you have the greenhouse kind of over top of it. And so I guess it's like better that way, where you could have it kind of like all year round, because it's outdoor but indoor in a weird way.
It's better weather controlled.
So you can kind of keep it, going,
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish I had some land to do that shit, dude. I put a bunker on it first. I put a bunker on some land before I put a house on it.
I have shipping containers, but they're above ground. They're not in the ground. But I do want to do that.
Put them underground, dude. You should, put them underground.
Just put one, maybe.
You need a badass man bunker. That's what you need to do. That farmer, I'm sure a lot of them farmers around there got backhoes and stuff. Dig you a big old hole and have you an underground podcasting man cave area.
Yes,
I know.
Get a compound going, dude. You get a compound going, we'll all come out.
I'll buy in.
Yeah,
right?
Let's go. Me too.
Let's go.
Let's go. My mom's not far in Florida too, so I got a little family.
No, yeah. What's crazy is I got fiber optic drawn out to the house. I got fiber brought out.
Dude, the drones operate on that. Those flock drones. They operate on fiber.
I just can't believe I got fiber, dude. I'm in the middle of nowhere, bro.
I know, but that's scary, because that means that those killer fucking drones, like the killer drones from Gaza, they operate on fiber optics. They've been putting fiber optics in my neighborhood and stuff too. And then right now they're doing deals for these drones for the police. So that police state's coming, dude, even out to the rural areas.
Bob said don't put them underground. He said they'll rust and collapse. Go with cement.
Well, I was gonna build headers and stuff. Just do headers, frame it inside. Maybe double frame it. Right?
Smart man.
And
Tim grows his own food. Good for him, dude. That's awesome.
Maybe I can get like half of it sticking out, but like covered up top. you know, to where it's kind of like you can, because I have a lake in the back that goes, it slopes down to the lake, right? You could kind of dig into that slope and have it kind of like a Bob Lazar S4 bunker, you know, blended in with the
half in,
the
half
little
out the ground.
lakefront, you know.
Shout out Tara. You guys are awesome. Hell yeah. Thanks for the super chat.
Tara's
Tara.
awesome.
Oh,
Tara is awesome, dude.
Let's
Another fellow Missourian.
All
Oh
right.
yeah,
all right.
nice.
She's
Very
just
cool.
a little what do they call it? A rock skip away or some shit. I'm trying. Come on, Doc.
Hop,
You got
skip,
me.
jump.
Doc, what is
Hey,
it?
don't be
I'm going to the-
profiling me.
He's like, man, you don't even.
Hip,
Too late,
skip,
bud.
hop, and a jump.
It's too late. I'm already profiled.
I do have to
All
say,
We're
Doc,
reaching
you have a very friendly voice, though.
I love his voice.
Oh,
Dude.
thank you.
You did.
Hey, I remember one
appreciate
day you guys were talking
I got
about
accused of faking this last week on the
Really?
Apollo show. Somebody in Apollo's comments is like, talk like you would in a room full of your friends. And I'm like,
gosh.
I am. And they're like, whatever. You're doing your smooth, sexy voice, and you just need to talk normal. It's obvious. I was
Yeah.
like,
Oh my
God.
gosh.
That's a
I've been
compliment.
accused of a lot of stuff, but not of faking my voice.
Smooth, sexy voice.
That's hilarious.
Well, I wondered what it sounded like because one day I did a show with Ben and he was like, "Oh, the best voice in the podcast world," and I was like, "I've never heard him." I went and listened. I was like, "Oh yeah, okay." And then I was on, and then I did a show with you. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh hell yeah!" It was a good time, dude. Got that classic Southern comfort.
No homo, best voice in the podcast game.
No,
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Let's go.
See, I love
Ben goes to
Bennett. I
bed
love
every
Bennett's
night to you.
voice.
Who's-
I think Bennett's got a badass podcasting voice.
Oh, Bennett.
Yeah.
Bennett?
Yeah.
He needs to get into true crime, bro. That
Yeah.
voice,
Yes.
some true crime, he'd
Yeah.
kill it.
Who's
Yes.
Bennett? Who's Bennett? Who am I missing here?
Bennett
Um,
Tanton,
Broadcasting
Broadcasting
Seeds.
Seeds.
I'll have to oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
he does. He's very scraggly like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I love it.
Like that rugged. He likes it wherever. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's play this, dude. All right, Steven, you missed a little
Point
bit.
where we may figure out that multidimensionality is a way to jump from star to star. You disappear out of this reality, you reappear in it in some other place. Simple way instantly to go from one star to the other. Maybe that's how we're being watched. I don't know. I just know that I got this feeling, it's in my gut as a viewer, remote viewer. I'm feeling some big discovery is coming down the pike. And that big discovery is we're being watched very carefully to see what we do with it. And if we do the same thing, we just say, okay, we can, let's do it. We may be, in fact, learning to jump from star to star. And if we're
I didn't know that they had white Shure mics like that, dude. That's pretty badass. You see that? You see that mic?
Oh,
he's
really?
got? Yeah, dude. You see that? That's pretty badass.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
It's
Trebles
worth the
rocked
replay.
one for a while, didn't he?
if
Who did?
Didn't Trebles Garcia?
Trebles has one, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that one dude that does really good deep dives.
Shout
on,
out to the Trebles show.
Shout out Treble. There's another kid that's like Asian descent. He's on Instagram a lot. He does short videos. And he does a lot of like,
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the 1 minute clips.
He's like in an all white room with a white mic.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit's like, it's like you're sitting in that room in the interrogation room in the Matrix.
we're still considered to be children playing with matches, which we are when it comes to atomic energy, would we appear to be a definite threat to other peaceful societies or entities somewhere? Yes. So what happens when that occurs? You're perceived as an extreme danger. I'll tell you what I think happens. You get knocked back to sticks and stones.
I want to hear that guy say
And
diabetes.
I think there's
You want to hear him say what?
diabetes.
Diabetes. Dude, so what do you guys think? Like remote viewing's probably real, I mean, to an extent. So what do you think? Like this guy obviously believes what he's saying. What do you think he saw? Do you think like what? Let's break this down. I want to drill down a little bit on like this guy because I don't think he's lying. It doesn't strike me. I mean, maybe But
In
he's like
what
just an
sense,
old
though?
guy. He's either a useful idiot or he really did remote view and he really saw what he saw and he thinks what he thinks.
But is what he saw really
Real? Is it real?
Is it real? Right.
Is it a
That's what I'm
fake
wondering.
vision? I do think remote viewing is real. I think that people have supernatural gifts. I mean, it goes all the way back to the Bible. The prophets were communicating with God in an auditory way. They were seeing things. So I think that there are people with this God-given gift. I just think now the way we see it, it's used for guys like the New Age, or you go and had your fortune told, and they're communicating with spirits around you, not necessarily God. But yeah, I definitely think these people have this gift. You have these remote viewing groups in all these different countries. I mean, there's a time when our remote viewers were battling the remote viewers of Russia. So I think it's a real thing. It's dependent who are they talking to, and are these visions that they're seeing real visions, or are they type of fake visions that they're seeing when they remote view?
I always thought they was full of shit, personally. I give people benefit of the doubt. There might be some people that maybe do, because it is a biblical thing. I agree with Ben, but I think the majority of people are fake and gay. They like to pretend. They say whatever for attention and make up stories for their 15 minutes of fame or attention at the party. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion. But I've always been a skeptic. I question everything. You know,
I'm with you.
But it's not unbiblical, so that means it's not impossible. But I just think they're a lot fewer, far and more between than every cousin and their brother, sister, all having this ability and seeing and experiencing all this stuff,
Yeah. Well, I think the Mars thing, right? The whole Mars, like, oh, there's a colony on Mars that they're like abandoned and they're waiting on people to go to Earth and come back to let us know if it's okay to go there. Like, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
So like, what the? I don't know, man. Here, as a matter of
Well,
fact, I'm pulling it up.
Just pulling this real quick. There's that one guy, I had him on my show, and he'd been on your shows probably, that guy, Seth Kicklighter or Kickstarter, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So he would tell you that possibly, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but yeah, these are real, but these are all fake. Right?
Yes, like they're fabrications of reality.
Yeah.
Like, basically, it's kind of like what, and what I took it, my interviews with him is like, remember that Spider-Man movie where he's fighting Jake Gyllenhaal, who's Mysterio, and Mysterio is able to kind of like throw these illusions around where it looks like this stuff is actually happening, but it's like all projections.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But when people get into these meditations, at the end of the day, they're meditations. Like,
Wait, guys, I'm so sorry.
Reagan,
they're playing Reagan. Doc, you probably already had this playing. They're playing Reagan right now. They're playing an address that he had on TV on Flag Day, dude. Of all presidents to choose, they choose Reagan. After I mentioned all those connections earlier, I just wanted to point that out, that just got put on the TV here. So,
oh wow.
Anyway, I'm so sorry.
I looked up and I thought he looked like he had a Boy Scout hat on, kind of crazy.
Yeah, he looked goofy. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah. Well, the Cowboys just got done hanging out with him, so he had to go do this presidential address real quick.
Well, and Seth isn't the only person that kind of talks about that too. Like Vicky Joy Anderson talks about this and everything with sleep paralysis experiences and abduction experiences and all this kind of stuff. So I do think like it can be possible that these are just illusions or fabrications that they believe is real. Like, because you got to think, like, he's coming from what? He's a remote viewer from where? What institute? College?
I get them all mixed up. This could be the guy that had a life death experiment. Because there's one guy that had a death experience first.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're all different.
Gotcha. But they all go into this meditation state, you know what I'm saying? And then they get into this state, and then they go and they're able to either tap into Akashic record, or they'll go and they'll remote view over here, whatever capabilities they have, whatever capacity they can perform of all that kind of stuff. So because even in the Epstein files, like Gino Yu, right? Epstein was communicating with Gino Yu. He's this guy who was like a video game developer, but he got into consciousness, after his life-changing experience in the Middle East. He had this like conscious step plan, this 5 stages where the more stages you were able to get to, the more abilities you then started to create and started to do. You start noticing
Unlocking
that you
them.
start unlocking this human potential, right? So I don't know. I mean, again, I'm looking more at this person rather than like hearing exactly what he's saying. Like I'm hearing what he's saying, but I'm just focused on who he's more affiliated with and why they are pushing this, because he's not the only one.
So it's funny you said all this, because I kind of asked to get your opinion, because I kind of think that all this stuff was Stargate, remote viewing. These were branches of MK Ultra accessing like this, manipulation of the mind. So is it possible that they were trying to implant visions or manipulate visions or manipulate maybe astral experiences, whatever? So that is what I was at, because obviously they want to mess with consciousness and astral projection, which is really what? The astral realm, this place we're talking about, where the hierarchy, this externalized, these people are, right? And so I think it all connects in that regard. And so I'm with you there. And I think that's exactly right. It's hard to explain, but they're obviously messing with them in some way that ties into MK Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll tell you one thing, as far as the remote viewing goes and possibly being fake, there is biblical evidence of false visions by false prophets. And where do they come from? I don't know. But clearly, if it's in the Bible, I think it is to be true.
Yeah, it's kind of like too, like Paul, I think got caught up to what, the third heaven?
Yeah, he got called to
Paul
the third
got
heaven.
caught up to the third heaven and came back and was like, no, not saying anything. I mean, I don't know. It's just another kind of example of if you are practicing these abilities or these things, and you're coming back and you're telling these things, it's like, okay, I can only see that it's to get the agenda out there in the material realm. that these principalities and these powers and the dark forces are conducting,
Yeah,
through people.
The Disclosure movie has a blue eye, like the Nordics, on the Frodo with the Saturn kind of ring almost as the light. Like it's like it looks like Saturn if you were to make a light, you know what I mean? And so it's very interesting, when we're talking about like this Nordic kind of race, this root race, the Nordic fucking people that Trump met up with outside of the White House, and then this idea of like the tall, thin race, which is exactly what they're describing here with this Mars exploration and remote viewing. It says twice, they say, I'm seeing very tall and thin. It says down here again, I'm seeing very large people. They appear very thin and tall. So again, it's like that same kind of large, tall, thin description, like the, I don't know, Nephilim kind of. What else we got? I thought this was the one where they talk about how they're waiting, like there's like a group of people waiting on an exploration to go to Earth and come back. And
Where is this? What is this again? This is
a CIA document of remote viewing to Mars.
Is it written from somebody to someone else, like saying like?
No, this is a transcript of somebody remote viewing.
Okay, gotcha.
So they're saying 45.86 north, 35.41.
Okay.
So like this is the CIA saying, all right, go to this place.
Gotcha.
And then they go, yeah, they have, all this stuff. They have a road and there's a marker. There's Washington Monument overlay, like an obelisk.
So this is falling into like also what's known as Cydonia.
So they're saying there's a Washington Monument on Mars.
This is all part of the Great Awakening agenda.
Yeah, dude. Yep.
It's crazy. Like when you see the map, like QAnon's on the map, right? These are all psyops.
Yes.
Like this is a psyop then, right? Like it's crazy. Have you seen the Great Awakening map? Has anyone seen this?
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
I have with you a few times,
pushes Cydonia.
Dude, everything on there I feel like is part of the new age I don't know, freaking
Shit, I can't see that.
Andrew, who you got?
But Sidonia's on there, and then what you're
who's he
talking about
fighting?
too kind of connects with SSP, which is like the secret space programs and all this kind of remote viewing stuff, which is
Well, you know who pushes
that's
Sidonia
wild.
hard is Tim Alberino. He's
Yeah, I
big
know.
on Mars, Sidonia, and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, he loves who was it, Pat Flynn or something like that?
Oh,
Wrote that?
shit, dude.
Something
David
like
Flynn?
that. Flynn,
Derek
David
might
Flynn,
get
I
cracked.
think.
Hang on a minute, I got a copy. Hang on.
Sidonia. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, Ben, is like this stuff is falling into like a new age agenda. And maybe it's been it the whole time. I don't know, dude. It's wild. The whole alien stuff is like all just following
David.
that map in some sort of way. And there's other stuff on there too that's not just like for the alien agenda stuff, but promotes to the idea of where I think it'll get to where is basically there are sides here. There are good and bad, and maybe you have to choose at the end of the whole thing. I don't know.
Well, it's the false light awakening, I think you coined
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Yeah, like and that's where I look at Matthew 24:24, and it says that there will be false Christs and false prophets showing many signs and wonders, that if it were even possible, it would deceive the very elect. Like that there kind of stands out to me like, oh man, like could this be Nordics, or could this be like something where these are ascending masters that like look like Nordics or whatever?
Where are the black aliens?
I don't know.
Yeah,
why aren't there any? Where's that at?
I'm getting sick of this non-inclusivity. Dude.
There's one black
Where's the
alien,
inclusivity?
but there's one black alien, right? He's the god that created the white people with the big head. What's his name?
Yakub.
Yakub, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He created the white race in the mountains of Caucasus.
I don't know who this dude is, but I'm picking him.
He's
coming out to Hulk Hogan's Real American.
Derek Lewis is probably going to lose tonight. As much as I love him, I have a sentimental love for his knockout artistry. Most likely he gets cracked tonight. This dude's 9-0, bro. But the thing is, Derek Lewis, dude, if he had a good night, if he ate his Wheaties this morning, he's knocking dude out. I'll tell you that right now. But he's one of those guys.
I just heard
Derek
that
Lewis,
iconic Hulk Hogan music, Real American. I was like, huh?
Derek Lewis fights like real slow. He looks like he's like about to pass out the whole time, like he's tired.
What division is
and
this?
then out of nowhere, it's heavyweight. And then out of nowhere, he knocks people out. So he retains his energy until he's ready to just strike, dude. And when he hits you, you're done. Done. Every time. Grown men as big as him.
Dude,
but no, this guy's a badass. He's gonna whoop his ass probably.
This is my most prized possession.
Sorry, Steven, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Could you imagine getting like mauled by one of these guys, these heavyweights? I'd be done.
I'd eat that shit, boy. I'm a weird person.
You'd be eating it, but you'd be.
So I had a buddy. I had a buddy
like, where the hell?
I had a buddy named Sharif, and we were in we were in high school, dude. And this guy was like one of these guys' size almost. Like he was a big boy, and we used to box in my basement and shit and everything. And I don't know. I fear no man but God.
No, yeah.
Fear no man but God always.
Right
I don't
on.
go looking for problems, but you can find
Right
a way
on.
with anything in front of you, dude. You can find a way.
Yeah.
But dude, that would be crazy, bro. They get a hold of you, dude. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I know. Once I hit a certain age, I don't know if I became a pussy, but I just try to avoid fights altogether.
Always,
I'm not going to jail.
So something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, dude. I was a teenager whenever I was into that shit. I've been out of that for a long time. That's that's for the kids. And the kids nowadays, they just want to kill anyway. So don't get
Is this
involved.
the main event playing right now or no?
No, not at all.
No, right? That's
Dude,
later,
Sean
right? That's like
O'Malley.
2 hours, right?
Sean O'Malley's still fighting tonight. You got
man.
dude, you got Gaethje's the main event. That's gonna be
Yeah,
fire.
you got at least 2 more hours, boys. You better I took my old man nap today. I'm ready.
There you go.
I don't
There you
need a nap, baby. I'm still young and spry.
I'm already getting wild, son. It's already after 10.
Dude, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
So we
Steven
got
knows what's up. I go to sleep early, son.
He does. He is out.
Do you? I love that.
Yep.
I'll be up. So we got a while back, dude, 2014. Iranian news says that the US is secretly run by Nazi space aliens. So I thought that this was funny. This must be put forth by American propagandists because right now all you hear about is Nazi, like Nordic Aryan aliens that are working with our government. And I think that's a psyop pushed forward by our government, which means that this was a psyop pushed forward by our government to get the Iranians to look bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what's funny is Yuri Geller actually came out and made an X post, a video of him talking about that the United States, Israel have been working with extra, these interdimensional beings. He calls them the Nine, right? Because he worked with Andrea Puharich and their whole thing with that. And he's basically saying that, yeah, like 2027 or 2026, something, whatever, like there will be contact.
Yeah.
Yuri Geller, this is the guy, the spoon bending guy, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
60 Agenda, you're right.
That guy you talked about?
I was about to say that.
What happened?
Go ahead. Whoever.
I was just going to say this real quick, but those books you were talking about, I actually pulled mine out and looked. It's 3 in 1, but there's one whole book in here called An Occult Translation of the Roswell Event.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna get into that in a minute for sure. Hold on to that. Let's skim through that, find some good highlights. Ben, what were you gonna say?
Well, our government's been working with the Nordics. To your point, I was about to say that ever since Admiral Byrd went up to Antarctica and went to the center of the Earth, he met with a Nordic alien. And then as soon as I read that, I was like, okay, the whole thing about Admiral Byrd is full of shit.
Yep, exactly. When I saw the Admiral Byrd story, and then when I saw the whole aspect of the Nordic alien, tractor beaming his plane, I'm like, hold on. See, I'm supposed to believe that Dick Byrd flew into the earth, like penetrated the earth. So a guy named Dick penetrated the earth.
That's what I'm about to say.
Right?
Penetrate.
It's a little too close it's a little too on the nose for me. So he flew in a plane. So Dick Byrd, like a bird, he flew, and his name's Dick. He penetrated. Like that. Come on, dude. What are we doing here? This is a game, right? That's how I looked at that. So I was like, this must be propaganda then, because they do weird shit like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm a crazy person.
No, yeah, that's all. That's ridiculous stuff.
I mean, come on, dude. It's too on the nose.
That's ridiculous.
Well, think about it, dude. You had Dick Cheney, Bush, all in the administration at the same time. Like they like to play games like that.
Well, that whole like Admiral Byrd stuff too, right? Like that whole diary stuff, I think is all psyop. I think that's all.
Well, it's been proven
forged,
to be exactly
all that kind of stuff. It's
not
real, but it's playing pretty real into the narrative, right? Like, especially this too, like Catherine Austin Fitz. Okay, like didn't know that she was a New Ager. Actually, was someone I was very intrigued with. That
she's a New Ager.
She's a New Ager. Yes.
Dang it.
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, and she's talking about breakaway civilizations and all this stuff. But at some point, you just kind of understand what the New Age is doing, and when you see something that someone's talking about, it just like stands out to you. But what she's talking about is a part of kind of like what Byrd was talking about. There's inner earth, right? Or underground civilizations or breakaway civilizations, hybrid programs, all this kind of stuff. It's just adding more into that layer of the story for them.
What's interesting, people are focusing on the Abrahamic phase, but what they don't realize, that's going to be replaced by the New Age. Like that's the end goal.
Yeah. The perennial philosophy. It's the underlying, truth, as they will say, that permeates all doctrines or religions. And so it's the idea that, that we can all, through getting rid of our carnal nature, which is getting rid of like greed, envy, lust, all these things permeate all religions and cultures. Getting rid of attachments in Buddhism is the same concept. It's getting rid of your animalistic tendencies. They say that we are a divine being that was born in a mortal body that's attached to nature or Mother Earth, and that we have, of course, because we're tied to that body, we have, animalistic tendencies, and those would be like the 7 deadly sins. And so we have to rise above that. Now, I agree with all that, but then they take it to the next level and go, because you're a divine being inside of that body, once you do that, you become God. Now you become one. Now that's where they go too far. I think there's an aspect to that where there's truth, and that's what they teach in the Bible.
Well, the truth is
they take it and run with it, of course.
Yeah, the truth is that we are reborn in Christ. right? We're not reborn into this spiritual being, this ascended master. So once again, it's just another counterfeit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there. They just take all the concepts from the Bible, give them a little twist, and then say this is their new theosophy,
And add your
their new religion. Yeah.
Add your Luciferian truth to it.
Right.
I mean, I even think about this, like even the idea of there's a lot of secular ideas that have biblical truths, right? So this idea, I talk to these people by Uber all the time, like, yeah, you've ever heard the idea that reptilians run the world? And of course they'll say yes. And say, well, what if I told you that there's a class of angel called a seraphim that came down here that literally translates to dragon or serpent-like, or even this idea of a simulation theory, right? Which is gaining a lot of steam within, you know, all the people that are making these scientific breakthroughs. Well, if it's a simulation, what does that suggest? Well, it has a creator, right? Well, what does the Bible say about the universe? There's a creator. So a lot of these secular topics, secular conspiracies are actually rooted in biblical truths.
What is Cydonia?
Cydonia is like pretty much, it's kind of like what Alberino talks about in Birthright, where they're, and Doc, if you've read the book, man, so help me out with this. But there were pre-human civilizations.
Okay.
And that there was a how the earth was created and the moon and all this was through a cataclysm or something. Is that right, Doc? Kind of like Tiamat, right? Or, you know, where you have like the creation of earth or whatever, and then the moon, right? How that was kind of something that broke away from. And I haven't read his book, but anyways, Cydonia, I think, gets into
CYDO. Here, let me look it up.
Cydonia.
I've been trying to, dude, this whole time I've been trying to figure out how to spell it, honestly. I'm like, how do you spell this? Okay.
There you go.
It's a region in the planet of Mars. Well, that's really weird.
But it was a civilization that predated us.
Okay.
Yeah,
and so,
I haven't read these books
this,
yet, but I've heard Timothy talk about them a lot. And he said this was the most influential books he read to form his theology. And this fight's over by an armbar. It's just a matter of time.
Oh
dude, that's ridiculous, dude. So he formed his theology off of something based in Mars. Come on.
I haven't read it, but
that's insane. So yeah, he read
heard him talk about it. These guys had this civilization like Atlantis on Mars.
Yep.
But it was like a fallen angel outpost, and God destroyed it. And now you're just seeing the remnants of this civilization, and that's why Elon Musk wants to get back there so bad because you know there's all kinds of tech and stuff there.
But see why?
He's not going to Mars.
No, I know why, but you know, I just wanted to show that
dude made it to the Bale.
Whenever I typed PSY, it showed me like, oh, you can't merge religion with the Constitution, you know, because of the First Amendment of the Constitution. And I thought that was an interesting way to start a sentence in that page that was something kind of unrelated, but seemed to be kind of not unrelated at the same time.
I'll tell you, the only reason Elon Musk says he's going to Mars is so we don't pay attention to what he's really doing as he shoots out the satellites to build a surveillance state.
Yeah, and as he takes these illegals and does illegal experiments on them with Neuralinks, and
dude, I swear, dude, I think Neuralink has something to do with Starlink. Like it's just going to connect your brain to the noosphere.
Who got the
or whatever the global consciousness is going to be like?
Who got the Golden Dome contract?
You know, it's like you hear Barbara Marx Hubbard talk about this crap. And she's like, I don't know, something caught on to me the other day when I was listening to her, but she said something like, when we're all connected consciously, right, in the noosphere, that we'll realize we're not alone. She said that, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, does that have something to do with the aliens? Does that have something to do with like that we're all kind of connected? So there really is like, we all kind of are not alone, right?
Galactic Federation, reincarnation, that kind of stuff. That's what it is. Because like we are all, because they believe in the reincarnation. That's an aspect to this. So we are all one. We're God experiencing the world from different perceptions. We're all pieces of God. So we're all God experiencing through different lenses. So you have your, you know, you got your cows that come in your yard, and you know, you're God experiencing his world there. And you know, you're in LA and you're enjoying the hellscape that is that world over there. And I'm in Missouri. You know what I'm saying? So we all have these different And that's what they think. They think that we're all gods experiencing the world in different ways.
And they
but we
want to
have
connect to
incarnation.
source. They want
Yeah.
to connect people, all of us to source.
Yeah.
You know, what the hell was that?
But whatever that is, exactly.
You know,
Like,
I think it's the force. I think it's the force.
Yeah.
In my
Well, I
opinion.
mean, the Star Wars is just a Gnostic interpretation, in my opinion, of the 133 that fell from heaven, and how there's this great war going off, you know, in the heavens right now, and they just replaced God with the Force, and it's just an energy to be manipulated for their end games. So I just think that's a Gnostic interpretation.
Where
Once
does
again,
the
another
133 come from, Ben?
Oh no, 33%. So when 33% of the angels fell, there's this war going off in the heavens. And what do you think about, you know, Star Wars? You have the good guys and the bad guys with the Force, which is this energy that's used to be wielded for either good or bad. That's straight. I think that straight comes also from the Hermetic principles, where it's all tied together.
Yep. Though Hermeticism, that's where it all comes from. Hermes, the messenger, Mercury, it's all the same. You know, as we're talking about the Luciferian doctrine, Nick Hinton, he has some bangers, dude. This guy, Nick Hinton, dude. You know, people call him a schizo, crazy guy. I think he's got his fucking hand on the pulse. So he, schizo or not, this guy knows what he's talking about. And he's like super, you know, I mean, I don't know how much of an Eastern Orthodox he is. He seems to be into that, like into Satan.
He came around. He came around for a second on a topic, and he posted a tweet. He said something like, "Is there like something to do with like a false light deception?" You know?
Yeah.
Like, he does talk about a lot of great stuff, but I was like,
no, he's good.
Finally, dude. Okay, good.
He
like,
gets
someone
it.
else
No, that's my
sees
point.
It. He
Gets it,
Yeah,
dude. That's what I'm trying to say, dude. He totally gets it. I'm trying to have him on. He's like, oh, he kind of like lives it. He lives like a vagabond.
Yeah, he's out there. It's all good. Shout out Nick.
Shout out Nick. He said, I guess no one in the conspiracy community is safe. Did you know that when David Wilcock left Gaia in 2018, he claimed that it was because the media company was spreading false Luciferian propaganda? That is truth. The same year, another whistleblower, Patty Greer, is that Stephen Greer's wife?
I don't know.
We should look that up. She claimed that Gaia was promoting Luciferianism and using directed energy weapons against critics.
I believe it.
Amy Eskridge, cough, cough. She was attacked in 2017. She went on to say Satanists and reptilians had infiltrated the whole organization. She was sued for slander, and then later allegations led to an investigation, which is weird. 2021, Business Insider published an article exposing the ways Gaia has harassed its employees. And people that worked there claim that, and this Gaia is like the place that's promoting what we just talked about.
Gaia is a new age organization.
It's like the Galactic Federation. Yeah.
It is a new age organization, dude. They put not only David Icke, but I mean, everyone is.
But I watched a lot of their programs.
Oh, back in the day when I first got into aliens, that was like my first icebreaker to conspiracies. I was all over the Gaia network.
Oh, it's over. Big black.
Wow, I got hip to Mystery Babylon
It's
right
over.
whenever this Gaia app came out, and I stayed away from it just in time. But up until right when this came out, I was damn near into that stuff. I had just gotten out of it, so right around 2018.
Your guy lost, dude.
Yeah, I see this. He's
That's 2 and 2. You're killing us here.
No, I said that. I said no, hold on. Pause.
You discredited yourself.
I said he's gonna lose. I said he's gonna lose. I said he's gonna lose, but I want him to win. That is what I said.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to win. Okay.
I do want him to win. I said I have a sentimental. He's got a place in my heart, but he's probably gonna get his ass whooped by this guy. It's one of those I wish he wins, but he won't.
Right here.
Yeah, dude, he got fucking
right in the chin.
It took that guy some work to get that dude out, though. He's taking a breath. I mean, good, dude. At least he put up a fight. But yeah, dude, Derek's been losing lately. All right, here, on to some good stuff, kind of like I talked about earlier. Dana White. Now, if you know anything about Project Monarch, as I talked about earlier, Monarch is in the butterfly. Blue butterflies tend to be indicative of, like, you know, this whole
transformation,
right?
In the Monarch, like MK Ultra stuff. So Dana White, of course, also has a sex painting too, right here next to it. So it's like really kind of like symbolic.
No, it's funny too.
We talked about Ari Emanuel already, so that ties right in.
The Disclosure Date movie, there were butterflies on the little girl's bedroom. You know how, like, I don't know if anyone, did you guys see it? Did all you guys see it?
I'm seeing it
Oh,
Tuesday.
wait, no, not the movie. No.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh,
No.
okay. Well, anyways, there was butterfly.
Talk about it, though.
It was right in the moment where the girl was seeing the animals in her room. The animals are the ETs. They're just like that. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, can they fabricate reality? Sure.
Mhm.
But yeah, and then she gets taken onto the spaceship. She just all of a sudden like wakes up on it or something. But it has something to do with consciousness, you know, like you're saying. But I think that's why her bedroom had blue butterflies everywhere around it, you know. And it has a divine feminine iconography to it with some goddesses.
Off topic, off topic a little bit, but about butterflies and Project Monarch programming.
Yeah.
You know, over the last like year or two, Sydney Sweeney, is that her name? The blonde girl?
Mm-hmm.
Right. With the good genes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it created like this racial
Incredible.
war. But do you know on the ad for the American Eagle Outfitters, you guys can all Google this. There's a giant butterfly on her ass.
Fuck yeah.
And it was right there. And you're like, what? I saw this. And I'm like, all these people are arguing about this, getting in this culture wars. And here's the main, point of attention. And she has a giant butterfly on her ass. You're like, dude, this is totally Project Monarch and all that kind of stuff.
It's one of the symbols for Lilith.
Mm.
Yeah. They use that in Blake. Remember that Blake girl I showed you that they were trying to say was like going to be like the lady? She's like a singer, but I told you she was like also like a, you can find like naked pictures of her. You know what I mean? Like she was a singer, but her name's Blake something. She looks like a hippie, but she also is standing next to a bunch of like blue butterflies. She's got them tattooed on her. And so it's very much permeates this a lot. You'll see it a lot with celebrities that have.
And that's the death and rebirth stuff you guys are talking about too, because the butterfly goes into the cocoon, and evolves into something greater. And
evolution, baby, evolution, man.
Exactly. Death and rebirth. That's their version of the phoenix.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real quick, Morpheus, I couldn't help but notice there's a giant butterfly on it.
Yeah. Couldn't help but notice.
I hate to do this, guys, but I gotta check out.
Yeah, I gotta go at 8.
I got work tomorrow.
Steve,
if I didn't live so far away from work, it wouldn't be a problem. But I live like an hour and like
he's a working man.
Minutes.
You still at that other station?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Which is the furthest one, like from my house. I'm like, that's great.
Sucks.
But I love the station so much. I love it, man.
You go put out those fires, dog.
Yeah, man.
Do you get a lot of action where you're at?
Not too much because it's just so the fire systems today are all jam up, and plus, I mean, because all the construction's newer. It's not like it's old buildings catching fire, but we get called probably I'd say like 15% of the time is a fire.
Oh,
or
really?
something along the lines or something. 15% of the time. The rest is like all medical stuff. So running medical calls pretty much all day. And then go to fires if there's a fire, or fire alarm or whatever it is. So it's fun.
California gets all the action with the fires, don't they, Ben?
Oh, dude, every single year we set fires and we drain reservoirs so we can't put them out. Maybe they hit us with a few direct energy weapons like they did in the Paradise fires.
Yeah. Dude, Derek
I
Lewis
just got back from
did-
California. It was so smoggy and cloudy over there, dude.
Was
We
it?
went to El Matador Beach because Apollo was telling me to go to El Matador, and it was still beautiful. All the rocks. It reminded me of the Goonies, all the big rocks and everything on the beach. But it was so overcast and smoggy from all the fire smoke, dude. You couldn't even see the sunset.
Wow.
Oh, this is wild. I mean, the Veritas Road just said paint your roof blue. So this is interesting. I actually picked up a guy one time that was visiting from Hawaii right when all that stuff was happening. So I had to ask him, I'm like, hey, I'm a conspiracy theorist. Was this a direct energy weapon? All those conspiracies were running crazy. He's like, I don't know anything about that, but check this out. And he showed me a picture of his house. It was destroyed, but it wasn't destroyed? A blue pool right next to it. And this was from his own personal house.
A pool?
Yeah. Well, like
Like above ground
blue plastic pool. The entire house of his, because he was here trying to buy a new house. And he's like, I can't tell you about all those other conspiracies because there's all those missing kids supposedly, but that was kind of the QAnon camp and stuff. But he's like, but check this out. And he showed me a picture of his actual house, and it was destroyed except for the blue kiddie pool right next to it.
No way.
What?
Yeah, this was an actual picture he showed me.
Wow. Dude, well, you know, people say the smart meters are like a big part of this, right? But the ones
PG&E smart meters. Yeah, that's what happened with the Paradise Fire, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
Mm.
I don't know much about them, but I've heard that that's got a lot to do with it.
Well, I'll tell you one, that one of the executives of the PG&E company, she was actually in charge of all the water in Los Angeles during the wildlife fires here, which famously the reservoir up in Palisades and that whole city was destroyed. We're talking blocks and blocks and blocks,
Wow.
was conveniently drained
Mhm.
right before that. So she was associated with the Paradise Fires, and she was also associated with the fires that happened in Los Angeles.
Jeez.
Bass?
Coincidence? I don't think so.
Karen Bass or whatever?
No, some lady that was in charge of the water in
Okay.
Los Angeles. So she went from having an executive job at PG&E during the time of the Paradise Fires. Then she left and she took over the water within Los Angeles, and she was in charge of draining that reservoir a year before those fires took place.
Wow.
That's crazy. Dude, the winner of that fight with Derek Lewis said that Michelle Obama's a man.
I know. I was waiting to tell you guys.
He missed it. Oh, damn it. Sam Tripoli got to him.
I'll tell you one thing. I get all types of people in my car, but you know what really gets black people screaming in my car when I talk to them? When I bring up the big Mike Obama thing.
Oh, boy.
That's like, I was driving by and there was a street that said like Obama Road or something like that. I'm like, so hey, what do you think about Obama? And I ran right into Big Mike and he just couldn't handle it.
Yeah, dude. No, it shatters their. Yeah, that'll shatter them. Hey, Steven, let them know where they can find you, brother. We won't hold you any longer.
Yeah. Check me out on YouTube, audio platforms, Patreon. Everything's under the Biblical Hitman. And thanks, brother, man. This was fun.
Anytime.
Ben, good to see you. And Doc, always good to see you too, man. I wish I could stay longer, but I'm getting older. It's weird.
No worries.
I
I'm
have to
working
get
nights
older.
lately, so.
I have to go at 8 o'clock too.
Oh, yeah. What
I
time
hate
is it
to
for
do
you?
It's
10,
7.
9, 8. Oh, yeah. We got
7:57.
3 minutos.
Yeah.
That's
All
okay.
right.
I got a lot of stuff to go through while I watch this and do this, so we're good, dude.
All right. Much love, guys. And if you need anything, reach out to me. And
course,
much love to
of
the
course.
chat. And hope
Later.
everyone has a good night.
Wait, is this your new,
you, bro.
real quick, Steven, is this your
This
new
is the
studio
house.
at your new house?
Yeah.
All right. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Love
I
it.
got something. I whipped something up. It's small,
Hey.
but it's something.
You were
on
quick
air.
with it.
We're on air.
Hell yeah. Later.
We're on air. See ya.
One thing before you go, Ben, check this out.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's
dude,
awesome.
Steven's the shit. I love you. The whole Continental Roundtable's really got it going where I'm like, dude, I love having like 4 people sometimes. I got to do that.
Yeah.
So this Disclosure Day movie came out the same day as Rosemary's Baby. Did you guys know that?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Right. And we know the Satanist connection with that. I've been covering that ad nauseum.
yeah.
The Michael Aquino series I've been covering that heavy because, I mean, dude, that's where he met Anton LaVey, was at the screening for Rosemary's Baby, which is
That's crazy.
insane.
And you know,
'Cause that's Roman Polanski. His wife is the one that died from Charles Manson, and they were connected to the Process Church, which is a satanic church. So it's like they were all connected, right? You would think.
that's awesome.
Crazy.
Dude, it's all the connections you make, you know, they call us crazy, but they're there right in front of you. And at some point, you just gotta go, wait a minute, there's something happening here.
Yeah, they don't want you to notice. And I'm not talking about the Jewish notice. I just mean like the real notice. You know,
Yeah, the
that's
real
fake
stuff.
notice. That's the fake noticing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah.
partially real, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's like, it's a combination of the two, right? So it's like, a lot of people like to think, well, if I call out the influence industrial complex, this, you know, traditional PSYOP movement that there's going, that doesn't mean that it means I support the Zionists. It's like, no, they work hand in hand, right? It's
Yeah.
the actions of the Zionist regime, these horrific actions, these genocidal actions, they're just pissing everybody off. But then they have the tip of the magic trick, which are these influencers that tell us how to think. If you don't
Exactly.
think they do, that's wrong. They tell us exactly how to think. And you know, people are just falling for it because they just need a good guy in the fight instead of just realizing the only good guy is Jesus.
Yeah.
That's what I've come to. It's so corrupt. It is so co-opted at this point. There's really no earthly avenue that we can go down that's going to, stop all of this stuff.
No.
In my opinion, they call me black pilled, but I wash it down with a glass of the Holy Spirit. So it doesn't make me a nihilist.
That's how you do it. Yeah. Well, it's 8 o'clock. If you do want to dip out, that's up to you. But you can stay.
Yes.
You can stay.
I gotta go. It's always
right,
8
no
o'clock for me.
All right. Well,
Once again,
let them know where they could get
Yes.
at you, brother.
You can find me at End of the World's News with an S, all one word, on YouTube, or End of the World News on other podcasts and on Instagram. I do a bi-weekly show where I discuss geopolitical events through a biblical worldview. And then on Fridays, I'll either have a guest on or we'll get into the influencer industrial complex, which is not good for my career, but I have to do it anyways. I have to call out everybody equally. So that's where you can find me. And once again, Doc, always a pleasure. Andrew, thank you for having me on the show.
Thanks for
And
coming.
let's do it again, man. And
Anytime.
shout out to the chat over here. You guys are awesome. You bring so much to the conversation that, hell, I don't know half the time. So just thank you so much for tuning in. It's truly awesome what we're doing here.
Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Stick around, everybody. We're still staying here.
Yeah.
We're going to keep covering the fight. Ben, thank you so much. And we'll see you very soon.
Hey, real quick. Tim, by the way, if you follow me, I fell for that stupid hack on X and they totally took over my account. So if they send you, yes, I'm an idiot, Tim. I'm an idiot, Tim. I fell for the Discord hack.
He told me he lit you up, dude.
And I didn't even know what Discord was. That's how far off of the game I am. So I was like, I can't use that app. And they sent me to another app that I had.
That's hilarious.
And I fell for it. So if you get something from my X account, that's my old one.
Yeah.
Don't follow it. I'm an idiot. Have a good
Hell
day,
yeah.
guys.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, my ex is a gem, dude. I can't let them get to that, man. I was like, I knew, I smelled
some kind of scam, like with Discord links.
Yeah, there was like a hack going around. Somebody tried it on me. They're like, somebody messaged me on X and they said, I'm so sorry. I reported you as a fake account. I didn't know it was you. This whole thing. And they're like, just go and tell this person that it's really you on Discord. And as soon as they said that, I'm like, oh, hell no, dude. Nobody on X is going to talk to me through Discord so I can explain that it's me on X. Like, what are we talking about? So anyway, I just didn't fall for it. But I guess they got him. They got your boy Ben. Happens to the best of us. Oh man. Yeah, dude, I got a bunch of like bookmarks that I saved up for this. And then just, of course, obviously the general conversation around it, watching the fights and reactions. It looks like you're ahead of me. So you've got a little bit of the know ahead of time. I think Sean O'Malley, dude, I'm thinking he gets this one, dude. I'm hoping he does. He's one of my favorite. Have you ever seen him fight?
I can't pronounce this guy's name. Aliman Zahabi.
Yeah. Dude, I looked up his fights. He wins a lot by like decision. So he probably holds people on the ground and just that's really boring. So I hope he doesn't try that because otherwise
or
your boy
gets knocked
Sean,
out quick.
Yep. Your boy Sean's gonna crack him, I hope. So we
Yeah,
got
I ain't watched no fights in a long time. That's why I've just been kind of like zoned out on the fight itself and stuff. I used to love watching this stuff, but seriously, I haven't sat down to watch a fight probably since Conor McGregor was fighting, honestly.
Yeah. Oh wow. Damn, you're talking like what was that? 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That was when we fought. What was that? Floyd Mayweather
Been
was
a
like 2018.
Yeah.
Crazy times. Yeah, dude. I got
missed the whole Michelle Obama has a penis.
Yeah, dude. I can't believe we missed that. Well, it's good that somebody stayed zoned in with the fights so we could stay grounded on them. There's this cult leader that this guy posted, Master Li Hongzhi, and it's a cult leader who claimed that Qigong, which is a method to help free people and themselves of demonic alien parasites that want to turn humans into machines. Wow. Hongzhi runs a media empire and lives on a 420-acre ran by and protected by rather the CIA. So what do you make of that? I mean, the guy's telling you that he wants to turn people into machines, but he's also a CIA guy. Like,
and that's like,
where's the truth?
Current. I always thought you was talking about like some kind of ancient practice or something. This is modern.
I guess this guy lives currently today. And he's a cult leader, but he's funded by the CIA. They all are. All the cult leaders are every time. So
How
I'm
does
just
that
wondering,
work
like,
exactly?
I don't know, because this is my theory. So what the hell? I mean, obviously, I don't think there's alien demonic parasites in people, but the last part's true. Maybe the first part's meant to discredit the last part.
Well, it's whatever verbiage you want to attach to it. I mean, that's why the story's so similar. It's just what they call it and how they do it. You know, I mean, those are the common themes. Christianity, it's demons, but of course we go to Christ. But Scientology, they have those negative ions or whatever that you're supposed to hold the little steel rods and get the stuff cleansed out of you.
They're the
I mean, that's
weirdest out
all
of
the
all of
same.
them.
Yeah, I actually
They smack
interviewed
each other. They smack
a
each other in the face.
Scientologist.
You what?
I interviewed a Scientologist. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's last summer, so it hasn't been a year yet, I don't think. But she's famous. She still is famous. What is her name? Daggone it, I can't remember. But she's a movie star. She's a musician. She won a Grammy. She got really famous in 2018. She was the one that won that Grammy that walked the red carpet in the Trump dress.
Shit. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, you're gonna have to pull that up. I can't
I'm about to
recall.
pull it up. Yeah.
That'd be a crazy sight. I guess I missed something cool because I didn't see anybody wear a Trump dress. I missed that
Yeah,
one.
it was around 2000. It was around the election.
Yeah, Scientology, they'll sit in a room and talk about, like, the worst things about them or whatever, they're whatever, and then smack each other in the face if they hurt the other person's feelings. Full on humiliation ritual. Who?
Joy Villa.
Joy Villa. So she
Yeah,
dressed as Trump on the red carpet, huh?
Yeah, see, it was I went to a film festival and I met her there, and I didn't know who she was, but she got up there and she was advertising a movie, a Christmas movie, and she was talking about she was a Grammy, award winner, and all this kind of stuff, and done so many movies. But she was talking about they brought her on stage for an interview because it was a Christian film festival, and she talked about how she found Christ, but she was in Scientology forever. And how God brought her out of that. And I'm like, man, that'd be an interesting interview. So I talked to her and she agreed to come on. So I talked to her for about an hour and a half, but she talked all about, what goes on behind the scenes with Scientology and the rituals and stuff they do. It was pretty wild, man, because a lot of those people, that get out of it, they're not talking,
Yeah. Well, the Scientology, obviously, I mean, it gets right into the Babylon workings because, you've got L. Ron Hubbard with Scientology, and then he gets involved with, Jack Parsons, who's involved with space. So you have the alien aspect to it. And then they both do the Babylon workings. And lo and behold, 3 months later, Trump's born. But without that being, and then, of course, today's Trump's birthday. So then it all kind of ties together because of the Moonchild kind of weird thing they did. And Trump's uncle gave Tesla's equipment over to JPL, which is where Jack Parsons, worked. So it's like, what a weird mix of collection of people and kind of, it's almost hard to ignore. It's got to be something there, right?
But have you seen those profile pictures for L. Ron Hubbard, like his books and stuff, how he's like kind of sideways and got a hand on the chin, looking at when you search his name, that's the number one picture that shows up. Have
No,
you
I
seen
haven't seen that. No, I've missed that.
Dude, I hate to sound like the flattest fit, how you say that?
Fittest flat earther. Yeah, right.
How he keeps, showing like similarities, how people fakes their deaths and recreates themselves or something like that. But the first time I seen L. Ron Hubbard, I was like, oh my God, it's Nate from Blurry Creatures.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
for real. You should pull those up and look at them.
I'll pull them up.
I swear. I was like, oh my gosh. But I don't believe that stuff, but I just thought that was funny because it did. When I saw his picture, that was the first name that popped in my head. I'm like, oh my God, if it ain't Nate, it's his father.
Yeah. Well, and they say that like right around this time we had UFO sightings and they opened a portal. That's what Aleister Crowley said, that they opened a portal during this ritual that they did. And after that, we get Roswell and everything else. So it seems to be a direct correlation. People tend to blame it on the nuclear testing, the Trinity test. But I think it has more to do with this Babylon workings than it does the Trinity test. More than likely, it's this little ritual because it's probably a spiritual element more than it is a physical element.
Yeah,
you know,
I'd agree.
Dude, I just want to shout out everybody. We got almost 200 people on. So, hey, make sure to give it some likes. I don't know what the hell. I threw this shit on X real quick. And dude, I swear.
Yeah, I need my button.
Dude, I threw this shit on X and within 20 seconds, it's like 200 people. So I don't know. Maybe I should have did that earlier. So right on. Shout out everybody. Make sure to give it a like. If you're on X, go to YouTube. Check us out. Give us a like. And yeah, let's cover up a little bit of, we're in between fights right now. Sean O'Malley's going to come on. We'll give a little reactions to some of that. Sean O'Malley's probably going to take it. We'll see, though.
Do when this fight starts, we should pretend like we're at the announcer's table and we do all the commentary.
Yeah. Well, you're ahead of me, so I think that.
Yeah.
So
I'd give it all away.
Who should do the commentary? You or me? Probably me, right? And then you would just make sure that I don't miss.
I just do the reactions. Oh my god!
You'd be like way ahead of time. I'll be anticipating when to react.
I'll be like that one guy on Dodgeball. You remember that?
Oh, it's been forever, dude, since I saw that.
Jim and then that one announcer that had the crazy hair and chewing the gum. That's right, Cotton.
Mm-hmm. Who was that? Ben Stiller and Vince Vaughn, right? That's okay. Yeah, dude. It's been forever since that was a banger.
Yeah,
that was good. That was back. Remember, like Beer Fest. That was back whenever they had some good fucking.
That was such a good movie. But I love those stupid comedies though.
Me too. Super Troopers, like they were on a tear during that era.
Dumb and Dumber.
Oh yeah, that was a banger too. So. He talks about right here, Nick Hinton, Epstein study group, this shady study group where he took people to Zorro Ranch from Los Alamos Labs. Maybe we could look into that a little bit more, or I can look at some of the missing scientists and kind of what technology they were working on, because a lot of it's plasma, anti-gravity, and DNA. Amy Eskridge was working on DNA technology and plasma and anti-gravity. So it's like all these things that we think Epstein was funding mixed together. And neurotech, I think
that's something we should look into though, for real. Because when y'all was talking about that earlier, that kind of piqued my interest. And get with Brad from Awaken podcast.
I am, yeah, soon.
Because I've done several shows with him, and he's honestly one of the first ones I've ever heard talking about this. He used to talk about this year and a half, 2 years ago, these alien orbs and stuff, that it's plasma, and he's got some great theories, man. I done an episode with him, and he showed all the famous UFO experiences, or cryptid experiences, like our most famous experience stories, and took government maps and radar pictures and stuff, and tracing magnetite. And then also all the different ley lines, and he like made them transparent and superseded them over the locations, like pinned on a map. Every single one of them, dude. They all had in common that there was high concentrations of magnetite, and that they were on fault lines.
Really?
Talking about
like ley line kind of.
Yeah, and then he took the weather pages of the mass ejections from the sun, the solar flares, the mass ejections, and on days that the Earth was hit with those ejections too, as big spikes and all that kind of UFO paranormal activity. So he thinks there's a huge correlation with those things, and like the Department of Energy, has a big
that's what I've been
hand to
saying.
play in this alien exposure stuff.
He's actually plays a big role in like me, because I was reading that externalization of the hierarchy and kind of starting to understand that this other veil, the piercing the veil, that is really plasma, if you were to say in a material sense. And that he started talking about that on a Continental Roundtable right as I was kind of starting to get into it in my studies. So I was like, dude, they're gonna I bet you they've been working
Brad.
Brad. I was like, yeah, I did a show on the biblical with him. And I was like, dude, I bet you that they've been working on this plasma tech, and that they've mastered at least enough to manifest an orb or whatever and make it not even be spiritual necessarily, but like manifest one here without it, or maybe it is. But either way, to manipulate that technology, which is why I thought tonight, not tonight necessarily, but that the disclosure in general will more likely than a material object be plasma. And so I actually saw your episode with him and I hopped in there and said, what's up? I had to work, so I hopped right back out, but I invited him on and he's going to come on and talk about that. Cause you're exactly right, dude. He's on to something with that. And that's what I was pointing out earlier, that Dana, the alien chick, she's like super into the ascension version of plasma. And I think that, it's better to probably go this route where it's more like, all right, this could be a psyop manipulation tactic too, or a real thing that's also studied and manipulated. So I'm interested to talk to him more about that. He knows a lot about it.
This one dude, he's got some LGBTQ
hair
plus minus hair.
He looks like that. Don't let the what's it called deceive you, Dude, okay. I said this in my last episode. If you guys are getting ads on YouTube, I don't know why they're putting ads on my lives. I put on there to send out like a conservative amount. So that's the lowest amount. And it's supposed to do it later. It's supposed to indicate to YouTube if I want ads later, not like during. But I apologize.
Man.
It helps the show, and I appreciate
Well, those
you guys.
people, I tell them, man, honestly, guys, nothing in life is free. If you get anything free, it's because somebody else paid the bill for you. If you're on YouTube as much as we are, I consume so much YouTube. I'm a content creator. You know what I mean? I'm in their
and I listen to
program,
ads too. Yeah.
And I pay the $20 every month to get around the ads, so that way I don't have to deal with them. Because
even
I
still, dude, you'll
so
deal with
much
ads.
It costs you something. I mean, nothing's free. So even if it don't cost you money, it costs you time. And I'm the type of person, man, my time is my most valuable asset. I'll gladly give $10, $20 a month to get my time back and not have to deal with ads on stuff that I watch or listen to.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people in here do have premium, so I guess they don't get any. So, yeah, it just depends on what you have. That's how it works. Yeah, dude, I listen to podcasts and stuff by people, and it's like, yeah, dude, I just skip past a lot of them if I can. But YouTube gets you. They won't let you do that. Here's a little video of Amy Eskridge. I mean, if you haven't heard of her, I'm sure that most people have by now. But this kind of correlates with a little bit of the plasma anti-gravity technology we're talking about. And the whole idea of like missing scientists being connected to disclosure being what we're talking about. This plasma or anti-gravity tech that's going to be disclosed.
I found out that I was being physically surveilled by the following method. My ex-boyfriend and I realized that people had been breaking into our apartment while we were gone together in the same vehicle. And so like, I'm in the apartment, I'm about to go to work, and I'm like, why don't you take out the trash and scope out the parking lot and make sure it's okay before I go to work? So he goes out there and he's like, there's this weird fucking Lexus. It's like a silver Lexus. This is a shitty apartment. Like, why is there really nice Lexus in the parking lot? And it has tinted windows that are not street legal. Like just totally dark, totally black tinted windows that are not possibly street legal.
You've heard of gang stalking, right? Gang stalking is what she's describing, is where if the government doesn't like something you're doing, or if they want to intimidate you, they'll do something where they'll like open and close your garage door. They'll sit outside your house. You'll get followed. You'll, this do weird shit where you're like, what is going on? Why is this person, you know what I mean? Where you feel like somebody's watching you and they're watching you and they're making themselves known, but they don't do anything except for just mess with you. That's gang stalking. And so she was having this happen to her before she died for a while. And this is what she spoke about it. Like her hands right there, her hands are really red right there. She claimed that that was from a DEW like weapon from outside her house. She said that it came through. She's like, they did it through the windows or whatever. Like, I don't know. She's a scientist, not me. Right. So it's possible.
Yeah,
so he comes back in and we're standing in our bedroom window looking at the Lexus and talking about it. And I say out loud, maybe we should walk over there later and take a picture of the license plate. Because the Lexus is across the parking lot from us, but it's backed in, so you can't see the license plate. Within 2 minutes of me saying, hey, we should walk over there later and take a picture of the license plate, we were still standing there at the window looking at it, talking about it. And an Eastern European looking motherfucker with a black beanie, dressed all in black, in his 50s or 60s,
Eastern
walked out of
European.
the apartment directly across from ours holding a license plate. And he opened the trunk
Holding
of
a
the
license
Lexus.
plate. She's like, they're listening to me from inside my apartment. You know what I'm saying? Messing with me. Like, that's
Yeah.
crazy, dude. I mean, this chick really, she's drunk in all the videos. She's talking and she's got like wine in her hand and she's like wine drunk. But I mean, do you blame her though? You know, I mean, she's a vetted scientist. Like, it's not like that's fake. She's definitely heavily involved with really high end shit. So
Yeah, I asked them
And
to
he
show
took out-
you their fingers, how winos
yeah,
stir their wine all the time. They got pruny fingers.
yeah, yeah. They always do that.
some
Spinning the
tools,
wine.
and he changed the license plate right in front of our fucking faces. And then he walked back to his apartment and he put the old license plate on the front patio and went inside, left it outside. And it was literally like, come get the license plate. I have more.
So wait, he lived in an apartment across from her? Dude, that would freak me out. If the feds moved in across the street just to be there,
yeah.
and then they made themselves known. Oh man.
Yeah. I've been watching a lot of Blacklister show, and they have all that stuff. But that's an old show. I just now discovered it. But like
yeah,
a lot of these were playing back in like 2016, 18. And like you're talking about, just like she's talking about, the government just, to hell with warrants and all that stuff. It's just, if they see somebody of interest, they'll just like, get an apartment across the highway or whatever else, tap their phones. Oh, it's over.
Who's down?
The
Mally got it,
multicolor
didn't
hair one.
Yes, O'Malley, dude. I'm telling you, man.
It was a hard hook.
So
with
what?
the
I missed.
right
I missed one fight tonight. So I've called what? 4 out of 5. Or
Yeah,
3
I
out.
think
Yeah,
so.
4 out of 5, dude. I missed one. Derek Lewis was an iffy one. I said I wanted him to win, but definitely didn't say would. Damn, dude. So that's crazy. O'Malley, dude. You could always count on O'Malley. He had the reach on him. Damn, dude. That's fire.
That's them lanky dudes that are dangerous.
Oh yeah, every time. Especially if you can't get up inside their box, dude. You better take them down.
Yeah, if they're
They can
tall,
jab you to
skinny,
hell.
got a long reach, and they're a trained fighter of any sort,
They'll
they're
jab you to
dangerous.
hell, dude. Yeah. Hell yeah, O'Malley for the win, baby. Let's go. Yeah, he's
And
got
you get
colored
those
hair
Nate
like that.
Diaz's, those guys are just insane. You could beat him with a sledgehammer and he'd keep coming back at you.
You really
He's
can.
tough as hell.
Those are like street tough dudes. They're shaped funny too. Like they got their shoulders and arms like this the whole time they're fighting, and they're old school Irish boxing looking dudes. And they move around all unorthodox. Yeah, Sean O'Malley. I don't know if you know who 6ix9ine is. This dude got a 6ix9ine tattoo. You know that rapper 6ix9ine? Oh, come on.
I told
dude.
you, I'm like
Oh, I'm gonna show you who he is.
disconnected from all this stuff.
Oh, dude, you got to know who he is. Watch this. Okay, hold
That's
on.
why I
a
said I got to
second.
start doing the news with you. That way I can get caught back up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this guy won't be in the news. This dude's just like an old rapper. He's like washed up already. He got caught up. He like snitched on a Fed case. It's, a whole thing. But anyway, so this is him, right? You see his hair?
Oh, I've seen him. Yeah,
Okay.
I remember the snitch memes going around.
Yes. So that 6ix9ine tattoo, Sean O'Malley, the guy who just won that fight, he has his hair color like that because he loves 6ix9ine. He has that tattoo on him.
Oh.
Like that's how much he likes 6ix9ine, is that he tattooed that on himself.
He likes a good 69 himself, huh?
Yeah, you're not beating the gay allegations with that, dude. You're getting another man tattooed. I mean, come on, dude. You got colored hair and you got another man tattooed on you. Come on, bro.
I had a buddy, God rest his soul.
Mhm.
He just passed this past year, but he was that wild, crazy friend. He had the property of Travis Tritt tattooed on his left buttocks.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You liked them, huh?
He
Wild
just
boy.
because we're hanging out, drinking. These are the BC days, but had a buddy that had the tattoo gun and everything else, and they were just talking about, oh, let's get this stupid tattoo, let's get that stupid tattoo, and Cody was always the wild man, and he was like, put property of Travis Tritt on my ass, and he was like, are you serious? Yeah, just do it. So he ended up putting that on there, and then where he put Travis Tritt, he made it like an autograph, so it looked like Travis Tritt signed his ass.
That's hilarious. Get the actual signature.
Yeah.
No, dude, that's funny. Yeah, people are like, where are the aliens at? We got 2 fights left. Yeah, they ain't gonna be aliens.
Hey, main event, man.
We'll see,
main
dude.
Event.
We'll see.
Crescendo.
Maybe UFO UFC. I think the big part of it is we're signing off.
Hell, McGregor's fighting again.
Is he?
Saturday, July 11th. What it says.
Oh, I heard he was getting another contract into the UFC or coming back, but that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, well, let's see if he's any good still.
Yeah,
hopefully he doesn't try
up.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't try coming in and doing leg kicks the whole time like he did last time. He got his leg broken because he wasn't really good at like kicking, and so he decided to go like work with the Thais and learn Thai kick, fighting and Thai kicking and doing all the stuff they did to strengthen his legs. And so he came into the fight with Dustin Poirier, and I think it was their second fight or third fight, and he was kicking him like over and over, and man, dude, he ended up snapping his leg right in half pretty much because you're acting like you're a dude who's lived in Thailand doing Thai fighting for 30 years, like those guys. Like your legs didn't strengthen that much. If anything, you just microfractured him to hell right before a fight. And that's pretty much what he did. And then he just cracked it, dude. Snapped it right in half. He checked the leg kick.
I think I remember that. A guy went to do like a leg check to block it, and it just kind of.
Yep. His ankle did. And he landed back on it, and you could see it roll. It was over, dude. Oh, and then he sits down and he goes, yeah, your wife's in my DMs or whatever in his Irish accent, dude. He's talking shit to him after losing still. It's like, dude, you're relentless, aren't you? He's a relentless dude.
That one guy back in the day, I can't remember, but it was like, when UFC was still kind of new, but there was a big fighter that done that, but you actually seen it in slow-mo, like mid-femur, it just snaps and it wraps like
was he
almost
black?
like in a it might have, I think he was, but like
Anderson Silva probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that was the worst. That was
like
the worst
half
fight.
Wrap around the leg. I was like, ugh.
That was the worst experience, dude. When I watched it, I loved Anderson Silva at that time, dude. I mean, I still do. He's one of the best fighters. But when I watched that, dude, he was at his prime. And that dude checked that kick right under his kneecap. So a real strong part of your leg. And it just snapped his leg. It wrapped right around. You want to hear something funny? The guy who checked Anderson Silva's knee that day, or the guy who checked that kick and broke his leg, he later was fighting. I think his name's Chris Weidman or something. He was fighting later, and he broke his leg the same exact way on somebody else's leg. So the guy who broke Anderson Silva's leg broke his the same way. It's like divine justice. Yeah. It's divine justice, dude. Isn't that crazy? So I thought that was fucking awesome. But yeah, Silva, dude, what a OG gangster, man. I wish he wouldn't have taken that fight with the Paul brothers or whatever. That was just lame.
Oh yeah, people that take money or fight
Come
those
on,
guys. It's because they're hard up for money and
I know
easy payday.
That's what it is. Even if you take the fall, though, it's like don't take the fall for the money. Knock him out. Make a spectacle out of it.
Where this
that's the way these big names will do it, because even Mike Tyson, as old as he is, I believe would have just ripped that old boy a new asshole. And I think that's why he's biting on them gloves, because he wanted to get at him some, but he couldn't. He was just on them gloves to keep getting
dude,
at him.
You're not wrong, because he was speed bagging like a motherfucker right before that fight, and then he comes in and he's fighting like an old man. I mean, he's old, but come on, dude. They said he had a medical emergency right before, but isn't that a great cover story for we told him throw it and don't go full force?
Yeah, and Conor McGregor and Mayweather, Back then I was watching UFC, and Conor was a madman. And I was like, he'd kill anybody in a boxing match because he's a striker and he's mostly fists anyway. And I watched that fight, and they just danced around. There's a few times that McGregor hit him, but I could tell. I'm like, dude, he didn't even hit him with half the power he's got.
I know. It's like they don't want to embarrass each other's sport. That's what that was. And then
the big payday and egos. So that's how he gets all these old heads and big names. Because he's like, I'm gonna give you a huge payday, and you don't have to fall and look like a complete idiot.
Yep. And then Jake Paul comes out and does the same thing later, 10 years, 8 years later, right? It's no different. Same thing. Difference is with Jake Paul is he's creating his own thing, his own organization. It's like he's had the torch passed to him. Because I don't know if you know this, but Netflix now has their own like UFC, right? It's their own fighting champions. It's called the Netflix fight, whatever. And it's ran by Jake Paul. And it has 6 sides instead of 8 sides to the fight ring. And so it's like a hexagon. And I just think that's interesting because, he just got, he had some Shabbat Lubavitch guys have him get back into his Judaism because his mom's side's Jewish, but he never practiced. So as soon as he did that, Trump endorsed him for president. He endorsed him to run for. Yeah, dude. So it's just weird. And then he gets this Netflix deal to do fights. And he's got, of course, Alex Poirier's fighting or Pereira. I can't talk. Alex Pereira. Let's go. This dude, Israel Adesanya, you were out of fighting for a while. So there's a guy, Israel Adesanya, who is just smashing people. Ridiculous. You know who he was? Anderson Silva. He was him, but next generation and better, right? And so this dude, you couldn't touch. He had this weird style. He's called the last style bender. And he just did weird shit, but he could touch people and he wouldn't even look like he barely did anything. And they're done. And so he's just really good and really long and skinny. So this guy that's going to fight Alex Pereira right here, those two used to fight in a kickboxing ring a long time ago. They used to be in a different division, and they fought, and he lost to Pereira the championship, and so it was kind of like a hurt on his belt. So Pereira comes to the UFC while Israel's at his prime, dude, and he works his way up, fights him for the belt, whoops his ass. I think he knocks him out. Israel comes back, fights him, he wins. Poirier comes back, fights him, or Pereira comes back and fights him, and then he wins. And now Pereira's kind of ever since then kind of been the top dog. So he's pretty much taken Israel's spot. There's been some people that have beat Pereira since, but he's been the new top dog in their division, which I believe is right under light heavyweight. So I can't remember which one that is, but because Israel went up and fought light heavyweight against Alexander Volkanovski, I think, or Volkanov. Whatever. He went and fought him, who was the champion of the light heavyweight. So he got to go up to fight the champion. He made it all 5 rounds, lost by decision, dude, which is crazy to do that. You went up to the next light heavyweight and made it that far is wow, good for you. Anyway, dude, Israel Adesanya had a great career. Not that it's over, but it's just not that was 4 years ago. And that was dude, UFC was back, bro. After Conor McGregor, when Israel was fighting and Volkanovski, he's the little Australian guy that I keep forgetting who his name is, and Chandler and Poirier and McGregor, was finishing up. Dude, that was a tear. That was a tear. I miss those UFC. UFC has phases, is what it is.
Well, anyway, you gotta find a good mixture because it's real contact sport fighting, but there is some showmanship to it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you got to find somebody that's like Vince McMahon that is a good promoter and a good storyteller. And, it's got to be a good blend of both worlds. And if you could find a character like Conor McGregor, those are the unicorns. Those are your $1 million, an hour workhorses because they're like the Rock, Dwayne Johnson back in the day in WWE. He was fit. He was, good athletic, young man at the time, but he was really good with the gift of gab. He could talk shit better than anybody.
Yeah.
So you love to watch him and hear what he was going to say, like Muhammad Ali. Great athletic, specimen, but his mouth is what made him.
Yeah, people loved him.
So you either loved him or you hated him, but either way, you turned on that television to either watch him win or watch him get his rear end beat.
Yep.
Yeah. And Conor McGregor was a prime example of that.
You know,
if you can find somebody that's a good fighter, but good at talking crap and building some drama, that's a gold mine.
Hey, right now, dude, McGregor and Max Holloway are fighting like they're talking through like we are right now, like online, and Joe Rogan's in the middle, and Conor McGregor's pretty much just like, I'm gonna fuck you up, talk for their fight that's coming up. Max Holloway and McGregor, dude, that's gonna be a fire fight, dude. Anyway, no, and you know what? To your point, dude,
I thought we had an alien, dude.
I know. I was
showed the sky and it showed some lights moving through the air, but it was a stealth jet flyby or something.
Oh wow, they're edging us, bro. They're edging us. They're like, come on, you keep looking at the sky.
Look up.
Yeah. So check this out, dude. So to your point, the UFC, like what I mean by the phases, you're exactly right. Since McGregor, they haven't been able to recapture that kind of like perfect story, perfect like whatever, this dude that's like viral. But you know what? They've been able to like, I don't know if this just is happenstance or what, but the skill level has been on another level that it's like, okay, dude, I'll watch this shit because the skill level is so high now. You don't need that virility to make a fight. I mean, Conor, he had skill and virility, but a lot of these guys, dude, they don't need it. They just come in and they just do shit, wreck shit, dude. And they do it in their own different way where they stand out. And the sport kind of has legs of its own now. So it has phases of talent, I would say now, instead of virility, just to your point. So yeah, it's kind of evolved in that way. I could be a little UFC nerd sometimes, dude. I forgot how much of a UFC nerd I could be. All right, let's finish up this Eskridge little quick trick right here, and we'll get back to the fight because that's about to start.
Come get the license plate.
Yeah, let it play. I got my headphones on. I'm
the
gonna
Lexus
refill.
started tailing me, and every time I saw the Lexus, it had a different license plate. It would be like Alabama plates, a different state plate. It would be random dealer plates, none of which were local, just like cardboard temporary dealer plates, none of which were any local dealers. Every time I saw it, it was different plates. It would follow me to the gas station to go get beer. I would go get beer at the gas station, and that Lexus follows me. And even my ex called an Uber once. He called an Uber. The Lexus pulled out from the spot across the parking lot from our apartment, drove over to our apartment, and said, "Hey, I'm your Uber here to pick you up." The license matched in the Uber app, but they didn't have an Uber sticker or a Lyft sticker. You can't drive Uber if you don't have an Uber sticker. He pulled out of his spot. He pulled out of his spot across from our apartment where he lived and drove over there to pick him up and said, "Hey, I'm your Uber here to pick you up." They changed the license plate right in front of our face.
All right, here's whenever she had her direct energy weapon evidence right here.
Because you can beam me through there and through there, and you can get a 3D image of what I'm typing. Because this computer doesn't have a Wi-Fi card, you can't hack it, but you can maybe get a 3D image of me typing. So like we just did that, and did that as an act of pure desperation. And guess what? I feel better immediately. Like, my hands still burn because there's damage. But
who knows, man? Who knows? Very possible, dude. She was out there really doing, this technology. She was out there. Let's see what she has to say here. She talks about, I think in this one, ultra terrestrials from the future. And this just gets into like Joe Rogan's been talking about ultra terrestrials, or not even ultra terrestrials, but just how these entities are us from the future. And he's kind of really seeding the idea of like, I mean, think about it. If we stop using our brains and stop being physical, we're going to turn into the aliens we see in the classic, like small body, but big heads. And so he's kind of like already saying that we're going to turn into that. So it's
That's
interesting
what I was
that,
about to say. They're saying that they're us from the future. That's wild.
yeah, Joe Rogan has said that a few times. And then you have this scientist who died that's saying this. And it adds credence to what Joe Rogan's saying because you have a dead scientist saying this, which automatically makes people go, she must be telling the truth. You know? Not to say
Yep.
she's not, but I mean, I'm just saying that she believes what she's saying for sure.
Check this dude out. I was refilling my tea.
Oh, here, hold
and,
on.
I had him next to the fridge, and I was like, I gotta
Is that
show
Daffy?
Tree this. It's one of
Or
those
Donald?
like Jeep ducks or whatever, but it's Elvis.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude, the king.
Hell yeah. And it says on the front, Las Vegas. But I was like, dude, I don't even own a Jeep, but I have to have that little dude.
That's funny that like what started that, dude? What is the rubber duck Jeep conspiracy?
If I remember right, my ex-wife had a Jeep and she was really into that stuff. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was during COVID, like somehow, like someone, gifted someone a duck and it made somebody smile and they loved it and it kind of just took off. But I think it was like in Canada or something, but it started around COVID time, I think.
That type of thing would start in Canada, dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, with rubber ducks on my Jeep dashboard. That's a Canada thing, dude.
Yeah,
I love it.
I've seen other people too. It's funny because it was supposed to be like an exclusive thing, or a Wrangler thing. And I remember my ex-wife, she had a Jeep Wrangler and she loved them. And we used to get them anytime we went somewhere and they had a cool one. Like, New York, we got a Statue of Liberty duck for her. But when she would see like Jeep Renegades, or any other car, I mean, we'd see all kinds of weird shit. We'd even see Mitsubishis with those ducks on the dash, and she would get all snooty about it. And that's not a Jeep, or even if it was a Jeep, that's not a Wrangler. It's a Wrangler thing.
Yeah. Yeah, people love that. My brother just got a Jeep and he instantly started putting ducks in his dashboard. And I'm like, oh, dude, he's a goofy guy like that. He likes to hop on. He's one of those guys that likes to hop on whatever thing he's doing and just go all in for a while, Like if he's in the gym, he's going all in. Or if he's doing this, he's going all in. Kind of switches it up.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
That's me, man.
Yeah. I can be like that too, for sure. I have some things I'll hone in on more than others. I'll shop around though. I just won't I won't make it my whole identity until I'm like, that's a gradual thing. I won't do that overnight. Yeah,
I'm just obsessive compulsive. Like I'm a dog with a bone. If I decide to do something, I'm 120 miles an hour. I don't know any other speed.
Yep. No, I get that for sure. I'm a little ADD too.
Ultra-terrestrials, I'll just tell you. The ultra-terrestrials, I think, have you heard of the P-52s and the P-47s? Do you know what that is?
Nope.
They're us from the future.
Me, right?
They're from here. They are you. They are me. They're from here, from the future. P-47 is present plus 47,000 years. P-52 is present plus 52,000 years. And basically there's a calamity, right? So there's like a apocalypse scenario in the near future. It wipes out most of like everything, man. And there's the ones that go underground and survive, right? And then there's the ones that somehow stay on the surface and miraculously don't die. So the ultra-terrestrials, I'll just tell you, ultra-terrestrials, I think.
And that gets into like a little bit of the Hopi Indian kind of thing where they're like, yeah, the ant people came from underground and they, they showed us how to, they brought us under there and saved us. And then they, we came out later. So it merges.
Native cultures like that. Even the Cherokee in my area, I don't live too far from like Mount Pilot. And they say that before the Trail of Tears happened, the little people, I can't remember what they called them, But the Cherokee Little people, they supposedly lived in the mountain, and they came out and told the Cherokee that something bad was going to happen and it was going to wipe out a lot of their people. But the little people had talked it over, and they could be saved if they would come inside the mountain and they could live with them. But in order to do that, they had to fast from all speech for 7 days, and then I think fast from eating so many days or whatever. But I know silence was a part of it. And if they passed the test, then they could come live with them. And a large group of them went to the mountain. The mountain opened up, and they went inside and lived the rest of their days inside the mountain with those people. But the rest were gathered up and sent on the Trail of Tears west.
Okay.
And then in Turkey, they have all those underground cities and stuff, you know. So a lot of people talking about going underground, and you know, echoes of a cataclysm that people are just freaked out and gun shy about. They started burrowing into the ground to try to avoid, you know, future calamity.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, dude, I think I've seen it permeate a lot of cultures. So I definitely think there's some underlying truth to it for sure. It's crazy that it crosses over with this alien stuff though. That's the weird part to me, right? It's like, why does that? Okay. You know, especially whenever a lot of people connect that to the Nephilim giants and stuff like that. So it's like, well, which one is it? You know, and that's why it's always the ongoing debate, you know,
One
on
and
this
the
show.
same.
Exactly. So right here, this is an interesting thing. James Giordano, he's been kind of everywhere. So if you've seen like remember that Fox News we did where we talked about how there's 4 different alien breeds that they found. So that was put out by a whistleblower. That whistleblower's name is James Giordano. Giorgiani. James Giorgiani. And he's a German guy, and we're gonna go through some of his stuff because he's got some wild takes. So he talks about Ghislaine Maxwell. He talks about her having an obsession with Atlantis. And she actually funded the LiDAR scanning of the ocean floor by Cuba, where they found those pyramids. You remember that?
Huh.
And they found pyramids on the ocean floor. Remind me, I'll show you in a minute. Because that was apparently, she funded that and went on that expedition. And she was just obsessed with Atlantis, which is interesting. And so Ghislaine feared that the Olympians would come for her, a nickname used for within her circle to refer to highly prominent and powerful individuals. She had rotating Swedish male aides every 3 months on tourist visas, blonde, smart guys whose hair and DNA mysteriously vanished from rooms. So here, blonde, smart men. Now, what he's doing is if you notice, he's drawing a correlation. National parks have had a lot of Nordic, German, smart men go missing, right? And the whole theory is that there's some kind of DNA program going on where they're grabbing people up that are of Nordic descent. And that's this Nordic alien kind of concept. Like, you see what I'm saying here? And so he was studying this Nordic DNA because they're trying to push this Nordic alien agenda because it's about the root race, right? Which is getting into this traditionalist. We need to get back to a white America, get back to a white Christian tradition. Like they're trying to, like, that's part of this like Aryan, Atlantean kind of movement. I think it's all one and the same, dude.
Yeah, and it goes into a lot of the stuff that I've been researching for that book I'm working on now, The Tale of Two Trees, Chasing the Dragon, the Two Bloodlines, the Dragon Court. They say that that's them. They were the ones that the Anunnaki made as the Oberman or the Uberman, the Overlord, and that they were a subhuman race, and they were specifically made to rule over the sheeple, that they were made smarter and had powers, and they had to interbreed and keep the bloodline pure. That way their powers remained intact, you know, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's amazing. But I always say on my show too, it's the blue Honda. You never notice the blue Honda until you buy the blue Honda. Then you see it everywhere. So it could be just where I'm studying this thing and really diving deep into this. I'm seeing it everywhere, you know?
Yeah. Well, the DNA databases that they're building and using AI to kind of go through them all and find whatever it is they're looking for in the DNA seems to be like we have the technology today. They don't need to necessarily be incest. They could probably find a way to purify this DNA. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so I
Yeah,
wonder if that
clone
has
it.
I wonder if that has something to do with this.
It could very well.
It says Epstein funded CRISPR, which obviously gets into that gene editing technology. And then he talks about for a super race he wanted to breed at Zorro Ranch with Nordic models, Nazi eugenics. Exactly, dude. So that's exactly what we're touching on. So here's 4 minutes of this. You know, we could kind of go through this a little bit while the fight's going on as well. We'll watch Peoria, whatever. I want him to win. I think he will win. Gon's a big boy, but honestly, I think he's a chump. I'm not really a big fan of him, to be honest. So I think Alex got this one.
This one guy you got on the video here, I cannot remember his name, but I seen him first on the Danny Jones podcast, and I got an audio book of his, something about Prometheus. He wrote a book of something about Prometheus, and I didn't care for it, but it was all a lot of Gnostic, New Age, Christian hating material.
No, yeah, it is. Scott says 6G agenda. That's why you called them out so hard. You're a traditionalist in disguise. Oh yeah, you got me, buddy. Well, you know, I won't be on. I will be honest. There's
I got called a freaking liberal the other day, bro.
Did you? That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Like,
if you don't like
at all,
if you don't like what, if you don't like what Trump's doing, then you're automatically liberal. That's just for some people.
Yeah, mine was because I was talking with Apollo and we were talking about money and different stuff, you know, and I said, dude, I'm a full-on capitalist. I believe, you know, if you come up with an idea and you put in extra work and take risks, you should be rewarded. You know, I said, I'm all for that. I said, but at the same time, I said, I'm the type of person, I don't see how it's justifiable to have trillionaires. You know, Elon Musk is now a trillionaire. I'm like, that's money that your great grandniece, you know, is not going to spend. It's like if a man has no need of 4 houses, 26 cars, and 4 yachts, and starving homeless American vets on the street, you know.
Yeah, greed is a factor.
And then I was called a liberal for that. And I'm like, really?
It's capitalism. It's capitalism. There's no such thing as an oligarchy when you have capitalism. Didn't you know that, Doc?
No.
So, yeah, I mean, well, I will say one thing about the traditionalist movement is that they are using a lot of justifiable things to galvanize people into their movement, which is, I don't like the crazy left trans, you know, in schools reading to people. I don't like the degradation of Western society. I don't like the, you know, ostracizing of, you know, Christian morality and then substituting it with OnlyFans and pornography and all these different things. And I mean, yeah, the demoralization of our country is a real thing. So a lot of the traditionalist stuff I agree with, like modernity kind of does suck to an extent, but not all the way to the level of where they go with it. And that's the thing. So they use a lot of truths to drive you towards their movement, which always is a radical end. And yeah, that's how it goes. So yeah, Giorgiani, dude, this guy, I actually got him to answer me on Twitter the other day on X.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he tried telling me that like I don't know exactly what he means, but then whenever I called him out on something that I know for a fact he believes, he didn't answer. And I was like, okay.
Yep. I need to get more active on X. It sounds like people are more active and prone to respond on X.
They'll respond, dude. Yeah, you'll get some. I've gotten some engagement lately. You know, it's helped with the show, of course, and so that's been good.
Engaged in a power struggle since the days of J. Edgar Hoover. Their whole books have been written about it.
Yep.
So if the FBI wants somebody, they don't always.
This guy has a lot of facts and truth, though. I won't lie, but he's super Gnostic. That's all I'm saying. Super Gnostic.
Get them. because CIA, although it's not supposed to be operating domestically, does plenty of domestic operations. Right. And so does NSA. And so, FBI has severe limitations on what it can manage. They wanted the UFO file too, and they couldn't get it. There's evidence of that, of Hoover trying to get a hold of the UFO files.
I would love to get this dude on because I am really curious. Like, he's got a lot of good information, but then I want to pick his brain about, like, he kind of pushes this whole externalization of the hierarchy. He says that Nordics are humans that go back from all the way from they're the original humans. They aren't aliens. So that they're the savior kind of thing that Alberino pushes. It's kind of what this guy's saying in a weird way. He's saying that there are the original humans, like they're not bad. They're here to help enlighten us, etc. So it's kind of odd. I think he thinks there's other aliens that are bad though, that run the world. So I don't know. There's a weird, I can't really tell I can't get a read on him.
Yeah. Like they survived the Earth's cataclysms, by going into the ground, and they'll, come up every so often. That's, after the great cataclysm, some decided to go on up and blend with the humans that, survived throughout the ages, and the others decided to remain separate and away from them all.
Yes.
And
oh my God, dude, I just noticed? Look at his book. Thanosis. So what is that? What did Thanos do? He snapped his finger and half the universe disappeared. And he mixed that with gnosis, like the enlightenment. So in other words, you sacrifice half the people and you can achieve the gnosis you're looking for. And that is what we've been talking about with the externalization of the hierarchy. A lot are called and few are chosen. People will have to die as sacrifice for this new order to take place. So this guy's totally involved in this theosophical order, for sure.
So the FBI UFO files are about how the FBI can't get a hold of the UFO files. Okay. Anyway, so evolutionary dynamics, Harvard. Alan Dershowitz, Trump's lawyer, was also very close to Epstein. And he says that the stuff Epstein used to say about genetics freaked him out because it sounded like Nazi eugenics talk. All right, so one Jew saying about the other Jew, like this shit he used to talk about genetics sounded like the Nazis to me. I don't know what he was up to, but it didn't sound good. And it was about eugenics, creating, like, using genetic engineering. And by the way, Jeffrey Epstein funded the research that led to CRISPR. Our CRISPR, state-of-the-art genetic engineering, that research was funded by him too. Okay. So he wanted to basically implant these CRISPRed fetuses into these women on Zorro Ranch and breed a kind of super race. And interestingly enough, all the women who were being used for that, and the majority of the models that were being funneled through his modeling agency and brought onto the island and so forth, were of Nordic phenotype. And that fact is particularly interesting if you line it up next to what Ghislaine Maxwell's aides say. I have this referenced in my Substack article on Ghislaine Maxwell. One of she would have these live-in male aides. And one of them talked extensively. And he said that he's from Sweden. I don't remember exactly. He has a very Swedish name. And he said that she would bring young, good-looking, smart men from Sweden every 3.
Now, dude, real quick, have you ever heard of Peter Nygaard? So this guy, I could show you a video after this. Well, you know what? Fuck it, I'll show it to you now. So it kind of goes against what he's saying a little bit. So it's kind of weird. But Peter Nygaard has a video where he's talking to offering money. Let's see here if this works. Let's see. Yeah, of course, it's going to be impossible to find. Give me a second. So he was offering these girls money to let him impregnate them and then have them abort their fetuses so he could use the fetus stem cells for this anti-aging serum he makes.
Who is this?
Yeah, a billionaire, dude. And he has an island like Epstein did, where late term.
I don't doubt it, dude.
Where late
I've heard of witches giving testimonies that death magic and life creation magic are the two strongest magics, so that they would purposefully get pregnant to harness the energy of the creation and then turn right around and do their rituals and go to the abortion clinics and have harness the power of both life and death. So it's like they were killing their babies, for the power of their magic rituals and stuff, dude. It's sick.
Yeah, and think about it. Stem cells do have like regeneration principles to them. They use them for people all the time to help them. I mean, Joe Rogan's the biggest pusher of stem cells I've ever seen. He sends people down to Mexico all the time for them. But one interesting thing is his island had late term abortions like legal. That's crazy.
I believe it. And like me looking at that Dragon Court stuff, they had these and DeVere, his family, Princess Diana was directly from that bloodline. She was a dragon princess to King Charles before she lost her virginity, because they would take the women from that bloodline and they were virgins, and they called them the Grail Maidens, or the dragon princesses, and they would drink the monthly blood flow from these women, and they would willingly do it, and also perform oral sex to stimulate them and drink the secretion. So it was a mixture of their secretions and their monthly flow.
Yes.
And if you think about it, what happens at the
Crowley
monthly
did
flow?
that.
They're pushing out
Menstrual
the embryos that didn't take.
It's menstrual
so
blood.
They're devouring babies.
Yes, dude.
So they're
in
taking
semen, right?
in all these T cells, and all that blood and everything else is really high in melatonin, which feeds the pineal gland.
Dude, Crowley called it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's called Starfire, but that's where he got it from.
It was called the cake of life, or the cake of light. He called it the cake of light. And instead of flour, honey, like in oil, it would be semen, menstrual blood, and vaginal fluids. And he would mix them up, and he called it the cake of light. So yeah, dude, that's exactly what they did, man. Isn't that fucking insane?
But this is that subhuman race that says they have the divine right to rule. Right. They were made to be our overlords, and like they look like us, they talk like us, just like the angels, like Alberino talks about. In the Bible, all the encounters that are not visions, they are described to look exactly like us. They eat, they drink, they sleep, they procreate with us. So it kind of makes sense to me. But going through that though, like they had a bigger brain, they were smarter, So by consuming this chemical cocktail, it enhanced their already superior, build, I guess you could say, or whatever.
Yeah, because they're absorbing life and death kind of at the same time, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fucking, man, that's wild. Yeah, let's check this out. Hold on.
Stem cell technology that Peter and I invested in. Stem cell technology that Peter and I invested in. It's called SCMT, which takes the egg of a young, perfect woman specimen, takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus. Because
sounds like there's music there. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's like a real song.
They probably had one. They put it in DaVinci Resolve or something and use that, because I use it a lot now. There's an AI feature you can use, and it just focuses in on the voice and cuts out the music. That way you don't get copyrights all the time. But still, sometimes some stuff will slip through. That's what it sounds like's going on. Oh, it's over. Holy crap, dude.
Alex win?
No.
Purple, blue shorts?
He ain't called it yet. He should have done called it. Oh my God.
Oh, blue shorts?
Beating him to death.
Who? Blue shorts?
White.
Oh, damn it. All right, I'll wait till it hits my screen.
Oh, he got him again.
I'll wait till it hits my screen.
Dude, he looked up. I would have called that if I was the ref.
Oh yeah, dude.
He recovered.
Let me see. Oh, there we go. All right.
Ooh, elbow to the face.
Oh, Alex got hit. Okay, yeah. He got
the
stuck.
Blues holding on.
He got stuck. That was a good shot. That was just like, oh, that was clean.
Ooh, again. Oh, shoo.
Yeah, you can't count Alex out. He's a bad motherfucker, but Gon is coming in heavy, boy. He is not playing.
Watch
Wow.
him grab his cheek and rub it like you were good, babe. Real good.
Yeah. Yeah, you did a good job. Is it over?
Yeah.
Dang. See, it's not over on my end yet. He's still getting cracked. Yeah, he got him real good, and he's just coming at him relentlessly, dude. Wow. Gon's one of those guys, man. He's just like some fights, like you'll think he's got it some fights and he doesn't, and then other fights he just totally just surprises you. I mean, this guy, you can't put a number on him.
Yeah.
Hell
Which,
yeah.
I mean, that ref let it go, and I thought it was a mistake. But then he
Mhm.
recovered, and he was actually on his feet fighting back. I was like, okay, dude, he lucked up, because if it was me, I'd have called that, son. But then he gets rocked again shortly after.
Gon used to train with Ngannou, which is that big motherfucker that used to like the big African dude that was fighting. He fought. So he trained with him in France. So this dude's he's got a lot of history.
Baby.
He's got a lot of history of fighting some strong people. He's definitely a hit or miss fighter though. That's for sure. Dang, Alex, you got rocked, boy.
He did.
Well, I'm down
Bang, right in the chin too.
I'm down 2. I called 4. It's all right. All right, let's see what they say here.
Technology that Peter and I invested in is called SCMT.
Okay, the stem cell technology that him and Peter invested in is called SCNT.
Which takes the egg of a young, perfect woman specimen, takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus.
They put his DNA into the nucleus of their egg.
Go ahead and take it out.
Yeah, a little bit. Do you pay for it? Yeah, a little bit, he says. These guys are billionaires. He's like, we'll give you $500 for your literal like little eggs. Like that's how much they really don't. That's how much they devalue these people. They're probably going to these black women because they do value Nordic people more. And they're just like, give me your eggs so I can use them. And then he sells it up by saying, you have such genetic greatness. Watch this.
Part of this genetic greatness that we don't see in any other race on the planet. These curvy, sexy.
Now think about it, dude.
Is these Nordic women?
No, these are black women. But if the Nordics, now check me out here though. This is what
they look white.
They're black. Yeah, they're black. And check me out here.
I got a real small screen.
Oh, well, this is what I'm thinking here. Okay, so if they are purifying Nordic DNA, and if they have it in their blood, and they're purifying the Nordic DNA out of their blood, and then inserting it into the nucleus of these black women, it would recreate and simulate exactly the original root race, wouldn't it? Because they said that it was Nordic DNA that merged with what was black people that were originally here, like primate. Well, not to be rude, but I mean, they literally said this in Blavatsky and all that's work, that the people that were here were more like primates. They were actually like, Africans, black people,
wild men.
Yep. And that they became more like black people, and then as they kept engineering them, they finally became the final ruler race that you talked about that ruled over the rest. So I think this is the closest you'll get to the original earthly race. And then you mix that with your alien or whatever this is race that they're trying to mix it with, right? And so that really, to me, makes sense why he would just because it flies in the face of them going for Nordic people only.
Right.
So there must be a reason. And if you follow the way that they think about the whole root race, it makes sense in that scenario if they're isolating the DNA of the Nordics or Nephilim. I mean, it's just a theory. I don't know, but wouldn't it be crazy?
Well, that was even me watching that, Disclosure Day. It showed her, one of the main characters. She's sitting at the supper table, but it's morning time. It's breakfast. Her and her boyfriend are talking. He opens up the window that way to let some fresh air in, but in flies this red cardinal. Which I thought was significant anyway, because down in the South, I remember my grandma and everybody talking about, red cardinals is a good sign. It's a sign that angels are among you, or a dead loved one, or your guardian angels are around watching you, that sort of thing, or the presence of God or angels. It's a good omen. So, but that bird flies in and lands like right in front of her, and it just looks her right in the eyes, and it's kind of just slowly turning its head and looking at her, and she like stares off into another world into this thing's eyes. And then the boyfriend takes a newspaper and like swats at it and is like, okay, that's enough, get out of here. And it flies out. But when it does, she snaps out of it and she just starts talking Russian. And he's like, what? And finally he gets aggravated and slams his hands down the table and he's like, that's enough. And she snaps out of it. She's like, what's enough? He's like, all that Russian stuff. I didn't even know you could talk Russian. And she's like, what are you talking about? And then she gets a text from work. She has to go and she leaves. But I was like, oh my God, they're sleeper cells, like Russian sleeper agents. And these,
She blacked out while she did it.
Yeah, and she does all this stuff and can't remember it. But like as that movie was unfolding and I hadn't learned the plot yet, I was thinking, I'm like, is this showing Genesis 6 a hybrid race? The wheat amongst the tares, that we have a subhuman race right in with us that blends in, looks just like us. We can't tell the difference, but in the end times or whatever, they're going to get, activated like a Russian sleeper cell, or something like that, which turned out that wasn't what was going on. But that reminded me of the whole, genes and a subhuman race with us and getting activated by the aliens. So I was like, yeah, is this the hybrid race or is this the aliens like on the movie They Live?
Yeah.
Learned how to cloak themselves or
Put
something.
the glasses on that you got on and you'll see the real face.
Yeah, man. These are meta glasses. Don't make me turn them on.
Oh, you got meta glasses? You're a wild boy. They're watching you. You better watch it.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you don't keep them by your nightstand at night.
That's the thing I was about to say. I'm to that age where it's not too, rewarding seeing what I do all day.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe getting a lot of read time in. They're like, man, this guy's a nerd. I don't want to tap into his glasses.
What is he up to? Yeah, dude. Man, shit. What was I gonna say about what you? Oh yeah, so it reminds me of that movie. Remember that movie? It was like The Fifth Kind or something like that, where
Fifth Element,
or that like
Sixth Element,
or The Fifth Kind, something like that. Because that was the one where like the psychiatrist was doing memory regression with people, so they could go through their dreams, and they kept seeing an owl in their dreams, and it turned out that owl was actually an alien. Hold on a second. So I
haven't seen that.
So you just reminded me, you got to watch it. Fifth Kind alien movie. I don't know if it's Fifth Kind, but we're gonna find out. Close Encounter of the Fifth Kind. I think that's it. Is it?
That was a good podcast I used to watch back in the day. It was called
Third Kind.
Encounters of the Third Kind or Fourth Kind or something like that.
That's what it is. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And so in this, they had the I think this is the one with the owl, right? Let me see here. Let me look up the Alien Owl movie. That'll show it.
Yeah.
I think I'm tripping. It's not the Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's called The Fourth Kind. Okay, so I was close. Remember I said the Fifth
It's
Kind.
the last one, dude. It said this is the main event coming up.
Oh, this is it? Hell yeah.
That's what they said. Main event coming up.
All right. So check this out. This is the Fifth Kind right here. And so in this, you just reminded me because you were talking about how the bird was like making them speak languages. And it was like an alien sending, thoughts in their head. That's what this whole movie is about, is he sees in his dreams, this owl keeps coming to him at night. And so they keep doing these dream regressions. And it turns out that this owl is actually an alien that's coming at night. And it's like doing shit to him while he's sleeping. And so throughout the movie, he's like lifting up in the air and shaking and while he's sleeping. So it's a pretty crazy movie, but
Can you zoom in so I can see the artwork a little better?
Here, I'll go into the images for you. So this is the owl he would see at night, and it turned out to be this alien that he drew later. But see how they're similar. And now think about the owl and Aphrodite, right? And Artemis, and you think about like the lady or like this whole concept of that being related to the alien thing. It's very similar, where you have like Bohemian Grove with the owl. So I wonder, what is that underlying theme that they're trying to say there, right?
Yeah, I haven't noticed that, but yeah, you take an owl space and kind of set it next to one of those aliens. They got the same kind of almond eyes.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, exactly. And so I wonder if that was like a double entendre correlation that they made there, where it's got the occult aspect and also this. It looks like an alien kind of if you take a white owl and make the eyes darker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, I can't believe Alex Pereira just lost, dude. That is insane.
Yeah. He's got he's another one of them that's got a good strong chin though, because like I said, he got rocked and fell down, and that guy hit him with a couple uppercuts from underneath, like while he was still sitting down trying to, get up or get to his feet or something. And I would have called it then if I was the ref, but the ref let it continue. Hell, he got right back up to his feet and actually was. Some people get up on their feet and they're dead. I mean, you can tell. But he was standing firm and throwing punches, and I'm like, hey, this dude done recovered. He got a strong chin.
They let him go a long time in UFC when they're on the ground, and you're like, okay, come on, call it. And they'll let it keep going, and especially at the White House, dude. They might let, you might see a death on this last fight.
I'd just be my fear would be, because it's a double-edged sword. Of course, anybody fighting thinks, oh, I was going to recover, or I would have recovered if they stop it. But if they don't stop it, think about it. You dazed, and that ref just kind of hesitates for a second or lets it go on, and you're sitting there, lights on, nobody's home, unguarded, and one good elbow or kick to the head. I mean, kill you, son. Make you brain dead or something.
I know somebody
vulnerable.
I know somebody that was a kickboxer, and he was like world champ back before they had the octagon to fight in, and I believe he accidentally killed somebody in the ring. He actually went to jail for it for a little bit, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I think he got manslaughter, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look that up, but I think he did. His name is Jermaine Andre. He's a badass kickboxer, dude. I actually went to his fighting gym whenever I was younger. It was I was a diamond member there, so I got to train with him once a week. But yeah, he was dude, this guy's legs, dude. This guy was like 5'8". His legs, dude, were like the size of a regular person's torso. You know what I mean? Both legs. And he was just a short dude. But he was known for like head kicks. He'd knock you out with a head kick, or leg kicks till you just couldn't stand. And he would give you leg kicks if you were late. And that was the worst way to start, dude.
Get the wheels chopped on as soon as you walk in the door.
Oh yeah, especially whenever
the
you're
sore legs, man. People don't know that's a whole other cruel and unusual punishment. Back, when I was working out, actually, I'll dig and I'll find some of them photos to maybe post up on my YouTube community or something. I used to be really big into working out, and man, I was huge. But I was dedicated. It was like a religion to me. But I found out real quick, man, where a place I worked in a control tower. So I'd have to go up like 60 to 80 steps.
No
at
shit.
least 5-6 times a day minimum. Most of the time it was like 10 to 20 trips, a day going up and down all these steps. So when I started working out and started focusing on legs, and luckily I had good legs anyway, because I played sports all through school. But when I tried working out and doing those, man, going up those steps the next day, because you get those, delayed muscle cramps, for about 48 hours, I'd have to like physically grab my pant legs and pick my legs up to go up those steps. So it's like, okay, I'm only going to do this on weekends. That way I can recover. And that maybe lasted a month, and I'm like, the hell with legs.
Yeah, dude. No, that's
skip
the worst.
leg day.
Once you get past it, you're good. I mean, you got to take like glutamine and creatine and all that really for recovery. I mean, because otherwise you're fucked. Because it takes too long. You use them all the time, so it's like you're always tearing it. So you never have time for recovery. You have to actually take things to really recover. Especially when you first start doing legs. Yeah, no, the guy I talked about earlier did not fight in the UFC. This is before the Octagon days. This was back in the day. He was a Muay Thai fighter, kickboxer named Jermaine Andre. You can look him up. And no, he was not a UFC fighter. That's why you've never heard of anybody dying in the UFC. But you should look him up, see if he actually did kill somebody in the ring, because I'm almost positive he did. Yeah, so there's another thing here on X. while we wait for this last fight. So they were showing Reagan and JFK a minute ago on the fights. And they keep showing Reagan, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, Trump's even modeled himself after him. You know, he said that Reagan was his favorite president. And I remember back in 2016 when he was running, I think in an interview they asked him, what, sitting president you think you'd be most like, or who would you like to emulate or something like that. And he had said Reagan.
Yep.
Hell, I mean, the whole MAGA thing, that was Reagan's too, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everything, like I said earlier, it all mirrors Reagan. I mean, the hotel he got, almost shot at, that was where Reagan got shot. And then, of course, he didn't get shot there. He got shot somewhere else and lived. So it mirrors Reagan's thing either way with two different incidents, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, somebody, Jeezy posted in the chat. He I guess he looked it up. He says, yeah, it says no fighters ever died from injuries sustained in a UFC bout.
Yeah, not in UFC, they haven't. But I'm pretty sure in whatever fight division he was in, they did, just because he was in something before. This was like in the 80s, like 90s, before they even had the UFC. Here, check this out. This is kind of along the lines with everything we've been talking about tonight. It says 2027, what is coming? According to one of the most influential theophanists, or theosophists, what?
Yeah,
Maurice Doriel, a race of serpent aliens, will align with the Antichrist in the end times. However, they will war with the Aryan aliens from Atlantis. See how they're presenting the Aryan Nordic, like white aliens as like these saviors. Exactly. So the reptilians are the shape-shifting, like Epstein class, and then the ones who will save us are these Nordics, right? Like the people that met with Trump the other day. That's the whole thing that they're trying to present here.
Yeah.
It's just like, come on, dude. You guys are selling a really hard sell. You're gonna have to show me a fucking reptilian before I sit here and believe this. You know what I mean? Oh, they're shapeshifters. You can't see them. Come on, man. So that's what all this has been like with Zuckerberg drinking the water like that, and all these random videos showing people shape-shifting. It's just been building up to this big psyop that we're in right now with this.
Yep, I'm the thing, and I think it's like, I do believe in serpent seed and stuff like that, but I think it's, an actual human bloodline, I mean, just a corrupted, subhuman race, basically. And when you get into the Nakash, that word can mean serpent, but it can mean the shining one, the one who practices divination.
Yep.
And it's like a double entendre kind of thing. So then, therefore, serpents, dragons, crocodiles. That's why these serpentine type, anthropomorphism that we see throughout all the cultures, like Egypt was Sobek, Mesopotamia was Tiamat, and Rahab the dragon, and the Bible, it's this serpent. It's always to do with healing and wisdom and supernatural, all that kind of stuff. So it's like, could it be physical? I mean, it could be, but I'm the type of person, I think it's more, symbolism and
dude, I'm so
like
glad
that
you
than
just brought
anything.
this up, man, because that's exactly how they operate. You have the exoteric and the esoteric. You have the outward story, right, that everybody gets to be presented. That's the literal story of shape-shifting people that are turning into, reptilian aliens. But in reality, as you said, it's this serpentine bloodline. And it's not as literal as them shape-shifting into aliens. It's that they have a certain bloodline that they're trying to perfect. They're trying to, of course, use DNA to, purify it again, because incest hasn't done them too well over all this time, right? And so now that we have the technology, they're bringing it back. And I don't think it's a literal shape-shifting alien. And that's exactly it. The psyop is to literalize the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And they do it with every story too, don't you think? Even some of Jesus' story might have been, literalized a little bit. How do we know? I'm not saying that it is or isn't. I'm just saying, like, everything's up for like an option when it comes to that, because we've had 1,000 years of the Catholic Church running things. You don't think that there's no literal kind of exoteric story being told here? That's why I look into it, because I feel like there is something there.
Yeah,
That's
and I tell people,
esoteric.
it's like, I get some people tell me I look too, I look too far into things and I find things that I want to find, and that sort of thing. And oh, if it's like you say, why do you have to dig and search so hard and pull all these different pieces from here, and here to make your connection? And why come God just doesn't come right out and say X, Y, Z, or why does it just not dumbify it and just say it outright? And I'm like,
Right.
because, man, are we reading the same book here, people? Jesus taught in parables, right?
Right.
For those with
He
eyes
says
to
that.
see and ears to hear. He talked about the parable of the wheat and tares, and all his parables. Even his disciples would say, Rabbi, what was the meaning of this? And he's like, I speak to them in parables because to them the mystery has not been given, but to you the mystery has been given. But you still ask me, Rabbi, Rabbi. Our book is an esoteric book. It says, knock, the door will be open. Seek, ye shall find. Ask, and it shall be given. Proverbs tells us, it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but it's the glory of kings to search things out. I mean, we have an esoteric book, an esoteric religion. In my opinion, the only thing that's made just plain Jane slap you in the forehead, duh, here's your sign, Jeff Foxworthy moment is Jesus Christ and salvation, because he wanted that to be so simple a child could understand it,
Mm-hmm. No,
I think
exactly.
that's about the only
it
exception.
was that around the time that he said, "Don't cast pearls before swine," or do you think that was related to what you're speaking about? Because people have related that to, don't talk about these mysteries to people who can't handle it, can't they will react angrily, etc. Right? Like, is that a thing? Because that is something that I've heard said.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. You could take it many different ways. I mean, your pearls, that's your most valued, possessions. To a pirate, it's his gold of treasure, a box of treasure. So it's like, take care of your special things and don't just throw them out before, anybody, So, I mean, you could take that literal, you could take that spiritual, you could take that with, science knowledge. If you're some big brain guy, all this cool stuff about science, but you got a guy that's a science denier, or whatever, don't, take all your time to set out your most prized possessions and findings, because that guy is not going to appreciate it,
Right. No, exactly. No, hold on. Am I missing something here? Hey, shout out. I missed you guys. Morpheus, Vlad the Impaler was what Dracula was created from. King James VIII, I believe, said he took the lineage back to him. That's exactly right. Shout out Morpheus, bro. Two times. King Charles III, actually.
Yep. And that's why I love his stuff, because I mean that's what I'm chest deep in research in right now, because I touched on serpent seed with my first book. And for those shameless plugs, since I brought it up.
Yeah, bring it up, plug it out.
If you have not
we're
purchased your
co-hosts,
copy,
dude. You can plug whatever you want on my shit, dude. What do you mean?
The Epic of Esau, Birthright and Seed War. Check it out. Get it digital, get it physical and audio. But I
break it
touched
down a
on
little bit.
serpent
What's that
seed.
about?
And
Serpent seed?
Well, I have one chapter on it, but I'd say that's where I found my love for it. And then now I'm really deep diving. So my second book is going to be on serpent seed, this subhuman race, and
Is Esau black?
No, I don't think so. There's lots of people, but it's most time it's like the what they call it, the Black Israelite movement, or
that's the Yakub. That's where the Yakub stuff comes from. That I mentioned.
A lot
earlier.
of them want to say, "Oh, well, he was red." It's talking about his skin tone. Oh, he's talking about Esau's the white race, and because the chosen race, God's peoples, the black people, and the white people are the serpent seed.
Yeah, that's what
and
they
all
say.
that kind of stuff. But no, this book here, man.
But wait, what does that prove though? That proves that they're the original race of Earth, and that proves kind of this whole what I mentioned earlier about how like the black people are the closest to the Earth race. That kind of proves that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like they have black people believing in kind of their ideology without knowing it. Does that make sense? Because like a lot of black people believe that Like, we're the original race. You guys are the aliens. You guys are the ones that came here. You're the aliens. That literally is exactly what these elites think, right? They think that they came from these Nordics and that they're not of this earth, like,
Oh
necessarily.
yeah, the Nordics are
Yeah.
the superior
That they were
race.
murdered.
Yeah.
Yes. And so black people actually believe they're superior because they're from here and that they're, you know, we're aliens. So they've inverted who's superior, but they believe in the same sentiment. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
But
Anyway,
yeah,
sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, but yeah, this book is just about you know, Esau. How it says the first one come out red, covered in hair from head to toe. He comes out, you know, looking like a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch, or to that time frame, their fertility gods. All their fertility gods were wild men covered in hair. And just kind of went through his story and found out through extra biblical books and some of their, you know, legends and mythologies and stuff that
Oh, there's a
Esau
bull.
was a serpent seed. So
Says there's a bull on the TV. Somebody called it out. I see it now on my TV. A bull. It's inside of the arch. It's inside of an arch. A black arch. There's now red roses around the crown. If you know the symbols of this stuff, you know what the hell we're seeing right now. Red roses, crown, Rosicrucian. You've got the Arch of Baal, aka the bull, standing inside of the red arch. That's interesting. Anyway, sorry.
no, you're good.
Bro, the fight had mad symbolism. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. We're going to see how it goes. Got the octagon lighting up. We got the last fight coming in. We got a real band playing. I've never even seen the UFC with a real band. See what happens whenever you have diplomatic sporting events. You can have a real band. You can have, you know, what did they do in the beginning? The anthem.
Oh, the national anthem.
National anthem.
Star
You can get it
Spangled
all.
Banner.
You got the fighters walking out of the gold Oval Office.
I want to know who Jose is.
Jose, that's him, right? Or
You know
no,
that
that's not.
song, you know, it says, Jose, can you see? Who the hell's Jose?
We're going to
This
send
is a
you.
pretty predominant figure that we don't know much about.
You're going to get deported, dude. You keep playing around like that.
Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Yeah, it's too bad. How come you can't? So I guess it's not hooked up through here. So you can't play it even though you're on my stream. Is that what it is?
Yeah, because I have it set up on my software, but I'm not tech savvy, but I've heard some people talk about getting what they call a virtual mic. So if I got a plug-in on my computer that tricked my computer basically to any sounds coming out of my computer will also, you know, come through the mic. But I don't know how to do that stuff. But I've heard people talk about that. But that would be cool. Because I got a smorgasbord of great sound effects.
I've heard of something called like FTX. Takes out like any background noise at all, you know, that your mic might let go. And maybe that could actually work as something that you're talking about too. I'm not really sure though. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I ain't too tech savvy. I need a tech guy. I just need I need a Jamie.
Me too. I know Justin was like my Jamie, but my boy Justin, he's still my boy. He's still my dog. But you know, I kind of got it. I ended up kind of making it to where I kind of run without needing it. And then he kind of wasn't really interested as much. So I was like, it's all right. We could go our separate ways. But that's still my dog. And Justin can come back on anytime. Let me play this real quick, see what she's talking about.
If the government says that reptilians exist, they would be pulling right out of the Theosophy playbook. According to one of the most
She's saying it weird. It's Theosophy.
A race.
Why is she doing it? She doesn't know what it's called.
She has no S. Theopathy.
Theopathy. No, but that's why I read it. Look, Theophist. I read it like that earlier because she typed it that way.
My dumb ass. Did you see me? I forgot I had on headphones. I was like turning my head and leaning in, getting ready for the replay.
That's funny. Yeah, dude. She definitely
turn down the radio so I can see better.
Yeah, she typed it wrong, dude, for sure, man.
If the government says that reptilians exist, they will be pulling right out of the Theosophy playbook. According to one of the most influential Theosophists, Maurice Muriel, a race of serpent aliens will align with the Antichrist in the end times. However, they will go to war with the Aryan aliens from Atlantis who want to save humanity. So maybe the government is pushing disclosure so they.
And this is what Giorgiani pushes. So this is in my Giorgiani folder in X because I'm getting into like this guy a little bit. And yeah, so this is in there. Uh-huh.
You can like make like subject folders on X.
Oh, dude, yeah. So on X, you know the bookmarks where you can save things?
No, I don't know nothing about X. You're gonna have to give me a crash course one
I
day.
will. Yeah. So every post you see, they've got like the like, share, and all that. You know how you can like and share it and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So on the far right, it's got a little rectangle looking thing. It's like a bookmark. It looks like a ribbon, and so you can save things. And then when you go to your bookmarks, you can hit a plus sign and you can make like a folder, and then you can save them to that specific bookmark folder. And so I do that. Yeah, I do that a lot for like, say I'm doing a
What if
topic
people
on.
delete their things? I know like some people will make tweets or share stuff, then they delete it.
It deletes it.
Is it gone forever, or do you
I
still
mean, if
have
their
it?
post is
You
no
put it
longer
in the folder.
it'll show up, and then you'll click on it. It'll say no longer available, and then at least you'll have the topic ready, so you can find somebody else that maybe posted it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a way to figure it out, but yeah, I mean, usually what I do is like I got those for like different topics, like so that way, you know, it's easier to kind of organize, you know, things I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And so it's just like I do our notes, kind of. I mean, it's helped a lot. They made it where it's pretty easy if you want to organize your research and shit.
Hell yeah.
Prepare us for yet another Hegelian dialectic. But on a cosmic scale, it seems that the true Antichrist religion won't be something blatantly satanic, but something that appears good, maybe even angelic. It could
This is
even
what
be a
Steven's been
religion that
saying.
promotes.
Steven's been saying it might even be like a utopia to some, you know, for a while, but it's not going to be, you know what I mean? And I think that is a factor here.
Oh yeah. It's exactly how it's shaping up to be, kind of like herding the cattle into the slaughter square.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah. For their, you know, for a nice big ass supper that they're going to get, they're excited about it. And then it turns out that's their last one.
Oh yeah. They're going to get kicked in their tater sack.
The tater sack. You're going to get hit up in it.
Like Gnosticism. Maybe this is why they're telling us that they're faking the apocalypse, so that we will think even the Bible is a psyop. After all, one of the biggest proponents of this theory is David Icke, who got his reptilian ideas from Doreel. In fact, before he was famous, Icke used to advocate for another type of New World Order, one where so-called ascended.
Dude, Icke is a Gnostic. Oh my gosh. Dude, I get it now. Icke is totally like involved in this like theosophic move. I can't say it now because she can't say it. But totally involved in this, dude. Wow. David Icke has been running game for the Theosophists.
What was the group? Because I couldn't make out the group she said that he was in.
Theosophists. Theosophists.
Oh, I thought she had like a different, like a name, like the Gray
she's
Mountain
just saying
Lodge.
it wrong. No. I mean, not that I saw. Like the Grand White Lodge would be what they call it. Yeah, because I've heard it called that before. That's actually literally what it's called, the Grand White Lodge. Ties right into Freemasonry, doesn't it?
Masters rule humanity. Is this why we're allowed to expose the Illuminati and its plot to establish a global government? Is it because they are preparing us to accept another false solution?
Oh, dude, she's on it, dude. Good shit. That's a fire one. I'm telling you, dude, I think that's more close to reality than anything else you're going to find out there about this alien shit.
Well, yeah, and it even goes biblical too. The Hegelian dialectic, the options, the two choices: good, evil, light, dark, or some people call it the twins theology or dualism. I mean, there's many names for it, but even in the Bible, there's the Antichrist versus the Christ, and there's always the struggle, the fake psyop, to brace you for the real one coming.
Yep.
Kind of like this repeating pattern.
Yeah, it's definitely 100% a exposure gate tactic here that I talk about a lot, which is just expose so you could get the reaction that you want to provide the solution you need, right? So it's part of the Hegelian dialectic. And so all this corruption and conspiracies were right, conspiracy theorists are right, you know, rhetoric that we see a lot coming from people like RFK and other people, that's being put forth because they want you to believe that you're getting the upper hand, you're getting the knowledge, you're starting to know. You guys are, look at you guys know you, and then it turns out that they're actually leading you astray. It's very genius. I mean, it's crazy though. I think that, you know, not many people see it at all though. It's successful.
Well, most people ain't looking. That's the thing. It's like one of the greatest things the devil ever did, I think, was debt and tax collection, all this kind of stuff. That way, instead of, you know, getting closer to your creator in prayer and studying, asking the important questions, you know, all these type things require time. And that's the one thing that all of us are severely lacking in, because our time is already bought and put on layaway and on payment plans, because we all have mortgages, we all have car payments, we all
Usury.
have, you know, whatever. So we are focused on going to work, trading our time for money to give to pay for this matrix, you know, reality, this Peter Pan, you know, the king of Never Land that you've constructed. You're so busy doing that, you have no time for what you're designed for. To, you know, walk like Adam, walk with God in the cool of the day. You know, we are not walking with God. We're not getting closer to our creator. We're not asking the right questions. We're not paying attention to the psyops and all this stuff going around. Like you said, so many people are just totally unaware because they are a slave to this matrix system of debt and working and trading their time. I think that's one of the greatest accomplishments Satan has ever done, personally.
Well, they got an answer for that, dude. You want to hear the answer for that? Maybe not the usury part, but they got an answer for you Christians. I was watching
Well,
this
the AI bot.
Yeah.
Do all of our stuff for us and universal income.
Not quite. I was watching this guy the other day. He's worked real deep into all this kind of stuff with like DNA and alien shit. He talks about a suppressing variant and people exposed to Christianity, and how the Catholics killed off people that had psychic abilities. So that way there was only people that were like had this mutation, which was a suppressant variant. So these people, isn't that crazy? They're like setting up an argument that all the people that should have psychic abilities don't, because the Catholics killed off everybody who did. So now we're stuck with people who don't.
That's what DeVere talks about in the book, and one of the things that I've been researching, you know, for this Dragon Court, because he talks about the Holocaust. He said everybody talks about the Jewish Holocaust. He said nobody talks about the Elven Holocaust. He said my people. He said, you know, the ones that were given the divine right to rule the subhuman race. The Catholic Church come in the picture and wanted to dethrone all of us, because he said they were royals and kings and queens. And he said, and so there was an Elven Holocaust where they went after our people and killed them. Anybody that associated with herbs was a witch or a warlock, or, you know, we drank blood, so we were demonic vampires that killed innocents. And he said, so there was an Elven Holocaust, he said, where they basically wiped us all out. He said, and we're down to, you know, nothing basically. But he painted that same picture. The Catholic Church were the evil, mean villains that came in and usurped power and killed out all these bloodlines and things like that. So therefore, all the special abilities that they used to have are now gone because of the Roman Catholic Church.
Yep, makes perfect sense. And then you have the Dark Ages to kind of add to it, right? Oh, look, everybody was dying from their own shit, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So let's look at a little bit of this, because I mean, they really are. They're coming out with the argument that there's just a separation of race. There's a separation of abilities that people could have if they only were able to get past this crippling power faction that we call religion, or, you know, all these things, right? And so that's kind of, they're building this argument, and I think we're towards the end of we're going to start seeing people, you know, what you just said, the Elven Holocaust again.
Gary says, have you ever looked at the genetics of highly talented people? There's a lot of folklore out there that there are people who are psychic who come from psychic families.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are people who don't have anything psychic and don't have anybody talking about psychic stuff. That suggests genetics. So this is a couple of years ago. We decided to do an experiment that we call psi genes. We're looking for the psychic gene, more likely a polygenetic trait, but nevertheless, something about genetics. So we do an experiment where we recruit 3,000 people using the internet who say that they're psychic from psychic families. And then we do all kinds of vetting to make sure that they are who they say they are, and they have some talent, and we get their DNA. We only had enough money to find, out of the 3,000 people, 13. So we also did face-to-face interviews to make sure they weren't nuts. So we get their DNA, and we find match controls, and we do standard methods of comparing the two sets of genomes. And so we found something that we didn't expect, which was that the psychics were all so-called wild type. They didn't have any unusual things happening in their DNA. The controls had a significant effect in an intron sequence. So when you have DNA, it's billions of base pairs. Only about 50,000 of them produce proteins. It's called the exome. It's a portion that creates our body. It's that stuff. All of the rest of it used to be called junk DNA because they didn't know what it did. It's the
junk DNA is what gives us our psychic abilities.
Yep. Hey, send that to me. I want to rewatch that.
I will.
And more attention. That fight was just,
This
I heard
fight's
bits and pieces
insane.
of it. It is, dude. They were standing toe to toe, just beating the shit out of each other. I couldn't look away.
Oh my God. Is it over on your end?
Dang, look at that uppercut. It
Oh,
got
no,
him
round
up off
one.
the ground, bro.
Insane, dude. Let me go find that again. It's down here. Here, I'll send this to you.
Because from what I heard of it, it sounds like something I'd definitely like to.
Oh yeah, all
dig into
DNA.
and check out more.
Yeah, everything's DNA related.
Because it backs up what DeVere and his family say. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that makes it true, but that just means that, you know, that he just didn't pull it out of his back pocket. There's other people talking about it too, you know.
Exactly. This lady was on Sean Ryan and she was talking about secret Vatican archives with sentient plasma orbs and modern UAP experiences that mirror Catholic records from centuries ago. So they're lining this up with like the old, you know, it's been around for a long time. The Catholics are covering it up. So it all fits into this narrative, doesn't it? It's very crazy.
Oh yeah. Bacon. I got plenty of junk DNA. He said that, but I didn't get no psychic abilities. He said, I want my money back.
It must be coming. So I don't know. So right here, Giorgiani says Prometheus remains to this day the best archetype around which our culture could be reordered and should be. What do you think about that?
But is that Giorgio guy or whatever?
Giorgiani.
Yeah, because remember I told you I seen how I found him. I went online and got to looking at what books he had written, and I found one on Prometheus, and I started reading it, and I immediately found out that this guy may have some nuggets, but I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff.
He's got some nuggets, but he definitely takes it all the way, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So
that's why I tell people it's like 90% of the stuff that I've learned that I take as some of my greatest, you know, Christian evidence, you know, come from people that 90% of the population, once they heard the first 2 or 3 things they didn't agree with, they just turned it off and not listened or read the rest of it. Because you got to sift through the trash to find the golden gems, you know. So it's like you got to be able to listen to somebody that 90% of what they say you think's just straight bullshit.
That's
for
true.
that most valuable 10% that nobody else has, and you're not going to get it unless you sift through that trash, that person's trash, to find the gold nugget they threw away, you know.
No, absolutely. Yeah, dude, I've noticed that I find that gold nugget that I'm supposed to be looking for, if you could say that, right after I push past being like, fuck, I'm not going to find anything in here. And then I'm like,
Yes.
I'm just going to keep looking. And then I find it. I'm like, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Persistence is key.
Yeah.
So
You ain't gonna learn nothing new in an echo chamber. So
Sure
if you're
not.
listening to somebody, you just, if you hear something somebody say you don't agree with and can't listen to them no more, you're just wanting an echo chamber, man. You got to be able to hear things that you don't agree with.
Yep. So I was going to bring this up today too. The White House accused the Weather Channel of putting out fake weather reports to discourage people from attending the UFC fight. Well, what's funny about
That's
this?
fake news.
I know, right?
Fake weather.
Me and my wife have been talking about this. Have you noticed? It says it's going to rain like every day during the weekend, every weekend, and then it rains for like maybe 10 minutes or
he's
20
down,
minutes.
dude.
Oh, who's down?
He went straight for holding his kidney. I thought he had some internal
It's
stuff.
over. Who went
Looks like
down?
he's
Who went?
recovered.
I'm always late. I get the late one.
Oh, he's got his back now.
Here, run this for me. I got to run right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Call the fight.
Okay. Oh, okay. The American is now on top. I think. Like I said, I've not watched this stuff in a while. I don't know who's who or what's what. But the guy in the blue shorts with the dark skin is on top, trying to get an arm bar. They're struggling. They knotted up like two pretzels. Oh, he grabbed his foot and rolled him over. Nope, now they're in half guard. Crikey, I snuck up on two gators. They're grabbing each other and they're rooting around. They're fighting over mates. Who's going to get the woman tonight, Johnny? We got the people
We got a
chanting
winner?
USA, trying to get him hyped up here. I was doing my best Australian accent. Crikey, mate, we stumbled across these two gators. They're rolling it out over who's going to get to mate with the little female alligator.
You'll never get that southern twang out of you. Two pretzels. Yeah, they're rolling. They're out here rolling. That's what they call a roll, baby. Let's see what else we got. We got some more bookmarks here, dude. I've got ridiculous amount for tonight just to make sure we had enough, because I knew we'd probably go for possibly the whole time, which we ended up doing, dude. We've done like almost 5 hours, so it'd probably end out around 5.
I'm proud of ourselves, and I'm proud of the chat. I know there's some people been coming in and out, but there's a few people I've seen you writing comments since we started all the way till now. So thank you for being like a good hemorrhoid and hanging around.
Dude, yeah. Can't get rid of you. But no, that's great, dude. I love it. Evil Glare, best co-host. He must have been doing a good accent. Yeah, dude, we had over like 600 people so far, dude. Yeah, you guys, make sure to hit the likes while you're on your way in and out. Appreciate that. We've definitely been killing it tonight, having a good time. UFO at the UFC definitely is a good title. Get some people pulled in.
And it was cool. It's kind of like a little guys' night. We got to, talk some conspiracy. Got to watch some fists get thrown. Got to smoke on some cigars and sip a little tea. I even brought out some Doritos. It's been a good little guys' night hangout kind of thing.
Yes, sir. Dude, it really has. So you smoke actually the cigars, huh? You don't smoke the weed in them.
No, they're actually just backwoods. I opened up a fresh pack here. That's why I was showing, because somebody in the chat was asking, and I was like, "Yeah, it's the backwoods, and they're it's called Southern Tea. It's actually kind of sweet. It's a good cigar for the price. You get like a pack of like 5 of these for like $6, which I don't smoke anymore. I quit, so I'll I'll have, 2 or 3 cigars a week, but one cigar I'll get 3 smoke sessions out of. I've smoked more tonight than I have in a long time. I think I'm just trying to be cool in front of my friends.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I usually refrain whenever I'm getting into deep dives, but tonight is it's a watch party. We're kicking it, dude.
Yeah.
So this is one thing that's pretty interesting. Like with the Star Trek stuff, he talks about Vulcan greeting as a way to make the Goyim bless themselves under the
Oh,
auspicious.
that's what I was about to say. Yeah, that goes back to Jewish. It's a Jewish, thing. Like I can't remember exactly. Is it the goat horns? Like a Zazel goat or something? Okay, it's something
Maybe.
Jewish.
Well, what's funny to me about that, dude, is does that mean if this is based in the future that the only people that go to the future are people that obviously are like that, and then when they go to other planets, they're talking to Goyim because you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like fittest flat earther there. It's the fallen angels keep coming in new bodies and
Yeah. I thought his thing
which
was that they
I
just
can't
lived
hardly
forever.
listen to him.
I
Oh
never
yeah, they
have.
change their ID and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Like they
it's
just
like I don't think he believes half the shit he talks about. But
yeah, me either.
I can't listen to him just because of his lisp. I don't
Yeah.
trust his big double chin and his lisp. It's like I send Amy, my girlfriend, these little videos. I can't remember the guy's name, but I found him on Instagram. But he's bald headed. It looks like he's got a tattoo of looks like kind of like Jesus. It's like both feet together and arms out, kind of looking right here on his collarbone. And he's bald headed, and he's got like the world's skinniest tongue. His tongue, man, is like
Like a
maybe that
snake.
wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when he talks, he does this crazy, exaggerated lisp. And he'll be like, I love you to the high heavens. And he'll stick his
Yeah, he's
tongue
like
out
a
to the
snake
side
for
when he
real,
talks.
dude.
And he
Wow.
does that. It's hilarious. But
Does he have like
that's
a
who.
pointy does he have a snaky face? You know how some people exemplify kind of animals? Like I think I have
Yeah,
like a
he's got a
lizard-esque.
fat, rounded head, but he's got that skinny little narrow tongue. But when he talks, that he puts me in mind of that fittest flat earther, and he's like, "Yeah, I love you to the high heavens,
Yeah, if there's a
my spiritual girl, my precious."
Oh man, dude, he sounds like the king's. You remember in Robin Hood, the king had that snake with him.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that's it. Yep. Yeah,
Or
check this
Blazing
out.
Saddles, the guy that hangs everybody. You remember the
No, dude, I never
torturer
watched
from the
that.
movie?
Is that the comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, I simply cannot. I have 100 hangings today.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember seeing some of that. That was back in the day, dude.
Oh yeah, that was
Back in
80s
the
for sure.
Hollywood legends like Martin Scorsese and David Lynch considered Kenneth Anger, who was Crowley's guy, an inspiration. It goes to show how influential Crowley was on American pop culture. In short, we've been desensitized to Luciferianism for a long time now, and it's all related to UFOs. This dude knows he knows his shit, dude. Nick Hinton's a great follow. I'm telling you. So it gets into this stuff right here. Bobby made music with Charles Manson. In fact, Anger worked with a lot of questionable people. He collaborated with Jimmy Page, Mick Jagger, and he consulted with Anton LaVey and Alejandro Jodorowsky. So these are all occult satanic practitioners. And of course, Anger made Lucifer Rising, where he said that the gods will come back over the Sphinx with this like this, and it was a UFO. And so right here, this was part of that movie where you had this, you had the Isis with the egg, and that bull with the egg in the middle represents the new age, right? It breaks open the egg when it enters the new age, right?
Oh
And
yeah,
so-
and it's also too, like a seed or embryo sitting in the chalice of life, the womb.
Yep. And so it's a dual purpose thing because, of course, the universal womb, the universal egg, right? And so that's the micro macro aspect, the as above, so below. And so, yeah, dude, very symbolic. And you see it's right there. And it's the old gods coming back. So that's why we relate the aliens being as these old pagan gods.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, like they never left. They just kind of were forgotten and stayed out of the headlines. But they've gathered their armies and got their plans all made up. Now they're just like reintroducing themselves to the world stage almost.
Mm-hmm. Nope, that's how it works. Rebranding. Rockefeller UFO Disclosure Initiative. Lawrence S. Rockefeller was an American billionaire. He was a philanthropist. We all know about him. Prominent third generation member of the Rockefeller family.
I was just going to say they might stop this fight. They just stopped it, and they got the doctor out there looking at him and making him follow his finger, and he stopped it.
He did.
Yeah.
Who won? Gaethje?
The Hispanic looking guy lost.
Yeah, Gaethje won. That's Gaethje.
The white guy won.
Yep. All right, we'll end on this topic right here then. Rockefeller UFO
Wait,
Disclosure.
making him do it again.
What? Shut up. You're going twice? You don't check twice.
He's going to let it go. Oh, shit.
Is it some horse shit? No, I know it's some horse shit. It's a controlled exposure there, Bacon. Just like MK Ultra was. The church committee was done with the Rockefellers too. So it's like, of course it's horse shit. They do the controlled exposure always. Hey, if we're going to let people know about this, we got to make sure we're the ones funding and doing it, right? That's how it always goes. So what's going on? Are they letting it go?
Yeah, I mean, dude was like,
get out of here.
Not following his finger, and he canceled it, and the dude fought with him and argued, and he did the finger test again, and then they finally separated and let him go back at it.
Oh, good. Good shit. So the Rockefeller family.
Neff said, bullshit. They gave him time to recovery. Ooh, good left hook.
That's hella funny. All right. Yeah, let's. Apparently, the Clintons were working also. Okay, they were talking about it being. They probably weren't even talking about this exposure. They were probably talking about the fight being bullshit. By the way.
Yeah.
Wait, no, the Rockefeller Disclosure. That's some bullshit. Yeah, he was talking about this.
Oh.
Yeah. No, definitely controlled exposure. So anyway, it talks about he sponsored a funded member of the UFO related projects. Rockefeller UFO Disclosure Initiative is what it became known as. Rockefeller himself was, and his lawyer, Henry Diamond, lobbied the Clinton White House. And then later, unidentified flying objects briefing document came out. Now, here's the thing. This could have been the seeding of, okay, we're going to start pushing towards what we're in now, right? So let's start disclosing some of these UAPs, etc. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rockefeller was one of the first people to start funding the disclosure of this kind of psyop that we're in.
Right. Yeah. The Rothschilds and stuff like that, man, it's crazy. And I'm kind of late to the game, looking into some of these conspiracies and these guys and stuff. I've always just been like an ancient history, lost civilization, Bible type researcher. But now that I have been looking into some of this stuff and having some of these conversations, it's crazy to see how that's kind of like how everything goes back to fallen angels. Everything political or earthly kind of, conspiracy stuff usually goes back to the Rothschilds.
Yep. Every time. It's ridiculous. So I guess last thing I'll show here, and I'm done. We'll watch the fight. This is good to end on as far as this information goes. It's a possibility to consider here. Past the UFO disclosure, the fun, sensationalist aspect to this whole thing tonight. One important thing to look at, it is Flag Day. It is the 250th anniversary of America's, I guess, not signing, but, come to fruition, whatever. And the people's consent to the new American order is a big factor in this. I like the way this is written, but it's very much true. The diplomatic signing with this whole sporting event thing is like kind of a big deal. But it says, a cage fight at the White House may seem like an odd addition to the 250th anniversary, but in reality, it is a profound public ceremony, and it provides legal mechanisms for the full implementation of a new American order, the restoration of national sovereignty under the law of land and God's jurisdiction. So what are they saying here? To lawfully complete the shift under the law of land and God, and then they have to give their explicit consent. So the purpose of this is to serve as the public ceremony required under Admiralty law rules, the people's visible endorsement of the transition into America's new order. So people are kind of consenting right now by, and that's kind of a factor in this. The 1-year process of restoring American sovereignty. I don't know if they're trying to say that they're restoring American sovereignty here, but I would disagree on that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
You can invert the positive aspect of that. It's kind of still the same truth. Hell yeah, dude. Last fight, Gaethje's going. Wouldn't it be a white guy versus a Mexican for the last fight for America? Oh wait, no, the other guy's.
I'm trying to guess the white guy. He's the American, right?
Yeah, the other guy's English. Actually, he's got an English flag there.
As I say, it looks like a Polish flag or something like that. I don't know.
Dutch, English. It's got the Knights Templar crosses on it. Who knows?
Yeah. But earlier, dude, I thought the white dude might have broke his damn neck. It was just like that last exchange where they got on their feet. He grabbed his hips and went to do like a belly to back or something like that. Mm-hmm. But the white dude fell like straight down on top of his head. Like it, looked like it jolted his neck real good. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Win the fight and then have a bad fall and die.
They're both some dogs, dude. I mean, this dude's staying in. He's got his face has been pretty mauled by Gaethje.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of fights where Gaethje looked how this Spanish guy looks. Like he's literally like he's fought fights where he looked just as bad.
He missed a chair. Did you see that?
What's that?
He went to sit down in the corner chair and missed a thing. His trainers and stuff had to catch him.
Yeah, I'm still behind.
He called it. He just called it.
They called it for sure.
Yeah, where he missed the chair.
Gaethje took it. Okay, yeah, Gaethje got it. Yes, let's go. I called that one too.
Oh, he about broke his damn neck again, that damn idiot.
So I missed 2. I got the rest. That's what's up, dude. Out of what is that? 8? So out of 8, 2 out of 8.
Yeah.
Missed him.
He went to do some kind of backflip off the fence, lost his footing, and then tried to do another backflip and landed right on the back of his neck and head again.
Dude, people are asking to fucking break their ankles whenever they do backflips off the fence like that. It's like, dang, dude. Whenever you need your body to make money, I mean, like that, you're crazy doing backflips like that. I guess he's got time
now, is aliens going to come after the credits?
Yeah. I guess they'll come after. No.
Like a secret reveal.
It's the consent.
He's shaking hands with the president. He got out of the cage and went ringside, and he's shaking hands with Donald Trump right now.
Dude, they have so many people outside of the White House right now. That is absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these people stood out there the whole time. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, which I thought was cool too. Is like when they were like warming up, before they went out there, they were in, rooms inside the White House, prepping and hitting bags and stuff. And then when they played the music, they come out of the front door of the White House and down that little, staircase and out to the front lawn. It was definitely a cool event and worth watching just for the historicity of it all.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, hey, we're going into this new American order, it's not inevitable, but it feels like we're walking into it whether we like it or not at the moment. And so, hey, you might as well have beheld history, right? 250th anniversary UFC fight at the White House. That is insane. Might be the first of many, and it's definitely us signing off on a new American order, to an extent. See how it goes. Shout out Herb Dean. He's the baddest fight caller in the game, dude. That's hilarious. Herb Dean. Hey, shout out the chat. You guys have been great tonight.
Oh yeah.
Definitely had a great night. This has been we went over 5 hours pretty much on the dot. We definitely the longest I've ever went, and I think it's went well. A little over 650 on the count, so that's crazy. Best I've done on a live, so that's sick. So thank you, everybody. That is a.
Can you imagine putting this on Spreaker?
Yeah,
5 hour long. I bet you the file wouldn't even upload.
People won't even listen.
When we get done,
the ads.
send it to me, and I'll throw it in there and
I'm gonna
see if even Spreaker will let it upload.
I'm gonna find out because I'm gonna put it in there definitely and send it out next week. It'll be, of course, early access for any Patreon members and anybody that's a member on YouTube. It is 5 hours long, so of course, if you came late, you want to back it up. We had a crazy time. We had Ben, Steven. We were all going nuts with all kinds of fun, just conversations regarding everything that has to do with aliens, Epstein, UFO, UFC. It was a banger. Thank you, Doc. This was great, dude. First time you've been on here, huh?
Yeah, first time on the show, and we did a marathon. I love it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, I'm gonna probably. I mean, yeah, I feel like the fight thing. Yeah, dude, it's fine on the side. We'll be all right.
Oh yeah, I had fun. It gave us a good excuse to do it too, because there was so much conspiracy and stuff surrounding it, and possibility of UFO disclosure. So give us an opportunity to hang out and watch some fights and have some bro time when normally we couldn't embed this with our podcasting. So we got to have a all you can eat buffet tonight. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a banger, dude. We'll have to do another one like this sometime because I love watching UFC. I'm not even gonna lie. That's every conspiracy person has their thing that they kind of are a little bit of a hypocrite on. For me, it's UFC, dude. I know it's bread and circus, but I watch it. I love UFC because it's a thing. I always have liked it. So yeah, man, definitely should do it again. It's definitely the only sport I would enjoy doing it with. So it seems like the chat loved it. I mean, definitely was great. So shout out everybody. Love you guys. This was a great night, and we'll see you guys later. I will be on with Isaac Weishaupt tomorrow. I think he records his episode, so we'll see when he drops it. But otherwise, we'll see you next weekend. Thank you guys for a great weekend. Hey, happy Flag Day. Happy birthday, America. Doc, let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, Prometheus Lens Podcast, all the things. Check me out. You can find me.
Yeah, and I'll be on there every Friday. Prometheus Report, co-hosting, talking about all things current events. And we will cover this fight and talk about this a little bit too. But thank you guys. I'll see you later.